Dogs have been proven to lower blood pressure and lower anxiety. Proven fact.
But this social call is about to take a back seat to a more urgent one.
Excuse me, lady. Sorry. Hello?
Another dog is in desperate need of rescue.
I'll be right there. Ladies, I will see both of you next week.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Come on,
Bye,
come on.
Birdie. Be good.
Come on. I just got contacted by the West Valley Shelter, and they said they have a dog, and they're not really sure what to label him as. They say he could be a Chihuahua mix, but whatever he is, they say he's extremely timid with new people. So, we'll go rescue him, show him a little TLC, and maybe we can find him a forever home.
It may take more than TLC to break 1-year-old Shadow out of his shell.
Hey, man. You scared? Over here. You gonna make me come in there, aren't you? Alright. You live. I'll come in that way. Come here. Sorry, aren't you?
Brandon hopes a trip out of the shelter will brighten Shadow's spirits. But the car ride only raises more questions.
On the car ride home, I noticed that Shadow really didn't pick his head up the whole time. Looks like he really has no energy, no interest in much. I couldn't even get his attention.
Because Shadow was given a clean bill of health, Brandon suspects the issue is emotional.
I think he has no trust in people. A lot of these dogs, they get bounced around from shelter to shelter, and they've learned not to trust.
Once inside, Brandon tries a new tactic.
You want that? He really had no interest in anything I offered him. I was petting him. He really didn't care. He said no to food. And this right here is a trust issue. You trust me, I do. Before I start any training, I have to earn his trust. I have to show him that I'm his friend, not his enemy.
Because there's no timetable on building trust, Brandon decides to forego training in favor of some good old-fashioned bonding.
One of the biggest mistakes you can do as a dog trainer is start training a dog before they have any trust in you. It might take a while, but whatever it takes, ride it out, because when you do start training, it makes everything so much easier.
While Shadow learns to re-engage with the world, Brandon takes the opportunity to line up a forever home. His search leads him to Gary, a retiree facing his own life change.
I'd like to have a dog for company. I'm 74 years old, been retired for 14 years, and I'm living alone for the first time in my life. My wife and I have been married for 50 years. 3 months ago, I found it necessary to place my wife in a memory care center as a result of Alzheimer's, and I find it pretty lonely at home.
Gary maintains an active lifestyle, filling his time with cycling and fused glass projects. And he's hoping a dog will provide extra companionship at home and on his daily walks through the retirement community.
One of the social outlets is people whacking their dogs and beating each other, and I would look forward to having Shadow do that with me.
But if Shadow is going on any outings,
Shadow.
he'll need to overcome his social anxiety.
Day after day, I would wait Shadow out. And then, out of nowhere, we had a breakthrough moment. Okay. He allowed me to pick him up. Thank you. I waited a long time for one of those.
With their bond officially sealed with a kiss, Shadow earns his red training collar.
Try this on. There. It's official. It's time to start training.
Having embraced life at the ranch,
Morning, guys. Morning.
Shadow enjoys playtime with his new pals.
Come on. We'll play. Make friends. Welcome to Lucky Dog Ranch.
His future is looking bright, but there's still work to do.
Okay. The first thing I'm going to assess with Shadow is his knowledge of the 7 common commands, which are sit, stay, down, come, off, heel, and no.
Sit. Good. That's a sit. Perfect. You go down.
Oh, good. That's a down. He's got a pretty good foundation. Man, we'll stop here. Not bad. trained, just regressed, or he might have been so-so trained. Either way, that's pretty good stuff.
Not only that, Brandon is impressed by Shadow's laser focus and his stellar etiquette.
You crawl people? I will say one thing, you're a very well-mannered dog.
Over the next week, Brandon will refine Shadow's grasp of the common commands. But it's his trust issues that still pose the greatest challenge.
My ultimate goal now is to teach Shadow to trust anybody.
Coming up, a visit from Gary
I'd like a dog I could take over to the care center.
forces Shadow out of his comfort zone.
Things that Shadow will be exposed to are much different than everyday life. Shadow is a timid dog.
Here's a health and wellness tip from Banfield Pet Hospital. We work hard to keep our pets healthy. But did you know that owning a pet actually has health benefits? Studies have shown that having a pet can lower blood pressure, ease symptoms of depression, reduce bone loss, and increase blood circulation. Walking a dog can also help promote weight loss and keep seniors physically active.
You trust me, I do.
Shadow, the one-year-old Chihuahua mix, has a serious case of trust issues. Though he eventually let his guard down with Brandon,
Wait a long time for one of those.
there's no certainty that he'll do the same for his potential owner, Gary. Luckily, Brandon knows the best way to a dog's heart is through its nose.
Dogs can use their nose for everything. That's how they shake hands. I decided to go for an old technique. I call it positive scent association. I have the new potential owner, Gary, wear a t-shirt for a couple days. What this does, it gets his scent all over the t-shirt.
Gary drops the shirt off at the ranch, giving Brandon some time to get to know him better.
You ever had a dog before?
You know, we had a dog when my son was smaller. He's 45 now, so it's probably been 20 years or 25 years since I've had a dog.
So why now?
I find myself in an unfortunate situation. My wife developed Alzheimer's, and about 3 months ago I found it necessary to find a placement for her. So I'm finding living alone is kind of tough. And I'd like to have a dog that I could have around the house for some comfort, and I'd like a dog I could take over to the care center.
Tell me about the memory care unit.
My wife is in a wing that has about 32 people in it. People bring in their dogs from time to time. It's interesting that the dog will connect, the people will connect with the dog sometimes when they are not talking at all. My wife doesn't talk a lot, but she does respond to certain stimuli. And I see people bring in dogs and small children, interestingly enough, are the two things that many of these people respond to when they're not responding to other adults.
Memory care units are unpredictable environments. A lot of moving objects, wheelchairs, walkers. Shadow is a timid dog. I can't be sure that he'll feel comfortable in that type of environment. How about your wife? Does she like dogs?
We've had pets in the past, and she always liked them. And I showed my wife the pictures that she sent me of Shadow, and she smiled. And I don't get a lot of smiles, so I'm encouraged by that.
I see how important it is to Gary to make his wife happy, so that makes it that much more important to me to pull Shadow out of his shell. The one thing I noticed about Shadow right away was he's unsure of new people. He doesn't take to them very quickly. It takes a while, and that's where this t-shirt comes in. Your scent is on that t-shirt, and when he finally meets you, he makes the connection that you are a positive person. You're the person he's supposed to be with. I'll train him with it. He can sleep with it. He can play with it. And everything I do with that t-shirt will be 100% positive. It does have its limitations. It doesn't work on every dog. The question is, will it work on Shadow?
I'm certainly hopeful of it.
When it comes to dog training, there's never any guarantees of the results. In the case of Shadow, I have to form a mutual trust between us, and then transfer that trust from myself to Gary. Can that trust be transferred? That's the big question here.
Coming up, one small step for a dog, one giant leap in training.
I need to be 100% convinced that Shadow can handle himself in a situation like this.
Razor bumps? Get a shave with a touch of aloe. Venus, extra smooth sensitive.
Nobody likes a cracked windshield. But
$6 meal deal. It's a big deal. You get medium iced or hot coffee, sausage, egg, and cheese. It's 6 toasty hash browns. It's the biggest deal on breakfast. Dunkin's $6 meal deal.
Oh, there you go. Nice.
Shadow, the 1-year-old Chihuahua mix's training has been an exercise in trust. Over time, Brandon has been able to earn Shadow's confidence, but bridging the gap between Shadow and Gary will take a token of good faith.
Shadow, come on.
Dogs explore the world through their noses, so I had Gary come to the ranch and bring me a shirt to start the positive scent association training.
It's a t-shirt.
What does it mean, right?
It means nothing to you right now, trust me. It's all going to make sense pretty soon.
Everything Shadow does from here on out at the Lucky Dog Ranch will be with that t-shirt. Whether he's sleeping, playing, whether he's eating, this t-shirt from here on out will be the dog's everything. So when he does meet Gary, he will have a positive experience. He'll trust him.
Hey, Copy. Trust me, you're going to like this t-shirt pretty soon.
But Shadow also needs to feel comfy in a completely new environment.
Now that I know that Gary wants to take Shadow to see his wife in the memory care unit, that poses a whole new group of challenges for me. Things that Shadow will be exposed to in the memory care unit are much different than everyday life. Most likely, he'll be exposed to lots of wheelchairs, lots of walkers, lots of canes. I need to be 100% convinced that Shadow can handle himself in a situation like this.
This calls for a return trip.
So first things first, I grabbed a cane. I'm watching him the whole time to see his body posture. I would say body posture tells the story of what the dog is thinking. He didn't even get fazed by it. Test 1 complete. So the second part of this test, I had a resident of the facility help me out. She grabbed a walker, and I had her stand about 10 feet back and simply walk towards him with the walker. Keeping an eye on him. What is he doing? What is he thinking? If I see any hesitation at all, I have to deal with it right now.
Birdie.
But I see nothing. He pretty much stands his ground and simply moves out of the way as she walks by. Test 2 complete.
But the true test is about to roll in.
I've tested a lot of dogs over the years around wheelchairs, and half the dogs, they don't react very well. It's a scary object. The wheelchair moves closer, and then closer. I'm watching his body posture, keeping a close eye on the leash. Is it tightening up? Is there tension? Do I see him getting anxious? He simply stands his ground.
It's a surprising reaction for such a naturally cautious dog.
I gotta admit, Shadow made it easy for me. But there's still one more final piece of the puzzle that needs to be completed. Okay, how's he gonna react when he meets Gary and Marcia?
Coming up, the moment of truth arrives.
It's gonna go really well, really bad.
Okay, well, all I can do is just put my hand out and sniff you.
Here's a health and wellness tip from Banfield Pet Hospital. If you're planning to introduce a new baby or pet into a household with an existing dog, then try using scent to your advantage. Bring home a blanket or piece of clothing that holds the new family member's scent and introduce it to your current canine companion. This will give your faithful friend some time to acclimate to the change, and it could result in a smoother transition. Shadow, the cautious Chihuahua mix, is slow to trust new people. But by using positive scent association, Brandon has been building Shadow's trust in new owner Gary, a man Shadow has never met. Throughout the week, Gary's shirt has been by Shadow's side. During training, at dinner time, when taking naps, and even while on road trips with Brandon. But will it be enough to inspire Shadow's confidence?
dog for the first time, they can pet the dog and hug it and do whatever they want. But in the case of Shadow and Gary, it's a little bit different.
This union requires a more formal introduction.
Shadow doesn't realize that he's right in front of one of the most positive experiences he's ever had. He just has to simply make the connection between his nose and the scent.
So here, what I want you to do is just put your hand out, let him sniff you. He needs to recognize your scent. It's gonna click in any minute. He knows your scent. He's been smelling it for a long time now. He just has to make the connection.
At first, Shadow was simply looking at me. He wasn't relying on his nose.
And then, the moment of recognition.
There. Shadow turned around and started kissing Gary right on the nose.
He did seem to recognize me, so I was excited about that. Good boy.
What took me a long time to gain Shadow's trust, it took Gary only minutes.
Bet you didn't think Sure could do that, huh?
I had no idea. No idea.
That's the power of the dog's nose.
With their bond officially sealed, Shadow upgrades to his green collar.
You want this? You want this? Come here. Get this off. There. He's been wearing that for quite a while. Don't worry, Gary. I didn't forget about you either.
Oh. Yes, sir. It wasn't my size. You know what that is, huh, Shadow?
What's that, huh?
Yeah, you definitely know what that is. He's all yours now.
Right.
You want to go introduce him to your wife?
I'm ready.
Let's go. Come on.
Coming up, new memories are made when Lucky Dog returns.
Marcia, look at here.
Over the last week, Brandon has been working to overcome Shadow's lifetime of trust issues. He gave Gary his seal of approval, but there's still one connection he's yet to make.
Now that Shadow and Gary have bonded, it was time to go see Gary's wife.
Marcia, look at here. For the last few months, my wife's been very cautious around dogs, but she seemed relaxed with Shadow in her lap. What do you think of this, huh? Do you like holding the puppy?
When Gary placed Shadow in her lap, instantly she reached out and touched him, and that made Gary really happy.
Animals seem to relax people a lot, and I'm confident that that will continue to be the case with Marcia. She seemed really pleased.
So what do you think, Gary? You can take it from here?
I'm sure I can. I'm really excited about this puppy.
Well, Shadow, this is it. You look nice and comfortable, so I think I'll say a quick goodbye. See you later, Shadow. Take care. Take care of him, Gary.
Thank you, thank you.
Bye, Marcia.
I might have been the first person in Shadow's life that he truly trusted. And through me, I could be the bridge and show him that everybody else in the world can be trusted too. Now Gary is that bridge.
And together, they'll make new memories.
Oh, Shadow's delightful. My life will really be different now that I have Shadow.
From hopeless to a home. That's my mission. One dog at a time.
Today on Lucky Dog,
Hi, are you a senior?
a Doberman mix in her golden years gets a golden opportunity.
I want to adopt a senior dog because I work with a dog rescue and I just see how many senior dogs get overlooked.
But
What are you doing out there?
can Cora shed a lifetime of bad habits
She is a terrible jumper.
to make room for new talents?
I'm Brandon McMillan, and I've dedicated my life to saving the lonely, unwanted dogs that are living without hope. My mission is to make sure these amazing animals find a purpose, a family, and a place to call home. Today, one dog will be saved, and one family will have a new best friend. This is Lucky Dog. One of my favorite ways to network is to go to pet adoptions. You really get a sense of the dog's personality in a cage-free environment. It's a great way to find a pet, and it's also a great way to find potential owners.
Uniting loving owners with deserving rescue dogs is Brandon's mission in life.
That's a down. Perfect.
And today, he's about to face a daunting new challenge. Finding a home for a senior dog.
Come on. Let's get you back over the adoption tent. Get you a home. Come on. Come on. Come on.
But before making this rescue, a little bit of sniffing around leads Brandon to hear about one of the volunteers who might be a perfect match.
Hi, Mimi.
Are you with me?
I am.
I'm glad.
Hey, nice to meet you.
I heard you were looking for a senior dog, is that true?
Yes, I am.
I just got contacted by the shelter, and they said they have a really good senior dog.
Yeah.
What kind of personality traits are you looking for?
I want a dog that I can bring with me to work, to friends' houses. I have a lot of friends with kids and other dogs, and just sort of a dog that I can have any and everywhere.
You want them to be active?
Yeah, I'd love to have an active dog. I live at the beach and I'm always outside running around playing volleyball, paddleboarding, everything. So yeah, I'd love a dog I can do all my activities with as well.
All right, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna head to the shelter right now and check her out. If she's a good match, maybe I'll call you. Do you have a business card?
Yeah, you bet. Here you go.
All right, perfect.
Thank you.
You never know. It might be a good match. She's 8 years old, so I'm gonna go to the shelter right now and check her out.
Waiting to greet Brandon is Cora.
Oh, thank you. Are you a senior?
Just hang on here.
Though little is known about Cora's history, her infectious spirit is undeniable.
I get it. What's my number?
I'll tell you what. I'll make you a deal. We keep you friends, and I'll take you out of here. Okay, here's the literature. Get you will be in the shelter. Make sure you don't end up there again. First step in that process is how to get you trained. Here, that's no, come here. It's okay. There you go. There you go. Morning, everyone. Morning. Come on. Go play. Make friends. Make friends. You'll like it here. Welcome to the Lucky Dog Ranch. And now Cora's settled in at the ranch. It's time to assess her training, see what she knows. So I'm going to run her through her knowledge of the 7 common commands, which are sit, stay, down, come, off, heel, and no. So the first thing I do with her is put her on a sit. Can you sit? Look at you. And she sits faster than any dog I've ever seen. You're older experience, aren't you?
Cora's off to a strong start.
Are you going down? Yeah, you're almost there. You're almost there. Looks like someone taught you, but you're not granted.
But soon her assessment hits a few speed bumps.
How's your stay? First I say stay, and she just blows it right away. And so again, I set her up. I say stay, a little stronger, and again she stays for a half a second, and then just walks right out. No. Third time, she actually stayed. It's like, okay, we're off to a pretty good start here. 4th time, she blew it. 5th time, she stayed again. I'm like, something's not working here. Give me a sit.
Inconsistency seems to be the name of the game.
Give me a stay. She's perfect at some commands and sloppy at others. And some, she doesn't even know at all. This dog is all over the place.
But a more annoying behavior is leaping to the top of Cora's training list.
She is a terrible jumper. You can tell with Cora, this is an old habit that's never trained. What happens with a lot of people, when they have a puppy, they think it's cute when the puppy jumps them. And little do they know, they're reinforcing the behavior. Well, in the case of Cora, it's not a cute habit anymore. Now it's a bad habit. So I have to correct this behavior right now.
Brandon runs Cora's leash through an eye bolt.
Gives me a pulley system. Now I have control over her. If she starts to jump, the leash will do the work. And after a few minutes, she has no interest in jumping on me. But she's still on leash, and she's still on the pedestal. What I do is I put her on a sit, and I step on the leash, just enough to where she actually has a little bit of slack where she can start jumping. And instantly she tries to jump, and she learns by trial and error. The leash is going to stop her in her tracks.
When Cora shows no interest in jumping, Brandon removes his foot from the leash and tests her again.
Sure you don't want to jump?
that seems to be broken. Some baggage is harder to shed.
There's something that really stood out to me with Cora. After I rewarded her for her behavior, I pet her on the head, and I noticed as I was petting her, she was really wincing her eyes. It raised a red flag right away. I have a feeling that Cora had had a few dark days in the past.
To confirm his hunch, Brandon tests Cora for abuse.
I just simply lifted my hand in the air. Instantly, she winced her eyes, dropped her whole body. Dogs that have never been hit don't know what that means. They don't react like that.
Cora's past will require special consideration.
I have to be very sensitive to the fact that somebody not only trained her wrong in the past, but treated her wrong. Here, it's all right. It's not gonna come here. I just have to know. Cora had a dark past, but it doesn't mean she can't have a bright future.
Coming up,
My favorite thing is paddleboarding.
Wouldn't that be awesome if I could train her a dog to stand up paddleboard with her?
here's a health and wellness tip from Banfield Pet Hospital. Osteoarthritis is a joint disease that causes painful inflammation and swelling in aging pets. But it can be managed if you follow these steps. Watch your pet's weight. Consider a specialized diet. And make sure your pet gets daily exercise. If you think your pet is showing signs of osteoarthritis, schedule an appointment with your veterinarian. Day 2 of the ranch, and Cora, the 8-year-old Dobie mix, is getting a jump start on her training.
Yesterday I found out Cora has a really bad habit of jumping. So I trained the off command with her, but today I'm going to see if it's stuck. You gonna jump?
No, no, you sure? I'm giving you every opportunity to jump.
She's a smart girl. She learned.
Now that Cora has all 4 paws firmly planted on the ground, Brandon moves on to another important command.
See that? No, no, no.
She's never been taught the meaning of the word no. And the word no is vital for every dog to learn. Now I have to be really careful when I'm teaching her this command because yesterday I found out that like Cora has had a past history of abuse. I don't want to yell this command at her. I don't want to even be too stern. I almost want to make it a fun command where she grasps the concepts. What do you mean? That's not going to get it. That's not going to get it though.
Okay, okay. There we go. That's enough. That's enough. I think you got it.
It's a fruitful day. Not only has Brandon gotten a no out of Cora, he's gotten a yes out of Nikki.
I sent Nikki photos of Cora and she really responded. So today I'm going to Nikki's place to sit down with her and get to know her a little better.
Hey, Brandon.
Hey, how are you?
Nice to see you. So how long have you been chatting?
So how long have you been here?
About 7.5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You like it?
Yep. Love it. The beach is my haven. This is where I want to be. I probably won't ever move.
So what's everyday life like around here?
I do a lot of activities at the beach, run, play beach volleyball, ride my bike, and my favorite thing is paddleboarding.
So why an older dog?
You know, I've been volunteering with dog rescue, road rescue for over 12 years, and I just feel like those dogs are the ones that get passed up the most, and just my heart kind of goes out to them.
It's great she wants to adopt a senior dog. People have this impression that senior dogs are damaged goods, when the reality is senior dogs often come with far less problems than a puppy.
I don't feel like any dog should really be alone in their last years. This hits really close to home for me because my mother, she passed away from cancer not that long ago, and I was able to be with her in her last few days and weeks. I'm kind of doing this in honor of my mother. Like, being there for another being in their last few years might scare somebody, but for me, it's just more meaningful.
With a dog or anybody, it's not about the number of years, it's about the quality of years.
Nikki is perfect, and her selflessness sparks new inspiration in Brandon.
She lives right by the beach, and she loves stand-up paddleboarding. When she told me this, the first thing that clicked in my head was, wouldn't that be awesome if I could train her a dog to stand-up paddleboard with her? Normally, I wouldn't even think about training most dogs for stand-up paddleboarding, especially a senior dog. But Cora is much different. She has a heavy work drive. She's eager to please. This will be the classic case of answering the age-old question. Can you teach an old dog new tricks?
Coming up, Cora shows off her surfing skills in the kitchen.
What are you doing up there? I see we have more work to do on you.
Like many older rescue dogs, Cora has her fair share of bad habits. And today she's about to reveal another.
I had one of my volunteers cutting up some trees for the day, and I walked in the room and I saw Cora putting her paws on the countertop, just having a feast. What are you doing up there? This is a big problem. We call it counter surfing. So I decided to fix the issue right there.
Once again, Brandon utilizes the pulley system.
I set a very large piece of plywood on the floor, and I put an eyebolt through it. I run a lunge line through the eyebolt. I think you'll learn something.
Brandon baits the countertop, then sits back and waits for Cora to make her move.
Off, off. I simply say the word off, and I pull back. Off, off, off.
Eventually, Cora loses interest. But Brandon is hoping she'll be able to channel those surfing skills in a new direction.
Now that I found out that Nikki is an avid paddleboarder, I want to surprise her. I want to teach Cora to paddleboard as well. Today, I'm taking Cora to the Canine Gym and Rehabilitation Center to teach her the basic fundamentals of paddleboarding. The first thing I want to do is just get her used to the board. So I put the board on the ground and I put a couple treats on the board. She actually runs up there right away. Good, good, good. From there, I decided to go a little more advanced. So I picked the board up, now I put it right by the pool. And I put her back on top of the board and I walk it slowly, so a little bit of rocking motion. As I'm doing this, I'm holding her on the leash and I'm feeding her a couple treats. This calms her nerves. There it is. Good, 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 good. She understands the rocks are not going to hurt her. It's just the way the board moves. That's a great view, huh?
But now comes the real test.
The next step in the process was to put the board in the pool.
Brandon starts off by securing the board to the edge of the pool.
The worst thing I could do is put that board free floating in the pool, so if she stepped on it, it would instantly slide away. Then it would become a negative experience.
Oh, look at that. Nice. All the way, all the way. Oh, you get one of these. Good. Oh.
Once Cora gets stable, Brandon guides the board through the water.
This is the trickiest part to teach her, because I have to teach her not to fight the water, but go with it. She has to feel the rocks, feel the motion.
We're gonna turn. We're gonna turn. See?
Today I like what I saw, but it's time to take it to the next level. I'm going to take her to a marina. This will be the ultimate test to see if she's a natural paddleboarder.
Coming up, Cora eggs 10 when Lucky Dog returns. Here's a health and wellness tip from Banfield Pet Hospital. Dogs love the beach, but not all of them are strong swimmers. Senior dogs, small breeds, and dogs with short noses or double coats are considered especially high-risk swimmers. If you plan on enjoying the water with your dog, consider using a life vest or flotation device to ensure their safety. Cora, the 8-year-old dopey mix, is learning how to hang 10, or in her case, 20.
Cora did great in the pool, but that's a very controlled environment. Now it's time to take it up another level. I'm taking her to a lake, which is an open water environment, a lot more elements to deal with. And to top it all off, we're going to be on the board together. This will be her ultimate test. If she can prove to me that she can handle this, she's ready to go paddleboarding with Nikki.
Brandon starts by securing the board to the dock.
And as I was stabilizing the board, she just decides to jump right on the board. That told me everything. It told me that she's a little adventure seeker. She wanted to do this. She wants to have fun. So, paddleboarding we go.
Before they push off, Brandon puts Cora through a quick review.
I rocked the board a little bit. And it didn't even faze her. She stood her ground. So, that's it. We set sail. And I started paddling the board right to the middle of the lake. I was doing very slow paddles, watching her the whole time. seeing what her body language is. Again, I don't want her to be afraid of this. And then when the moment was right, I decided to stand up. And as I start standing up, the board starts wobbling. Instantly, Cora dropped her body posture. She corrected herself. That told me everything I needed to know right there. Cora understands the whole theory of stabilizing herself now.
While some dogs master the doggy paddle, few get a chance at the paddleboard. And for Cora, the helm is exactly where she was born to be.
I could tell she loved it for two reasons. Number one, the smile on her face, and number two, the wag on her tail. The best part about this whole scenario, it wasn't the paddleboarding. It was the fact that when we got back to the dock, she literally tackled me with kisses. And that right there showed the gratitude. That made me happy. In fact, it made me so happy that I gave her a green collar.
Come on. You gotta be mom.
Coming up,
So last time I was here, you told me about your love for paddleboarding.
No way.
1 week ago, 8-year-old Cora watched the world through the bars of a cage. Today, she's upgrading to an ocean view.
Somebody wants to meet you. Come here, Cora.
Brandon walked in with Cora, and I instantly fell in love. She's just so sweet, and she climbed right in my lap and gave me kisses. I know my mom would have loved her. Can you sit for me? Good girl. Sweet.
She's such a love.
Oh.
Did you go shopping for her?
Well, actually, my friends had a puppy shower, which is kind of a new thing. Yes, they had a puppy shower for me, and so Cora has all these new toys.
So last time I was here, you told me about your love for paddleboarding. What surprised me?
Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Look at you.
She's a little surfer
And
girl.
she's smiling. I had no idea that she could do that. It was totally unexpected. So she'll just get right on the
She
board.
hops right on.
Yeah.
Actually, getting her off the board is the hardest part.
Really? So will she do that with me?
Of course you will.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll try.
I would love to try.
You're right.
All right, do it. Oh my god.
Good girl.
Down at the beach, Nikki and Cora set sail on their very first adventure.
It was amazing. I had no expectation that she'd be able to do that with me, and it was so cool to have my little buddy that I'm cruising around with. I cannot wait to do it again. I mean, this is a dream come true having her be out there on the water with me. Really cool.
Goodbyes are always tough, but it's easier knowing that Cora's golden years will be just that. Golden.
What Nikki did for Cora was a perfect tribute to her mother. She took a dog that had basically days to live, and now she has an entire life ahead of her. From homeless to a home. That's my mission. One dog at a time.
Today on Lucky Dog, we're blasting off as Brandon rescues Pluto,
Easy there, buddy.
a Tibetan Terrier mix with out-of-this-world energy. For this family, he could be exactly what the doctor ordered.
The doctor wrote us a prescription right there to get a dog.
But
Hey, is that the kind of energy you have in the house?
will Pluto's marking habit ground the adoption process before it can launch?
I can't make any promises. I'm Brandon McMillan, and I've dedicated my life to saving the lonely, unwanted dogs that are living without home. My mission is to make sure these amazing animals find a purpose, a family, and a place to call home. Today, one dog will be saved, and one family will have a new best friend. This is Lucky Dog.
Come on. Good girl. Good.
Regular exercise is important in maintaining a dog's health. To ensure Roxy, a 1-year-old lab mix, stays in prime shape, Brandon takes her on a morning stroll.
So this guy might have been on the streets for quite some time.
Hey, you.
3-year-old Pluto is the face of neglect.
Hey. What have you done?
Someone doesn't know how to take care of you. You probably never had a bathroom.
Can't even tell where your mirrors are. That's how bad you are. It's all just dreadlocks.
Brandon knows Pluto's scruffy exterior is only cosmetic.
He's really uncomfortable right now, so we're not going to the ranch. We're going straight to the groomers.
Hi, Brandon. Nice to see you. What have you brought me now?
Just pulled this guy from the shelter, and as you can see, he's in pretty bad shape.
Oh, poor guy.
So what do you think? You up for the challenge?
I'm up for the challenge. Looks definitely like a diamond in the rough.
Pluto came into us today. He was severely matted. It breaks my heart to see dogs come in this type of condition.
But that doesn't stop Janelle from working her magic.
I'm gonna make Pluto look like a superstar.
You ready for a nap? All right, Brandon. He's all done.
I think I recognize you, but not really.
Wow.
To complete the look, Brandon caps off Pluto's makeover with a final accessory, a red training collar.
Come on, come on, come on. Thank you so much. See you next time.
A fresh new do is just what the doctor ordered. But down in San Diego, the Cotter family is embracing a different kind of prescription.
I'm Colleen. I live in San Diego, California with my husband David and my twin boys, Finn and Max. Finn is incredibly laid back. I used to call him my Buddha baby. Max is completely the other direction. But we call him the supervisor. Max is very concerned about things. Everything that he encounters, he really internalizes.
But when Max's empathy grew into anxiety, Colleen knew it was time to take action.
We called our pediatrician to ask for some advice. We're hoping for a solution that wouldn't involve a lot of medication.
What they got was an out-of-the-box suggestion.
Have you ever thought about getting a dog for them? Dogs are very helpful with kids and adults when it comes to anxiety, depression. I'd be very happy to write a prescription and see if that works for you guys.
So he wrote us a prescription right there to get a dog, and that was a really great solution for us.
Thank you so much.
Take good care, guys.
Come here, slow it down, slow it down, slow it down. Hold on. Okay, there you go, you're free. Welcome to Lucky Dog Ranch, come on.
Pluto's outgoing personality makes him the perfect playmate. But his gravity-defying energy
Easy there, buddy, easy.
poses the greatest challenge in training.
This dog had way too much energy. That's probably a testament to him getting groomed. This was probably the first time in his life he felt this good. Slow it down. Quick, we're neutral, anything park. I can't start training until I deplete some of that energy. The best way to do that is with exercise. Let me see when we go for a little hike, huh? Yeah, you want that? Yeah. Come on. And to the hills we go. 9 times out of 10, the underlying cause of a dog's bad behavior is too much energy. Thousands of people contact me, tell me about their dogs. They say, my dog won't listen. It doesn't listen to a word I say. I trained him on this and that. And I meet the dog, and the dog is running around the house, running around the yard. I say, your dog doesn't need to be trained. Your dog needs to be exercised.
Luckily, Pluto is reaching the end of his gas tank.
It took a while, but eventually he just plopped down, and that was it. Finally tired, huh? Mission accomplished. All right, come on. Let's get back in the ranch and start training. Come on. Now he's calm. It's time to assess his knowledge of the 7 common commands, which are sit, stay, down, come, off, heel, and no. So I went ahead and asked him to sit, and he sits right away. And I'm like, oh, bingo, this is going to be easy. And then I tell him to stay, and yeah, not so easy.
Other than a come, like that, you get to run. Pluto has little training, but that'll need to wait for another day.
It's getting late. I'm tired. You're tired. Let's start training tomorrow. Oh, come on.
Coming up,
Hey, what was that?
Brandon discovers Grooming is important for maintaining your dog's appearance, but it's also essential for overall health. Knotted hair can pull at your dog's skin, causing pain and irritation. It can also harbor dirt and parasites. So remember, maintaining proper grooming ensures a healthy coat and a happy dog. Newton's law suggests a body in motion tends to stay in motion. Such is the case with Pluto. Before each training session, Brandon works off Pluto's excessive energy on the hiking trail. But hot days require creative solutions.
People always ask, what's the point of teaching your dog to run on a treadmill? If you live in a place like the Northeast or the upper Midwest, where there are ice storms and you can't take your dog out for several days at a time, or in the case of where I'm at in Southern California, the summers can reach triple digits every day. So a treadmill is a great way to exercise your dog. Are you ready? It's very simple.
Brandon acclimates Pluto by offering him treats and connects his harness to the treadmill using 2 leashes.
The worst thing I could do is just simply turn it on and let him start going. It's going to freak him out. So I push start and stop right away. There you go. There you go. Good. Look at that.
Once Pluto gets used to the sensation, Brandon adds time.
It's 10 seconds, and then 20. And within a few minutes, I had Pluto moving at a nice, steady speed. Oh, look at that. Nice. Look at that. Are you pro?
Pluto is hitting his stride.
Good.
He's also hitting his marks.
For the past few days, I've looked around the house, and I noticed there's a few markings here. But I have my suspicions that it's Pluto.
Correcting the behavior entails catching Pluto in the act. So Brandon brings Pluto inside and lets him sniff around.
Within a few minutes, lo and behold, he lifts his leg, and boom, gotcha. Caught your yellow pod.
Hey, what was that? Is that you, huh? Is that the kind of manners you have in the house?
To a dog, marking is 100% natural behavior outside. When they bring that territory marking indoors, now it becomes a bad habit.
And alleviating it will require a bit of reverse psychology.
Well, I take the leash and I tie it around the leg of the table right where he marked. And I leave just enough slack where he can stand up and lie down only. So if he wants to mark that area, he likes it so much, now he gets to stand next to it.
There. Why don't you take some time to think about that?
Pluto's behavior earns him a 20-minute timeout.
You learn your lesson? Yeah, it's no fun, huh?
But old habits die hard.
About 15 minutes later, lo and behold, Pluto once again lifts his leg.
Congratulations. You learned another one.
So, once again, I repeat the process. 20 more minutes tethered.
It's clear this little habit is becoming a big problem.
Pluto needs to learn this, and learn this right now. Otherwise, I don't feel comfortable giving it to his new family.
Coming up,
I hope you will see.
a new challenge threatens to send Pluto's training spinning out of orbit.
So let me get this straight. You plan on taking it to these open houses?
Yes.
The new Boost Mobile will have unlimited talk, text, and data for $25 per month. And what do you not play that? That is not important. So, if I quit right now, I will still get it. Yes, but are you quitting? No, I'm quitting.
Hi, I'm checking in. Oh my gosh, I'm a huge fan. Oh, thank you. I love skinny pop. Anyway, what's her name? Jennifer Aniston. I'm not saying that Jennifer Aniston. Oh no, not Anderson. Aniston. I'm so sorry, Miss Aniston. I thought you said her name was Jennifer. It is. Sorry, I can't think straight. Can I just? Yeah, sure. Oh, skinny pop. Popular for a reason. This spring, cost savings are in the air. And on that table, and on them. Even them. Ross. Even those. Yeah. Save 20 to 60% off other retailers' prices on brands you love. At Ross.
And yeah, there we go. Nice and smooth. Look at that. Perfect. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Perfect.
Pluto, the 3-year-old Volta Terrier, Alex is turning into a star
And a heel. There we go.
His success is largely due to his daily workouts, which drain his excessive energy and get him focused. But after today's session, Brandon takes his own hike down to San Diego.
Today I'm visiting the Cotter family to see if they're a good match for Pluto.
Hi, Brandon. Great. Come on in. Everybody's playing out back.
Hi. David, Brandon, all right?
This is Finn and this is Max.
Are they all right?
Just, yes.
So why do you want to talk to them?
Primarily for Max. He's always been a really passionate kid, and lately he's had trouble with biting his nails and also not sleeping very well. So we reached out to the pediatrician, and one of the really interesting things he suggested was a dog, because when our friend comes over with her dog, Max is really relaxed.
Pluto's a very sweet dog with kids, so we're off to a really good start. And then Colleen hit me with a curveball.
I work in real estate. When we're at open houses, we've noticed when someone comes up to you and says, "Can I help you?" a lot of times people are like, "No, I'm just looking. Whereas when we've had a dog visit our open houses, it just melts away a lot of that tension.
The icebreaker.
It is the icebreaker.
So let me get this straight. You plan on taking him to these open houses?
Yes.
How many do you have a week?
We have usually 4 a week.
I'm going to bring this up right now because there's a potential problem that I saw with Pluto at the ranch. He's got a bad marking problem. Marking is a dog's way of saying, this is my territory. So the more new environments Pluto encounters, the more he'll be compelled to mark. Here's the reality of the situation. I can guarantee you that he won't be marking in your house, but in all these open houses, I can't make any promises.
Because it's a new environment.
If there be multiple new environments, week after week,
I'm really looking for a dog that's going to partner with me. If Pluto's marking issue continued, that would be a deal breaker for us.
I'm not going to make any promises here, but I'll try my best.
Thanks. Thank you, Brandon.
Coming up,
Carpet.
he's been pre-approved by Brandon.
Yeah, I see you sniffing.
But is Pluto in danger of defaulting on the deal?
We are looking at a property that's close to the $2 million range, so I'm a little bit nervous about Pluto.
Here's a health and wellness tip from Banfield Pet Hospital. Daily exercise is vital for every dog, but the amount of activity needed depends on your pet's age. Most adult dogs should exercise twice a day for at least 30 minutes to stay fit, whereas puppies should get 5 minutes of activity for every month of age during their twice daily workouts. So a 3-month-old puppy needs 15 minutes of exercise twice a day to maintain optimal health. Pluto, the 3-year-old Tibetan Terrier mix, has mastered the great outdoors. But it's his indoor skills that need the most work.
For the past few days, Pluto has been getting a crash course in mark training, or as I like to call it, mark busting. A dog marking in anyone's home is unacceptable, but where Pluto's going, it's especially vital because Colleen is a real estate agent. She plans on taking Pluto to all these open houses. If Pluto has a bad marking problem, he's going to ruin deals for her left and right.
Luckily, after a few days of reinforcement, Pluto seems to be seeing the error of his ways.
He's doing well with me in the room. The real question is, can I trust him to be left alone? To truly find out, I'm going to step outside with a monitor. Right away, it's party time for a dog, so he grabs a few toys and starts playing with them, jumping on the couch, running all over. Next thing you know, he goes to an area that he marked a few days earlier and starts sniffing it. When a dog marks an area once, guaranteed they're going to mark it twice. And he just walks away from it. I'm like, wow, check mark, good for you.
To Brandon's surprise, Pluto remains on his best behavior.
2 hours came and went, and he did not mark once. Hey, come here. Pluto did a great job. He passed the test here at the Murray Ranch. But the real test is to see how he'll do at Colleen's open house. Today is the ultimate test for Pluto. I'm taking him to one of Colleen's open houses to see how he does. If Pluto can handle this house, he can handle any house.
Thank you for coming.
Somebody wants to meet you.
He's so cute. I can't wait to bring him back to my house and have my family play with him.
But before that can happen, Pluto must prove he can close the deal.
Are the clients arriving soon?
What should be any moment now?
All right, I'll tell you what. Let me show him around the house,
Okay.
and let the test begin.
Perfect. I'm a little close to the $2 million range. So we've got a certain clientele that we've invited to this open house.
Go on, have a sniff everywhere, explore. All kinds of stuff to mark on. You may not do it.
It isn't long before Pluto's test hits critical mass.
Carpet, the game changer.
As he walked into the master bedroom, I noticed the floor had a lot of evidence of another dog that was once here.
Yeah, I see you sniffing.
If there's one reason a dog will ever mark, it's to mark over another dog's old mark.
Coming up, does Pluto have what it takes to pass his real estate exam?
If his bad habit's gonna come back anywhere, it's gonna come back right here.
Go on, have a sniff. Explore.
Pluto, the 3-year-old Tibetan Terrier, mixes a real estate aficionado. He's been marking territory since he moved into Lucky Dog Ranch. But today, he has to prove he's got curb appeal.
I noticed the floor had a lot of evidence of another dog that was once here. If there's one reason a dog will ever mark, it's to mark over another dog's old marking. Come here. So I showed Pluto the area. What is that?
Someone that looked just like you did that. Just because they do it doesn't mean you have to.
And he had every opportunity to show his old bad habits. But he moved on.
To Brandon's relief, Pluto shows remarkable restraint. But can he engage the clientele?
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
My dog Pluto is here.
Hi, Pluto.
He is very friendly.
Yes.
Yes, he's super friendly. Hey there, honey.
He's so sweet.
Isn't he?
Does he come in the house?
As the day went on, Colleen showed new potential buyers the house, and Pluto tagged along like he owned the place.
By the end of the day, everyone seems delighted by Pluto's charms. Most importantly, Colleen.
I thought he was great. He really came up to a lot of the people and they felt at ease, and that's exactly what I was hoping for. He's a great partner.
And most importantly, I didn't see him mark once.
That's awesome.
I'm so happy. I think he gets one of these.
So he's graduating.
He
Fantastic.
is graduating.
Fantastic.
Having passed his real estate exam, Pluto is now ready for his own home.
You want me to introduce him to the rest of the family?
Yes, and the boys will be so excited. I can't wait to see their expressions. I think it's going to be magical. Here he is. Here he is. That is awesome. Go and say hi to Pluto.
It's a special moment, especially for Max.
You shared his favorite doll with Pluto. He's excited. Sharing that with Pluto is a big deal, and I think they're going to be really close buddies.
All I think he wants to do is go play in the yard. See, I thought he's got energy. He wants to go see that big backyard.
Let's go.
Come on, Pluto. That's your yard, Pluto.
While Pluto sniffs out his future, Brandon takes one last opportunity to remind the Cotters of his past.
Look at this.
Wow, look at that.
This right here was covering him when I first put him in the shelter. So this is past life. I'll never have to worry about that again.
It made me really sad to think that someone would let their dog deteriorate to that point. It broke my heart.
I never want Pluto to look like that again. And the family promised me that it never would. Well, he's all yours.
Thank you so much. Oh, we're so happy. Thank you so much, Brendan.
Stay out of trouble, Pluto. Take care of the guy.
Thank you.
Whenever I pull any dog out of the shelter, the dog always goes through a huge transformation. In the case of Pluto, he not only went through behavior and training, but he went through a physical transformation. A simple grooming and a whole lot of exercise made all the difference. Now, he's the perfect dog, perfect family. From hopeless to a home. That's my mission. One dog at a time.
Today on Lucky Dog, a bonded pair is stuck in the shelter and running out of time.
You have 2 senior dogs, one's not doing well, and time is of the essence.
It'll be a challenge to find a family that will take both dogs together.
Typically, there's not a lot of people interested in older dogs, especially
chips or big chew.
Not getting where you need to be? Learn more at letgo.com.
The all-new Indian Scout.
I'm Eric Weese, and this is my wife, Rashi. And we've dedicated our lives to saving the lonely, unwanted dogs that are living without hope. Our mission is to make sure that these amazing animals find a purpose, a family, and a place to call home. Today, one dog will be saved, and one family will have a new best friend. This is Lucky Dog.
Presented by Cosequin Joint Health Supplements. Today, Eric and Rashi are in Smithtown, New York, visiting with Air Force veteran and volunteer fire department captain David Day, who is joined by his service dog, Twig.
Thank you so much for sitting down with us. Wanted to give a little bit of history on how you acquired Twig.
Back in December of 2016, I was in a pretty catastrophic car accident. At some point in the drive, I became unconscious. They don't know if I fell asleep or passed out. So I rear-ended a semi while my car was going 62 miles an hour. I did massive damage to the entire left side of my body. Obviously, I had the amputation of the arm. They almost had me amputate my leg. A lot of facial trauma. It was a long recovery period.
David now has mobility issues, which Twig helps him with.
He can retrieve items for me. He can get my phone. If I'm carrying stuff with my only hand, he can open doors. He can activate an emergency button and get help. Probably the biggest benefit I get from him is that constant companion, the constant love, and just the melting of stress every day.
Seeing what Twig was trained for has just been incredible.
David received Twig from America's Vet Dogs, a nonprofit organization that trains and places service dogs with disabled veterans and first responders.
It's actually a multi-phase process. So when the puppies leave here, they go out to our 12 prison partners, and the puppies work with the inmates, building those core competencies of push, pull, and retrieve. When the dogs are recalled at approximately 15 months of age to our campus here in Smithtown, then our professional instructors take those core skills and turn them into the advanced things that somebody's going to need to help them mitigate their disability.
Recipients then spend 2 weeks on campus learning how to work with their new service dog. This life-changing service is possible because of donors, volunteers, and sponsors like Nutramax Laboratories.
Nutramax provides program graduates with joint health supplements for their dogs free of charge. It's just so important that we give back to those who are willing to sacrifice for us. And joint health is so important for service dogs because they're doing a lot of tasks that could put strain on those joints.
Really does help these dogs, and our students are extremely grateful for that.
Dave, it was a pleasure meeting you. Thank you so much for showing us everything that we can do. And Twig, I hope we see you again, man.
Do you want to say goodbye?
Oh, come on, Twig.
Nice meeting you guys.
Yeah, you as well.
Take care.
Bye.
As the day wraps up, Rashi receives a text message from a shelter back in California.
Oh wow, this is a unique situation. They have a bonded pair that's available. Dog named Sydney, she's 7 years old. She's about 6 pounds. She's a Terrier Chihuahua mix. And they also have 4. That's very cute. He's also 7 years old. And they mentioned that Sydney was labeled by the shelter as very skittish.
You have 2 senior dogs. One's not doing well, and time is of the essence. So as soon as we get back to LA, we're going to get these dogs out of the shelter.
Once Eric and Rashi are back in Los Angeles, they head to the shelter.
Oh, there they are.
Oh,
Hey.
Hi guys.
Sydney and Thor are excited to have visitors,
Let's get you out of here, okay?
and even more eager to be rescued. They each get their own escort out of the shelter. Back at the ranch, this diminutive duo receives the deluxe spa package, which includes a nice warm bath.
Keep your eye out, and I got something for you, okay?
The bonded pair also received matching collars, complete with bronze training medals.
Good job, guys. Okay, let's go.
Eric brings Sydney and Thor out to the empty training yard to let them explore. seem to enjoy their new surroundings.
Yeah, I know.
And Rashi comes out to join in on the fun. As the dogs begin to feel more relaxed, their personalities start to emerge.
Hi.
Thor is very energetic and playful. Sydney is more laid back and enjoys belly rubs. It's clear that the two will bring a lot of life and love into their new home. And they might be exactly what one retired couple in San Diego, California is looking for.
My name is Tony. I'm married to Patricia. We've been married for over 21 years now. I used to work for the federal government with the Indian House Service. We kept track of the health status of the Native American population.
Before I retired, I was working for the federal government as a biostatistician, taking care of health statistics of the Native American population in our country.
Tony and Patricia like to stay active by walking and traveling. Patricia enjoys making ceramics, playing the piano, and doing yoga. Tony spends his free time gardening, reading, and volunteering at a museum. They previously had two dogs that became best friends.
You know, they did everything together, and we had a big backyard, and they'd be racing in that backyard and having fun together, and we saw how important it was to have two dogs.
Sadly, both Gus and Louie have passed away, and their absence has left a void.
It took us a while to get over the passing of our last dog, but we feel now is a good time. We need that companionship.
Tony and Patricia are hoping to rescue a bonded pair.
For us, it's just that much more fun and that much more life in the house. It's a good thing.
Before Eric can determine if Sydney and Thor are the right bonded pair for the D'Angelos, he'll have to do an assessment.
Today, Rashi and I are going to be assessing the knowledge of the 6 classic cues, which are sit, stay, down, come, leave it, and location. I want to make sure that we're not separating them too much from one another in the beginning. And Rashi is there to help me hold one while I work with the other.
Let's see what we know. Yes. That was a good coming call. Let's see if we lose. Yes. That was good. What about a down from there? Let's do it. Yes. Wow.
Love it. What about stay? So far, so good. Someone's worked with you before, Thor.
Yes.
With Thor, he actually impressed me. As little as that guy is, he has a huge brain. What about leave it?
Yeah, I didn't think so. I got you on one of them.
Leash walking actually was okay. Yes. He needs a little bit of work with that, but all in all, good foundation. Now moving to Sydney.
Let's see if you're as good as your brother.
It's kind of the same thing as Thor.
Yes.
You can definitely tell they're two birds of a feather. What about a stay?
Not bad. Kind of like your brother. Okay, so far so good.
One of the major differences between Thor and Sydney was the leash walking.
Let's see if we can walk a little bit on the leash. What about it?
She just kind of sat or lied down and didn't want to follow. So it's going to take a little bit of work to get her comfortable, but they're going to be really fun to work with. I'm really excited to get these two out in the real world and see what they can do.
It will take some time. Yeah. All right, guys. Let's call it a day. Come on.
Coming up, Eric and Rashi face the challenge of finding a home for both Sydney and Thor.
Typically, when you're working with a bonded pair to get adopted and they're a little bit older, it takes some time to find that adopter.
Health and wellness moment from Cosequin. Service dogs like Twig can provide life-changing assistance to their human companions. But as these dogs age, joint issues can hamper their ability to carry out the tasks that they've been trained to perform, affecting their overall quality of life as well. Signs of potential joint issues that all pet parents should look out for include stiff and swollen joints, limping, slowness in getting up after lying down, and difficulty climbing stairs. If your dog exhibits symptoms of joint issues, a veterinary exam is recommended to help diagnose any possible medical conditions and determine an appropriate treatment plan. Eric and Rashi recently rescued Sydney and Thor from the shelter. Since they're a bonded pair, Rashi has been looking for a home that will take the two dogs together.
We're talking to a wonderful family today. It's a couple that's retired in San Diego. They're looking for 2 dogs, and they're looking for small dogs.
You guys are small. You guys are multiple. This could be a good fit.
Typically, when you're working with a bonded pair to get them adopted and they're a little bit older, it takes some time to find that adopter. So I was really pleasantly surprised that she
actually may have found a family.
The next day, Eric and Rashi sit down to video chat with Tony and Patricia D'Angelo.
Hi, hello, how are you?
Good.
We're really excited to get a chance to talk to you this morning. Can you tell me a little bit about yourselves?
I'm retired. My interests include ceramics and piano.
I'm retired too. I like to walk, I like to garden, I like to read, and I do volunteer work.
Tell me a little bit about your previous history with dogs. Have you had dogs before?
We had 2 dogs. Gus was a cockapoo, good as gold, and Louie was a bright little dog.
Gus and Louie brought Tony and me so much joy and never a dull moment with the humorous things and sweet things that they would do.
It was very sad with Gus because towards the end, he wasn't the same. It wasn't our Gus anymore. And he was very confused, would bump into walls. And then we just had Louie. He lived to be almost 17, and the last couple of years he had diabetes, but he was able to live with it. And because he was such a fighter, it was very hard to see our last dog pass.
So what would it mean for you guys to get the other 2 dogs into your household?
It's like bringing life into the house again.
What breed of dogs are you looking for? Do you have something specific in mind, size, anything like that?
We want small dogs because we want to take them with us when we do things. If we want to go on an airplane, we can take them on the plane with us.
Because we're older, we think that it'd be nice to get older dogs as well, just so that they're friendly and like to walk.
I know you like taking them for walks around your neighborhood. Do you ever use one of the strollers or backpacks or anything like that?
We do. We have a very nice stroller that will actually accommodate both of them.
I would make sure that Sydney and Thor would potentially want to join them on these little excursions, whether it's a walk or they're in carriers of some sort. We did just rescue a pair of dogs that have bonded together. We think they'll be a good fit for you, but we're still assessing their temperament, but can I keep you posted on the progress?
That'd be great. Absolutely.
Awesome. Typically, there's not a lot of people interested in older dogs, especially 2. So this could be a good fit for them. It was a pleasure speaking with you. We'll talk to you soon, okay?
Great. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
All right. Bye.
Coming up next, Eric begins Sydney's and Thor's training, but soon discovers that one of them would rather lie down on the job.
That's a nice little rollover.
Bonded pair Sydney and Thor have been adjusting to life at the ranch. After receiving lots of love and attention, Eric has earned their trust.
All right.
He now thinks they're ready to begin training on the 6 classic cubes.
Today I'm going to be working on sit and down with Thor in our training yard. See if we can get into a sit up plan. Yes. He's really responding well to lure. Yes. And eventually working up to a hand signal. Yes. So now working towards that verbal cue. As I offer that hand signal, I'm just saying sit. Sit. And I'm really happy that he's starting to pair the 2 together. While he's in that sitting position, I just take a treat and I lure it down to the ground, and then I lure out so it kind of stretches his body out.
Eric then introduces the hand signal for down.
Down. Yes. Good job. Great foundation for Thor. I'm really excited to see what else he has in him.
We'll take a little break.
All right, let's go.
Next, Eric works with Sydney on the coming when called and sit cues.
All I wanted her to do is target my fingertips when working with her on coming when called. All right, Sydney. She's coming over, touching my fingertips, and then immediately rolling over and submitting, and I'm petting her chest and belly just to start to build more of that trust.
Oh, so cute. It's very cute, but that's not what we want to do.
I just have to kind of hang that treat over her head a little bit longer to get her engaged, to make sure she doesn't default into that rollover. Yes.
Oh, good job. Very proud of you.
Because she's such a timid dog, the fact that she's able to come over and touch my fingertips to get the reward is really awesome. By the end of our training session, Sydney seemed very happy. We actually ended with some belly rubs, so it was really cool.
During the training break, Eric and Rashi reviewed pictures of Tony and Patricia's home.
They have a yard, there's a grass area, looks nice and enclosed. Oh, I think this is going to be great.
Yeah.
Pleased with what he sees, Eric continues training, and soon Sydney and Thor have mastered all 6 classic cues.
Okay, guys.
Yeah, it's very good.
To the achievement? Both dogs receive silver medals.
Oh, good job, guys. We're all set.
Up next, Sydney and Thor discover new modes of transportation. Here's a health and wellness tip from Cosequin. We work hard to keep our pets healthy, but did you know that having a pet can help you stay healthy? That's right. Studies have shown that having a pet can lower blood pressure, ease symptoms of depression, reduce bone loss, and increase blood circulation. Plus, walking a dog can help us stay physically active and promote weight loss. Lucky Dog is presented by Cosequin Joint Health Supplements. Dynamic duo Sydney and Thor may be small in size, but they've made great strides in their training. Now it's time for Eric to prepare them for life with their future family.
Because Patricia and Tony mentioned that they used to take their old dogs in a stroller, I want to see if Sydney and Thor can also do that so they can still enjoy that activity. So I get to take them to a park, and I think they're really enjoying being strolled around, just loving life, looking around. I'm comfortable enough that if Patricia and Tony want to utilize a stroller, Sydney and Thor will be a good set of companions.
Since Patricia and Tony love to travel and want to take their new dogs with them, Eric and Rashi acclimate Sydney and Thor to car travel. Eric also works to acclimate the dogs to travel carriers so they can go on flights.
First thing I want to do is let them investigate and treat them as they investigate the cases.
Very good, guys. Good job.
Sydney and Thor are doing great in these. I think they value them as like their little den. I'm ready to actually get these cases closed up.
Nice and easy. Nice and easy.
Once they seem to be settled nicely, I'm able to move about the training space.
Sure.
It's really cool to see them acclimated not only to the case and just being inside of it, but also being moved.
Down. Here we go.
Sydney and Thor have passed their training with flying colors, which means they have earned their gold graduation medals.
Good job, guys.
Coming up, Sydney and Thor begin their next chapter in life.
We fell in love with them right away. Love at first sight.
When Lucky Dog returns. Lucky Dog is presented by Cosequin Joint Health Supplements. A short time ago, Sydney and Thor were stuck in the shelter. Not only were their futures uncertain, but there was no guarantee that the bonded pair would be adopted together. Luckily, Eric and Rashi rescued them and found a family that was eager to give both of them a home together.
Today's a big day for Sydney and Thor. Today we're meeting Patricia and Tony at a park.
Patricia and Tony. Hi. How are you guys doing? Patricia and I sat down at this picnic table, and who do we see? But Rashi and Eric and two little dogs. What a great surprise.
Say hi, Cindy.
They were very cute and very lovable, and we fell in love with them right away. Love at first sight.
What do you guys think?
I'm happy.
Yeah.
We've been waiting to meet them. Sydney has the cutest ears. They're a completely different color from the rest of her. Nature couldn't have done a better job with that. Thor, he's just like a little boy. Really cute.
Well, do you guys think you can take it from here?
Yeah, I think they're a great match.
All right.
I'm looking forward to it.
With the match confirmed, it's time for Eric and Rashi to say goodbye.
Bye-bye, Cindy. Oh.
Thank you. As much as I love them both, I'm so thrilled that we found a couple that has the time for that and is so excited to have two new furry companions to join their home.
Thank you. All right, be good guys, okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Where is it go?
Mr. Thor, Miss Sydney, you're in good hands.
Say bye.
Okay.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
It's been about 8 months since we've had a dog in our life. And now having these two dogs to take care of is something that's important to us.
Sydney and Thor will improve our life in many ways. I can see us sitting on the sofa, watching TV in the evening, going for neighborhood walks.
I think the future looks great for Sydney and Thor. I know that they're going to get the love that they deserve.
From hopeless to a home. That's our mission. One dog at a time.
Our snack bars have energizing organic oats and the taste kids love because adventure needs fuel.
For my pubic area, I choose the Venus Pubic Razor, made for coarse hair and thin skin, with an irritation defense bar to help protect my skin or shave with almost no better results. Get a shave made for your skin. My skin, my way. Venus.
Today on Life.
Birdie, what happened to your show? What happened to your show?
Dog.
There we go.
A malnourished
There we
stray
go.
with her future in jeopardy.
So right now, our time at the ranch has nothing to do with dog training. It has everything to do with keeping her healthy.
And a heartbroken family trying to find a way to move forward.
At the same time that Max started deteriorating, I started losing my vision.
Both in need of healing, and more importantly, a sense of hope.
I'm Brandon McMillan, and I've dedicated my life to saving the lonely, unwanted dogs that are living without home. My mission is to make sure these amazing animals find a purpose, a family, and a place to call home. Today, one dog will be saved, and one family will have a new best friend. This is Lucky Dog.
Presented by Cosequin Joint Health Supplements. Bulldogs are known for their stout frames. But too much weight can put unnecessary pressure on their short legs and stress their respiratory system. To ensure Lucy stays fit and gets regular exercise, Brandon engages her in a little playtime. But this slugfest will have to wait.
Alright, enough kisses for the day. Come on. We gotta go. Come on. I just got a text from the shelter saying they have a 2-year-old poodle mix that apparently was adopted not long ago, but then she was returned back into the shelter because she's got an upper respiratory infection. They say she's very sweet, seems to be good with dogs, people, but because of this infection, she's getting overlooked now time and again. And because of this little girl, she's stuck in the shelter with time running out quickly. So I'm gonna get down there and see what I can do. There you are. I can you from a mile away. You feeling alright in there? Oh, you're a tiny room in there. Let me tell you about a look at you.
At first glance, 2-year-old Maddie looks like the picture of health, but looks can be deceiving.
You're just getting mild on one. Yeah, you're not healthy. I'll tell you what. Let's get out of here. Let's get you to a vet. Come on.
Alarmed by Maddie's condition, Brandon immediately schedules an appointment for an exam.
Hey, Callie, how are you? This is little Maddie. She has an appointment with Dr. Garcia.
Couldn't better run through today.
Cool, thanks.
Hey Brandon, how are you?
How you doing?
Good, where's up?
Good to see you again.
So this is Maddie, right?
This is Maddie. I just got her from the shelter. You can see she's a little underweight.
Yeah, very thin.
She currently has an upper respiratory infection. Apparently she had worms at the shelter. I don't know if it's been cleared up yet. She looks extremely malnourished, obviously. And she's only 5.5 pounds, and she's just in bad shape. I want to get your opinion on what to do here.
Yeah, she looks like she could probably gain another pound and even a pound and a half. I think if she got her to 6.5 to 7 pounds in that range, I mean, she'd probably be perfect.
A pound and a half doesn't sound like much, but it's a lot of weight for a dog like this.
Yeah, she's only 5 pounds, so a pound and a half, it's quite a lot. Alright, so moving forward, let's give her a physical exam, make sure she doesn't go out.
Dr. Garcia checks Maddie's eyes, ears, and teeth,
Her teeth look okay. Got mild tartar, but they're not bad.
as well as her heart and lungs.
Everything sounds great on her lungs. Her symptoms are just related to an upper respiratory tract infection, so the antibiotics I prescribed should take care of that. I'm going to do an orthopedic exam and check all of her joints. So I feel here. You turn the lip there, you saw that? Usually that's a sign of pain and discomfort. That's how we now see her. Yeah. But her range of motion seems good. I think it's very mild. The breed poodles suffer from hip dysplasia, who's have started on supplements to support joint health and joint function. And we have a Cosequin mini since she's only 5 pounds. It's 1 daily for the first month, and then you're going to give 1 every other day for maintenance after that. Okay? Alright, so poor little Maddie, she's got a few issues, but all of them can be fixed. The main thing is dewormer will take care of the parasites. You're going to have some antibiotic course that's going to take care of her upper respiratory. She should be able to train once you finish the antibiotic course, because it may take a week or 2.
Okay.
Okay?
Thanks, Doc.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
All right, no problem. Take care.
Talk to your veterinarian before providing any health supplements to your pet. Back at the ranch.
Alright, you just stay right there while I put your outfit on. You ready? Game on you.
Maddie earns her red training collar.
Perfect fit. You have the tiniest neck and history of all money dogs.
But meeting the pack will have to wait until she's 100% healthy.
After taking Maddie to the vet, I realized how serious her condition is. She has an upper respiratory infection and she's completely malnourished. So right now, her time at the ranch has nothing to do with dog training. It has everything to do with keeping her healthy.
Brandon starts her on a nutrient-rich diet, joint supplements, and a daily regimen of antibiotics for her respiratory infection.
I know I hate it, Joe, but you gotta have it.
Though training is on the back burner, the downtime gives Brandon the chance to get to know Maddie and consider her placement. Her diminutive size and cuddly disposition makes her a perfect lap dog. And one family on Brandon's list happens to be looking for a fuzzy little ray of sunshine.
My name is Gay. I live in Seal Beach, California with my husband Rob and our dog Lacey.
Though Gay and Rob's life seems idyllic on the surface, the last few years have been fraught with sadness and loss. First, with the passing of one of their two dogs.
Lacey is still with us, but she is deaf and blind and over 17, so we know we're facing another loss.
Then, with Gay's unfortunate diagnosis of macular degeneration.
In the last year, I've lost quite a bit of vision to the point where I can no longer drive.
Gay's depression helps to have a focus, and I could see her light up when she would talk about getting a new family member. We're looking for a small dog, easygoing, playful.
A dog that we can change the focus from the sadness that we've been experiencing to something more positive and more life-affirming.
A sweet and affectionate lapdog like Maddie could be the perfect pick-me-up for Gay and Rob. But before that, she'll need to face her own uphill battle.
You are underweight, my little one. Not even 5.5 pounds. It's weight on you.
Coming up, Gay opens up about her personal struggles.
And I know that it's going to get worse because that's the nature of the disease.
A few short days ago, Brandon rescued 2-year-old Maddie from the shelter. But this poodle mix's training was immediately put on hold when Maddie was diagnosed with an upper respiratory infection. Instead of training, Brandon focuses on bonding with Maddie and nursing her back to health. In the meantime, he heads down to Seal Beach to meet potential pet parents Gay and Rob.
Gorgeous home. How long did you live here?
Thank you.
Be our 10-year anniversary
10-year anniversary.
September.
And you're right by the beach.
Pretty close.
Yeah. What's your everyday life like?
We walk, we go downtown. Downtown Seal Beach is very quaint. We go to cafes.
And I'm assuming that a new dog in your life you want to do these same activities with.
Absolutely. We'd like to take a new dog everywhere we can with us.
So tell me about your experience with dog.
We have Lacey, and she's 17 now. We had Max as well. Max passed away 10 months ago. He was my little buddy. And at the same time, I've been losing my vision to macular degeneration.
Apparently Gay is legally blind, and this has caused her a lot of depression recently because she can't drive anymore and she can't live the normal life that she once could.
And I know that it's going to get worse because that's the nature of the disease. So I felt that it was time for us to have a different focus, a happy focus. And it would be like a shot of adrenaline in terms of the sadness that's been going on. It's been a tough year.
What would be the ideal dog you'd like to see in your house now?
A small dog, one that's pretty mellow and adaptable, plays well with other dogs.
This is a very pet-friendly property.
Yeah, so we have a doggy door. The dog can go out, go down a couple of steps, and then to gravel.
And so you want your dogs to go to the bathroom specifically in this area, no other area?
Yeah.
It makes things tricky because A, Maddie doesn't even know a dog door yet, and B, it's very difficult to explain to a dog you have to use the bathroom in one specific area. There's one dog in particular that stuck out of my mind that I think she'd be great for you. Her name is Maddie. She's a very tiny poodle mix. Very sweet. She came from the shelter very malnourished. She had an upper respiratory infection. So until I get her 100% healthy and trained, obviously I can't even tell you if she's the right dog for you. But right now, everything's looking like it is.
That'd be great. The fact that Brandon thinks that he may have a dog for us is so uplifting.
So on that note, I'm going to get back to the ranch, and I'll be in touch with both of you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Coming up, Maddie learns to hone her business skills when Lucky Dog returns. Lucky Dog is presented by Consequent Joint Health Supplements. Just a few weeks ago, 2-year-old Maddie came to the ranch sick and malnourished. But after a steady course of antibiotics, regular meals, and snuggles, she's finally healthy and cleared for training. Which means it's time to meet the pack.
All right, guys. I'm going to team another one here. All right, hold on. Go on. Welcome to the Lucky Dog Ranch.
Maddie savors her first recess with the other lucky dogs.
All right.
The next morning, class begins.
Step into my office. Today I'll be doing Maddie's assessment of her knowledge of the 7 common commands. Sit, stay, down, come, off, heel, and no. What do you know? What do you not know? The first thing I have her do is sit. Do you sit? Do you know how to sit down? No? Do you know? Do you lie down? Do you know a no? Do you know a no? No? I asked her to stay, stay. She had not a clue what I was saying. She had no idea what the heel was. You do not know what that means because you're like a little wind-up doll. Do you come? Her recall or come command was a foreign language. That's the wrong direction. And she's a jumper. You are. And you're a kisser too. And you're a ballerina. So it's safe to say this dog is a 100% complete blank slate. You don't know sit. You don't know come. You don't know stay. And you're a jumper. Let's get started. Come on, keep up.
With that, Maddie kicks off her common command training.
And then we heel.
But obedience isn't the only thing she needs to learn.
When I did the home visit of Gay Johnson, one of the requests that she had was to teach Maddie to go to the bathroom in one specific spot in her yard. Maddie knows how to use the bathroom on the turf I have here at the ranch. So all I'm going to do here is take a small patch of that turf and move it into an area with no turf around it at all. When I get outside, I place her inside my little barrier with a patch of turf. From there, all I have to do is wait her out. The moment she goes, there you go. Go! Here you go. I quickly reward her and let her know that this is exactly what I wanted you to do. From there, all I'm going to do is repeat the process.
Over the next few days, Maddie becomes conditioned to using the small piece of turf.
There you go. Good girl. All right, come on. 1, 2, 3, up now.
And eventually, when Brandon removes the barrier, Maddie still knows exactly where to go.
Good girl. There you go. Good girl. Here. She now trained the turf outside. But the big question is, will that transfer over to Gay Johnson's house in her new yard?
Coming up,
All the way.
Brandon takes Maddie's house training to a new level.
She's been trained to all the elements. Now let's see if she can connect the dots. Go on.
Maddie may be small, but she's making big progress. Not only has she nailed the common commands, but she has also reached another milestone, hitting her target weight.
Congrats. You did it. How do you feel?
With obedience training out of the way, Brandon begins actively preparing Maddie for life with Gay and Rob by exposing her to different social situations. He also incorporates the final step of her house training education, teaching her to use the doggy door.
All right, come here. Because Maddie is so tiny, trying to push something as simple as a dog door can be pretty intimidating for her. All right, okay. So what do? I lift it up all the way, and I call her through. All the way, go! Look at that, perfect. And every time I call her through, all I'm doing is I'm lowering the dog door a little bit each time. Same thing, go get it. All the way in, there you go. All right, come on, all the way up. Come on, there you go, good. After enough repetition, Maddie was running through the dog door as if it didn't faze her whatsoever. Maddie might be small, but she's got a huge level of confidence.
But will that confidence confidence carry over to her final challenge?
So far, Maddie has been trained to go to the outside grass patch, and she's been trained to go through a dog door. So it's time to put it all together in one environment so she can prove to me that she can do it.
This is important, since Yang and Rob want Maddie to use the bathroom in a small area outside their home, accessible through a dog door.
So I set up a dog door that fits into a sliding door. Once it's set up, it's all up to her. She's been trained to all the elements. Now let's see if she can connect the dots. Outside. Go on. And just like that, all the training definitely paid off. Come on, girl. Good girl. Come here. Come here.
To celebrate her hard work and her full recovery, Brandon takes her for one last surprise, a trip to the groomer.
What is this?
What do you think of her?
Oh, she's absolutely adorable.
So what do you think? Couple hours?
Yeah, sparkle. I get the fun jump.
All right. I'll see you soon.
All right, thank you.
A few suns, shaves, and snips later, Maddie is ready for her big reveal.
Wow. Now that's an improvement.
She's so cute. She's going to make some family very happy.
Yes, she will. She's adorable. What do you think, Maddie? Huh? You feel better? All right. Well, she goes home to get to. Thanks for now.
Coming up,
Surprise.
the big day is finally here, and emotions run deep.
Catching it, Maddie. Oh, yeah.
Lucky Dog is presented by Consequent Joint Health Supplements. Not long ago, 2-year-old Maddie was adopted from the shelter. But when her new family discovered that she had an upper respiratory infection, they returned her. With her future in limbo, Brandon stepped in. Now, after weeks of hard work and healing, she's getting her second chance.
It's been a long road for Maddie. She definitely had her ups and downs, but today's the day she finally gets to meet her new forever family.
We were enjoying ourselves at the beach, just relaxing and looking at the surf. And oh my gosh, Brandon showed up with Maddie.
Surprise. Oh, catching it, Maddie. Oh, yeah.
Oh my
Brandon, oh my God.
She's so adorable. It was so special.
There she goes. She already likes you.
Hi, baby doll. Oh, I love you. She was giving me kisses. I felt so uplifted already. We just met.
Oh yeah, she seemed very happy and she gave me kisses, so it makes my heart feel good.
I need this spark of joy in our house. You know, this sweetheart to change the focus from some of the sadness that's been going on. And I don't want to put such a big weight on her shoulders, but I think it'll happen naturally just by her being who she is.
Trust me, I will.
I'm thrilled to have her. We both are.
I let them finish having their moment. And we all took Maddie back to her new house so she could meet her new sister.
Macy, Rika, Mary's sister.
Hey, hi, Maddie.
Hi. Maddie was so good with Lacey. Say hi. And Lacey, she was good with Maddie too. She seemed like she accepted her just fine into the family. Good girl, Maddie. Good girl.
It was really cool seeing Maddie and Lacey meet like this. And once I saw all was well, it was time to say my goodbyes. Open that up.
Oh my gosh.
With that, Maddie earns her final reward, her green graduation collar.
Good girl. Green light, go ahead. It's like the future is in front of us. She is finally home.
One more for me.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Brandon. I can't thank you enough. This means the world to us.
You good, Maddie?
Just being with her is going to make me feel more fulfilled. She's a little firecracker, so I think there's a lot of energy there that's going to rub off and make us all happier as a result.
It just feels complete when you have a pet at home that you can come home to and play with and cuddle with.
From hopeless to a home. That's my mission. One dog at a time. Today on Lucky Dog.
Alright, come here. What do you know?
A Maltipoo puppy found on the streets is jumping at the opportunity to find a home.
That's not a command that I want you to do.
And a newlywed couple is ready to open their hearts after their previous dog passed away.
We want someone to love. We're ready now.
But fixing this puppy's bad habits.
If a dog has a door dashing habit, the results typically aren't that good.
We'll take every trick in the book.
Back up. Pull it. I'm Brandon McMillan, and I've dedicated my life to saving the lonely, unwanted dogs that are living without home. My mission is to make sure these amazing animals find a purpose, a family, and a place to call home. Today, one dog will be saved, and one family will have a new best friend. This is Lucky Dog.
Presented by Cosequin Joint Health Supplements. It's puppy playtime at Lucky Dog Ranch. And 4-month-old lab mix Samson is learning the fine art of fetch. But the rest of this game will have to wait, as Brandon gets an important text message about another puppy in need.
The shelter just contacted me, and they say they have what appears to be a 10-month-old Maltipoo mix they found roaming the streets as a stray. Apparently, when they picked her up, she was in bad shape. She was covered in grease and oil, and her fur was completely matted in dreadlocks and knots. So whoever had her before, they obviously didn't take good care of her. And now she's in the shelter with her days numbered. So I'm gonna get down there and see what I can do for her.
Easy spot there. Yeah. You got a lot of work. I'll tell you what. Just give me a few more of those inside. Let me in.
Despite having a rough start in life, 10-month-old Mitzi is bursting with tail wags and kisses.
Sweet. Okay, I'm convinced. Okay. Keep kissing me all day. I already made my mind up. I know. Alright, ready? There you go. You're free. And that will be the wrong way. There you go. That's the right way. Come on. I usually don't like dogs and tables, but I'm the exception this once. Here, trust me, you'll look good in red.
Mitzi has quickly sweet-talked her way into Brandon's heart and earned a spot at Lucky Dog Ranch.
Gotcha. Come on, let's go to the back.
She's officially a lucky dog in training.
And let her in.
Come on, guys, back off. Let her in. I know, it's exciting. It's exciting. Hold on.
Pop you up. Ready? 1, 2, 3, and free. Go on. Go play. Welcome to the Lucky Dog Ranch.
It doesn't take long for happy-go-lucky Mitzi to be welcomed into the pack. She soaks in the sunshine and companionship, thankful to be off the streets. Meanwhile, a couple in Los Angeles is hoping to welcome a dog into their home.
I'm Carrie. I'm married to Mike. I'm a child therapist. I do psychotherapy and play therapy with kids, teens, and parents.
When we're not working, what we do for fun is that we love hikes. We love going to the beach. We love just walking around the neighborhood and just being outside. We also love just staying in, cuddling on the couch, and watching TV together.
Both Carrie and Mike grew up with dogs. A few years ago, Carrie rescued a Japanese chin mix named Kiki, but sadly she passed away from kidney disease.
Even every time I had her, she was having medical problems, and we were in and out of the hospital. It was a really intense time, but she was also like the most loving, loyal puppy/friend in the world, you know. So I really, really miss her.
But now the newlyweds are ready for a new furry family member.
The reason we want a dog now is I think Carrie's had enough time to passing, and I think we have a lot of love that we're ready to share.
Before Brandon can determine if Mitzi is the right dog to fill Carrie and Mike's hearts, he needs to see if she's had any training.
Today I'll be doing Mitzi's assessment of her knowledge of the 7 common commands, which are sit, stay, down, come, off, heel, and no. The second I get in the training yard, the first thing she shows me is she's a jumper.
All right, come here. What do you know? You're a jumper. You don't know that. Come here.
And then I ask her to sit, and she does not. She jumps.
You sit. Maybe you sit. Okay, you jump. I said, so you know that. That's not a command that I want you to do. You sit. That would be a no on the sit.
Try to get her on a stay. She jumps.
Do you stay? Hey, look at me. I see you still know how to jump.
I didn't really have to call her to come to me because she wouldn't stop coming to me and jumping.
Wait,
she had not a clue what the word no meant.
Do you know a no? Do you know a no? Yeah, that would be a no, no. No, leave it, leave it. No, all right, you know that. Do you know a down? Do you know anything?
And for the record, that was the fastest assessment in Lucky Dog history because this dog just jumps.
All right, you know what? You know nothing, let's just get to work.
Since Mitzi has never had any training before, Brandon starts with the basics.
Perfect. So the first thing I'm going to teach her, if you haven't guessed already, is to stop jumping.
Brandon does this by holding Mitzi's leash against the pedestal while teaching her the sit command.
Sit. 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 Good. That's a sit.
Good. After about 5 or 6 times of trying to jump, she realizes that leash is going to stop her.
Sit.
She relaxes eventually, and she sits.
Good. That's a sit. Nice.
Now I've got her number.
Good. Sit.
Brandon continues to condition Mitzi to sit.
There you go. That's a sit. Perfect. Just follow it, and give me a sit. Nice. Perfect. Good.
Until he's able to let go of the leash.
Perfect. Hold it. Good. That's a sit. Nice.
And soon, Mitzi has mastered her first command.
Give me a sit. Good. Nice. Perfect.
She now is trained to sit, but I'm still not convinced that she's stopped jumping.
Good. Perfect. Nice.
Coming up, Brandon meets with Carrie and Mike and discovers a potential deal breaker.
If I see that there's a shadow of a doubt that she has any aggression towards kids whatsoever, it might not be the right dog for you.
Mitzi, come here. Come here.
10-month-old Mitzi has begun her training at Lucky Dog Ranch.
Oh my gosh, you're a jumper.
When Brandon did her assessment, it was clear she only knew how to do one thing.
She's a jumper.
So Mitzi is getting a lesson in the off command.
With the shaker in my hand, I simply wait for her to show me her bad habit. I simply say the word off, shake the shaker, and say the word off again. Off.
It takes several shakes of the shaker.
Off. Are you still a jumper? Off.
But soon, this jumping being learns it's better to keep 4 paws on the ground.
Stay off. Nice. Very good. That's an off. Good.
With Mitzi making good progress, Brandon heads to Los Angeles to meet a potential family.
Today I'll be doing a home visit with Carrie and Mike to see if they're a good match for Mitzi. Hey. The first thing I ask them is what their experience with dogs is. Carrie tells me about her old dog that she lost pretty recently.
I rescued a dog a few years ago named Kiki. I fell in love with her, and she was very, very sick. She had severe kidney disease and ultimately kidney failure. So I only got to have Kiki for about 2.5 years.
Did she do a lot for you emotionally?
Yeah, I mean, she was like the ultimate emotional support dog.
I think it's very important for Carrie to get another doggy to maybe help fill that hole a little bit in her heart that Kiki left.
So I think a smallish, really friendly, cuddly dog would be what we were looking for.
Carrie's old dog, Kiki, was an emotional support animal. In fact, she used to fly with her on planes to calm her down during flights. So she's very interested in a new dog doing the same job.
When I go on the plane, I get a little bit nervous on the plane. So I really like to have a dog who I can carry and have sit on my lap, and that's easy to, transport.
Do you have time for a dog at home? I know that you're obviously both working professionals. Does that mean you don't have a lot of time during the day for the dog? Or
well, I'm a freelance writer, so I have a lot of time at home.
Okay, good. Carrie tells me she's a child therapist and she would love a dog to assist her in the room with the children.
It really helps kids when they are coming into therapy and be able to be comfortable sharing their feelings. And a dog can really like bridge that gap.
Yeah, I adopted a dog recently, and she fits the profile. Now, my biggest concern is with your profession. There's a lot of testing that's required in that field. I can't just say, here's a cute dog, and cross my fingers and hope that she's good with kids. If I see that there's a shadow of a doubt that she has any aggression towards kids whatsoever, it might not be the right dog for you.
I hope this is going to be the right dog for us, but I also want to get a dog that's a good match. So I'm glad that Brandon is taking his time and making sure.
So on that note, I'm going to get back to the ranch. I obviously have a lot of training and a lot of testing to do, and I'll be in touch.
Awesome. Thanks.
Coming up, this multi-poo may just dash her way out of an adoption.
Alright, are you a DoorDasher? That would be a yes.
Here's a health and wellness tip from Cosequin Joint Health Supplements. We work hard to keep our pets healthy, but did you know that having a pet can help you stay healthy? That's right. Studies have shown that having a pet can lower blood pressure, ease symptoms of depression, reduce bone loss, and increase blood circulation. Plus, walking a dog can help us stay physically active and promote weight loss. Mitzi, a 10-month-old Maltipoo, is well underway with her training at Lucky Dog Ranch. She used to be a one-trick puppy.
Okay, you can jump. I see you know that. That's not a command that I want you to do.
But now she's harnessing that energy and learning her 7 common commands.
Okay, come here. All the way, little cotton ball. Good.
Brandon hopes Mitzi will be a good match for Carrie and Mike. And since Carrie wants a dog she can take to her child therapy practice, Brandon needs to make sure Mitzi won't run out the door anytime it opens. Using a 20-foot leash for safety, Brandon first sees if Mitzi is a door dasher.
Alright, are you a DoorDasher? That would be a yes. The most effective and efficient way to train a dog to stop door dashing is you take it 1 inch at a time. Simply open the door 1 inch, and as I see them about to run out that tiny little peephole in the crack, I shut it right before they get there. I do this over and over, and every time they think they can get out that small little tiny crack, guess what? The door shuts right before they can get there. Once I get to the point where I open it 1 inch, and I see her not trying to run out the door, it's time to move on to the next inch.
Brandon repeats the process.
Good, good,
Opening the door wider and wider
good.
until he can leave the door all the way open and walk outside without Mitzi making a move.
Now she understands the basic theory of what I want out of her. Good girl, good. But I can't have her thinking that she's never allowed to cross that threshold. So with the door all the way open and a leash in hand, I simply say the word, okay, okay, and walk her through. Good, good, good. Come on, okay.
Coming up, when it comes to training,
There you go, perfect, just like that.
tricks are for kids.
There you go.
Lucky Dog is presented by Cosequin Joint Health Supplements. 10-month-old Mitzi is well on her way to a forever home. But to fit in with Carrie and Mike's lifestyle, she'll need a few more lessons. Carrie wants a dog to sit on her lap during flights and with kids during therapy. And for this training, Brandon introduces the clicker.
Come on, get there. There you go. Nice. What I do is I wait for her to get on my lap. The second she's up there, I click and I treat. Good. Good.
Not only does Brandon train Mitzi to sit on his lap, but he also trains her to do it in a busy office environment.
After a half hour of sitting there, I was definitely convinced that she was the right dog for the job. Alright, see this? Since Carrie wants to incorporate Mitzi into her children's therapy program, I thought it would be a good idea to teach Mitzi a few tricks, because after all, tricks always make kids smile. So today, I'll be teaching her to beg up. So I take a treat out and hold it about 6 to 8 inches up in the air, and Mitzi naturally wants to stand on her hind legs. And as she's sitting up in that beg up position, I click and and treat.
Beg up. Beg up. Good.
As the days rolled on, I not only got her more perfected at the beg up command, perfect, good, nice, but I taught her more tricks. The classic paw that everybody knows and loves, and the rollover command, which makes every kid smile. Good, good.
Now that Mitzi has mastered the fine art of tricks, there's only one final test to see if she can work with kids. Brandon introduces Mitzi to several of his friends' kids.
You want to make her do tricks?
Yes.
And Mitzi is eager to perform her new tricks for them.
There you go, perfect, just like that.
Good job.
There you go. There you go, just like that. That's it. There you go, good. Now give it to her. Perfect.
After Brandon sees how happy Mitzi makes the kids and how much they open up with her, he gives the final stamp of approval. Mitzi is ready for her green graduation collar.
One more stop to go.
Coming up, a surprise introduction.
Oh, hey, Brandon. Good to see you again, brother.
I can't shake your hand, but she can.
10-month-old Mitzi was found roaming the streets, dirty, matted, and hoping for a home. Brandon saw how much love she had to give and rescued her. Now, he's hoping she'll be the missing puzzle piece Carrie and Mike have been looking for.
Today's not only a big day for Mitzi, but it's a huge day for Carrie and Mike. It's the day they all get to form a new family.
Carrie and I were just sitting and hanging out, waiting for Brandon to arrive.
Oh, hey, Brandon. Good to see you again, brother.
I can't shake your hand, but she can.
What? Are you serious?
Yes, I'm serious.
And then when I opened up the door and saw who he had with him, my heart skipped a beat, and it was love at first sight. When I turned and I saw Carrie looking at Mitzi for the very first time, I felt like my heart was going to explode with joy.
Once I saw Mitzi, like everything else dropped away. My husband went away, Brandon went away, and then all of a sudden I was like, oh yeah, Brandon's in my house. I guess I should call and say hi now.
Look at her now.
I'm saying you like her. Okay, good. Over the years, I've connected hundreds of dogs with their new families, and I've seen every range of emotion, from smiles to laughs to happy tears. But what Carrie showed me when she met Mitzi was the next level of emotion.
It's very emotional, you know, to think about falling in love with another baby, you know.
These tears, they're from a long time ago. They're from Kiki. Take a minute.
Sorry.
No, take a minute. Take your time. And when the tears finally dried, I showed them both a few things about their new dog. There you go. Hold it.
Mitzi demonstrates just how great she'll be, helping the kids in Carrie's therapy practice open up.
And trust me, this will make the kids smile. Okay, good girl. Good paw. Good. Good paw. Good. Good paw. There you go. Good. And then everyone's favorite, you want to roll over. Good girl. You want to roll over. Good girl. All the way.
I think it's going to be really great the way she's going to interact with the kids. I think they're going to absolutely adore her.
Brandon spends the rest of the day showing Carrie and Mike how to work with Mitzi on her tricks and commands.
And before I knew it, it was time to say my goodbyes. What do you think? You take it from here?
You got it.
She's all yours.
Okay, thank you.
Take care of her. Tell her, Mitzi. You got it. All right, guys.
Thanks, Brandon.
I'm just getting to know her, but Mitzi, she's really full of joy, and I think that's going to be a really amazing thing to have in our lives. I love you.
Brandon has given us a family. My wife and I have just wanted this
unconditional love. The pain of losing Kiki will forever cause tears to run down Carrie's face. But now, with Mitzi by her side, those tears can begin drying up as they make new memories together.
As fun as this looks, we've got a better way to kickstart your day. At Tropical Smoothie Cafe, we're dishing up bowls and breakfast waves full of clean and crunchy goodness. The only thing ice cold is our smoothies, of course. You're on profit time now. Up to 5 days of moisture and no wash humidity. You believe this is day 5?
Introducing the all-new reimagined Nissan Kids.
Sometimes it takes a different approach to see the possibilities unimagined. At Capella University, you can earn a degree on your own time with our FlexPath learning format.
Today on Lucky Dog, this 10-year-old Yorkshire Terrier mix landed in the shelter after being removed from an extreme hoarding situation. Even though Benji likely spent years in dark, cramped quarters, he radiates a spirit of warmth and love.
Oh, thank you.
But given his extensive medical issues, Eric and Rashi will have to look outside of their typical adopter pool to find Benji the loving home he deserves.
How's the search?
It's not going so well.
I'm Eric Beeson, and this is my wife Rashi. And we've dedicated our lives to saving the lonely, unwanted dogs that are living without hope. Our mission is to make sure that these amazing animals find a purpose, a family, and a place to call home. Today, one dog will be saved, and one family will have a new best friend. This is Lucky Dog.
Presented by Cosequin Joint Health Supplements. After a year of quarantine, Rashi and Eric have a big day planned.
Eric and I are bringing all of our little dogs to spend the day with my family. We are vaccinated and we've been tested, so I'm really excited to be able to spend some quality time with them.
What's it?
What did he say? My brother Rohit is a resident physician at a hospital in San Diego, and he's been working in the ICU through a pandemic, and there's a big emotional toll that it takes on him as well.
COVID presented in a unique circumstance. It's a very challenging virus to tackle. It's mentally extremely exhausting. So being able to spend time hanging out with family and friends is very therapeutic.
Ro is a pretty big dog lover. He loves bonding with our dogs, so I'm just happy that he's enjoying himself. Okay, who's gonna get the ball first? Who's gonna get the ball first? We're having fun, throwing the ball, but then all of a sudden Rashi gets a text.
Hey Eric,
What's up?
just got a text from the shelter.
What's going on?
They have a dog that was having an extreme hoarding situation. His name is Benji. He's 10 years old, he's 16 pounds, he's partially blind, he's missing teeth, elongated nails, and he has a lot of mouths.
Yeah, those nails are probably embedded.
He's in a lot of pain. Just from looking at his picture, my heart sank.
Okay, I'm gonna go get him.
Okay, I'll stay with the dogs.
Okay, alright guys, I'll be back. I'm gonna go pick up the dog. Bye.
Eric heads to the shelter where little Benji awaits.
How you doing? We'll come in and get you out there, okay?
Years of neglect have not dimmed Benji's loving spirit.
Hey, how you doing, Benji? Oh,
Seeing this, Eric is determined to find Benji a good home for his golden years.
let's get ready to get you cleaned up, okay?
There's really no question what to do next. Benji is in dire need of medical attention.
Hi Eric.
Hi.
This must be Benji. Benji was in pretty bad shape. It looks like he was in a situation where he might not have been receiving the best care, which is sad to see. Oh no, Benji. Well, I'll take a look at him and see what's going on and let you know what my recommendations are.
Great.
See, little guy. He seems very sweet.
Yeah, very sweet.
So let's take a look at his little ears. Gosh, this does look like an ear infection going on.
Okay.
So we'll take care of that for him because that can be painful.
Yeah.
Cute little guy. So I'll take a look at his eyes. He does have some cloudiness to his lens.
which could represent some early cataracts that can affect their vision for sure.
Anything wrong with his nose?
Just looks a little bit pink, like he has maybe some allergies or skin condition that's going on.
Okay.
There's definitely a pretty significant dental disease going on. I'd like to have a professional dental cleaning procedure and have his teeth pulled. At the same time, we can take care of cleaning his ears to start to treat the ear infection as well.
Great. Dr. Evelyn checks Benji's lymph nodes and suggests some antibiotics to treat his skin infection.
You feel his joints. Since he is older, chances are likely he also does have a little bit of arthritis that we have to try to manage for him. Oh, he's so sweet.
Oh, he's such a sweet dog.
Then Dr. Evelyn checks Benji's heart.
So I do hear a very slight heart murmur, which is not unusual for older doggies.
Is there anything we can do about that?
There are medications we can give them. You would want to watch for any breathing signs that might suggest his heart is bothering him.
Okay.
Do you know if he's licking or chewing at his feet?
Yeah, the shelter did mention chewing a little bit.
Okay. So Benji does have some issues, but luckily we will get him scheduled for his procedure to take care of the ears and the teeth. In the meantime, I'm going to recommend a skin support supplement called Germicline. It can help support overall skin health.
Okay.
Based on Benji's weight, let's give him 1 chew per day for the initial 4-week period, and then we'll give him 1 every other day for maintenance.
Okay, great.
Because of his teeth condition, I'd like you to crush the little chewable and mix it in with his wet food.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you so much for looking at this guy. Hopefully we can get him well enough to find him a family.
Absolutely. We'll get you guys scheduled for the procedures and make sure that we got him feeling healthy soon.
Awesome. Let's go, Benji.
Bye.
Bye.
Make sure to talk to your veterinarian before providing any health supplements to your pet. With Benji's health plan in place, Eric takes the little dog home to get cleaned up.
Oh, there we go.
Next up, they hit the garage for Benji's new collar, complete with a bronze training medal.
All right, Benji. Look at that.
Given the state of his paws, Benji has likely spent very little time outdoors. So Eric takes it slowly when he introduces Benji to the ranch.
What is yours?
He explores the area without fear, and Eric decides to introduce him to a playmate.
Who is this? Is this Benji? Yeah. Kind of looks like you.
Rashi introduces herself next.
He is so sweet.
Yeah.
Additional dogs are added one at a time. And at the end of the day, Benji is having the time of his life. Benji's sweet disposition has impressed Eric and Rashi, and they are convinced that he'll be a great addition to a family. But first, Eric needs to assess what Benji knows.
Today I'm going to be assessing Benji's knowledge of the 6 classic cues, which are sit, stay, down, come, leave it, and loose leash walking.
Eric first tries to gauge how much Benji can see and hear.
He's got some sight left, but your hearing's almost gone, big guy.
I don't know how many cues we're going to be able to work with, given his impediments.
And there's one more problem.
I'm not going to treat him because I don't know if his teeth are too sensitive to chew that treat, so I'm just going to be working with him with physical and verbal praise.
Can we come this way? Almost. What about a sit? Yeah, I don't think we're going to know that either.
Not surprisingly, he's not really understanding any of what I'm saying to him. His comfort is my #1 priority.
I'm sure you have a good life with that, okay?
Coming up, sweet as Benji is, Rashi is having trouble finding a family to adopt him.
It's a little frustrating right now. I'm not finding the right family.
Benji's life up to now has been a sad story of neglect. He suffers from severe dental disease, painfully matted fur, and skin and ear infections. But in Eric's hands, Benji's future looks a lot brighter. As they wait for Benji's dental surgery, Eric spends time bonding with and comforting the little dog. Eric also gives Benji the supplements provided by his vet. While Eric and Benji are bonding, Rashi is on the hunt.
Tell me a little bit more about the type of dog you're looking for.
Our dog, she's about 60 pounds, so looking for something close to her size.
It can be challenging to find the right family for any dog.
Well, since my kid is so little, I'm hoping for some dog that can be with him for a long time as they both kind of grow up together.
But Benji's situation makes this task even more daunting.
This is Billy. He is about 1.5 years. He is definitely a player, so if we can find someone that's more high energy for him, that'd be great.
Rashi interviews interviews all kinds of prospective families, but none of them are perfect for Benji.
We like Labradors, Shepherds, Golden Retrievers, a dog that can keep up with your active lifestyle.
And so Rashi's search continues. Meanwhile, Benji's surgery day has arrived. Once the anesthesia kicks in, the veterinary surgeons go to work. In 2 short hours, the procedure is over, and Benji is sent home to rest and recover.
Alright, Benji. We got Benji back today from his surgery, so I'm hoping he's in a lot more comfort now.
Benji's surgery was step 1 of his rehabilitation. For step 2, Eric enlists a friend's help.
We have a special day planned for Benji. Talene, our groomer, is coming by to give Benji a new haircut.
Benji's makeover starts with another bath. Then the real work begins. Talene carefully clips out the remaining mats from Benji's fur. As he starts to feel better, Benji relaxes. Talene returns a transformed Benji to Eric.
He's all done.
Benji, you look great. Thank you so much, Talene.
Absolutely.
Eric can't wait to show Benji's new look to Rashi.
Oh my goodness, you look so handsome. And hold it there. Hi.
There we go.
You look so handsome. I love the bow tie.
I'm really happy with what Talene was able to do, especially with all the matting and stuff, so.
Yeah, now you can be pain-free. Big difference.
Yeah, how's the search?
Unfortunately, Rashi doesn't have good news to share.
It's a little frustrating right now. I'm going through a lot of different families. I just don't feel like they're right for him. Sorry, buddy.
But maybe all is not lost.
Well, I did have a thought.
Love your plans for prescribed more scent control? Introducing the new Febreze Plus Scent Booster. Enjoy the same 50 days of continuous scent Febreze Plus, including a core for flexible listening options and a boost button for extra scent. New Febreze Plus Scent Booster. Every time we die, the nightmare starts, and something different is trying to kill us.
The all-new Power Plus family from Indian Motorcycle. Power to roam. With USAA Auto Insurance, you can file a claim faster than ever.
Coming up, Rashi and Eric might have a potential home for Benji.
I never really thought about him as an option, but he actually can be a great fit for Benji.
Benji's only been at the ranch for a few weeks, but they've been very eventful weeks for this sweet senior dog. He's had surgery to remove his teeth, taken medicine to address his ear and skin infections, and gotten freshly groomed. Now it's time to identify a potential home for this sweet Yorkie mix, and Eric has an idea.
I know your brother was having a lot of fun with our little ones in the tennis court. What about him adopting them?
I never really thought about him as an option. I know he's mentioned wanting a dog.
You know, he's just a really compassionate guy in general. I think that'd be a really good match.
Honestly, Rohit's been through a lot this past year with being in the ICU during COVID. So, yeah, I think it would be really good for him as well. He could add some joy to his life.
I think so too. You want to give him a call?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
The next day is Rohit's day off, so Eric and Rashi give him a call.
Hey, Ro, how's it going?
Just living life.
Tell us a little bit how things are going at the hospital.
The hospital's going. It is busy.
Yeah, I can imagine that working during COVID times is really intense.
It's challenging to see very, very sick people, and it gets a little more grim, especially talking to the families.
A lot of tears. You wish that you never have to make those phone calls, but it's part of our job. We have to do it.
Things are looking a lot better today than they were previously, but it definitely was a couple months that were very tough. is sobering.
What are you doing to wind down when you get home from work?
Usually what I'll do is go on like a nice little run, throw some music on, unplug a little bit, then a couple TV shows here and there, and then I'm cooking, which has been fun.
Nice. Well, I know you were having a lot of fun with our little ones on the tennis court.
Oh yeah.
If you had a little one of your own, you think that would help out?
I know you've always talked about wanting to get a dog.
Are you guys asking or telling me that I can have a dog?
Possibly.
Whoa, I would love that.
I have something to show you. Let me see if I can call him over here.
He's already there? No way!
Come here, Benj.
But seeing Benji melted my heart. Just the smile, the wagging tail, the bow tie.
Hi, Benji.
So he's a senior dog. He did have dental disease, so they had to extract his teeth. And he is having trouble seeing now and also a little trouble hearing, but I think he'll be a really good fit with you because you are a physician and could understand and be a little bit more compassionate about his circumstances.
I think that's fantastic. I also have trouble seeing. You can see my glasses. I also have trouble hearing. So, same. We're practically twins already.
No being is made perfectly. And I see this in the hospital all the time. But everyone has an equal right to be loved and be taken care of, and Benji is no different.
He seems like such an amazing, calm dog that he'd be perfect.
Awesome. Well, we are excited to see you soon, and then we'll bring this little guy with us, okay?
Love that. I'm excited to see you guys again.
All right, bro. See you later. We'll talk soon, okay?
Bye, Rashi. Bye, Aaron.
Bye.
See you again. Bye, Benji.
Bye.
With Rohit on board, Eric works with Benji on the 6 classic cues.
You like those little soft treats?
Given his limitations, Benji won't master them all, but training still provides mental stimulation and bonding.
Today I'm working with Benji on coming when called and loose leash walking. It's this way. Benji still has his sense of smell, so I'm utilizing a treat to get him to walk next to me on my left-hand side with a loose leash. Yes, I'm really impressed with how well he's doing.
In the days to come, Eric moves on to the sit and down cues.
Down. He's doing really well, given the loss of hearing and sight. He seemed very proud of himself. Good job. And I'm just happy that we're able to hopefully make his life a lot better than it once was.
In a few short weeks, Eric is satisfied with Benji's progress, which means it's time for his silver training medal.
You learn this. All right, let's go.
Coming up, Benji's nose gets a workout.
Yes.
Lucky Dog is presented by Coastline Joint Health Supplements. When a senior dog like Benji ends up in a shelter, the prognosis isn't always good. But since Eric rescued him, Benji's health and prospects have improved immensely. Having made great progress on the classic cues, Benji is ready to start preparing for life with Rohit.
Today I'm working with Benji on deference protocol to make sure that he defers to Ro anywhere that they go. All you have to do is pay attention to me, okay? Yes. All I'm doing is waiting for his eye contact. Yes. As soon as I get eye contact, I'm saying yes and reward. Look at that focus. You're doing great. Now I'm going to see how he reacts with a door opening. His first reaction is to go towards the door and investigate. I'm just trying to get his focus back onto me. So see how he's now focused on me. Go ahead and close it. You go ahead and open it again. Yes. So every time this door cracks open, I'm going to say yes and give Benji a treat as long as his focus is on me. Yes. Our next step is to take him out to the sidewalk. Good job, Benj. Yes. Every time a car passes me, as soon as I get eye contact, I say yes and reward him with that treat. That's what I want from him, to focus on us regardless of what environment he's in. I want him to come back and defer to me on what to do. Yes. All right, Benj. What's this?
Finally, to ease Benji's transition to his new home, Eric employs scent association.
From your dad. Rashi was able to commandeer Rohit's shirt, and if he sniffs the shirt, he gets a reward. Sniff. Yes.
No matter where he encounters the shirt, if Benji sniffs it, he gets a treat and starts to associate Rohit's scent with a reward.
He's a little hard of seeing and hearing, but his nose is still really good.
With repetition, this exercise can begin the bonding process for Benji and his new dad. Coming up, time for a family reunion.
What's up?
Rescued from an extreme hoarding situation, Benji came to Eric and Rashi in pretty bad shape. After more than a month at the ranch, little Benji is almost unrecognizable. He's blossomed under Eric's love and attention, and now all that work is about to pay off.
It is a huge day for Benji. He is now going to meet his forever father, Rashi's brother.
Hi, what's up?
No way! Is that Benji?
It was almost like love at first sight to see Benji.
Hey, bud, you look so cute.
Very affectionate. He's very affectionate. I think we had such a good connection when we first met that I can tell that we were instant bros.
Well, we still have some work to do. Let's go ahead and go inside. I'm going to teach you what we've been working on.
Inside, Eric shows Rohit how to continue the deference protocol training.
As soon as that focus pulls up to my face, yes, see like that? He gets a reward.
Once Eric has demonstrated the basics, it's Rohit's turn.
Yes.
Perfect. You want to take it from his nose to your nose?
Yes.
Perfect.
In no time at all, Benji is following Rohit around the kitchen without a leash.
Yes.
Good job, good job.
Any questions on that?
No, that makes sense.
Cool.
By now, Eric has seen enough to know Benji is in good hands.
Rohit's really great at handling Benji. I think it's perfect. It's a perfect match for him. It's a perfect match for Benji.
And that means it's time for Benji to get his gold graduation medal.
And it was time to say goodbye. It definitely always makes me a little emotional, especially with Benji, just because he's such a sweet dog. He went through so much in his life. I'm just really excited that he's seeing him.
You're in great hands.
All right, Benji. All right. We'll talk to you guys soon, okay?
Yeah.
All right, bye.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Benji had 2 days left when we picked him up, but he's now a very healthy dog, very energetic. It's just really awesome to see. His future is super bright.
The only thing I really want for him is all the joy and happiness in the world, and I love just seeing him happy.
I'm grateful that they thought of me to be able to take on this task of caring for Benji, not only improving my life, but improving Benji's life at the same time.
From hopeless to a home. That's our mission. One dog at a time.
A tasty take on a soft, bite-sized blind. New Chips Ahoy Big Buns.
For regular brushes miss, Oral-B Electric for 100% clean teeth. From is it possible? To anything is possible. From we'll see to let's go. From no time to now's the time. At Strayer University, we help students like you earn your degree affordably by offering access to up to 10 no-cost gen ed courses, so you can get from here to there and keep striving.
Today on Lucky Dog, a free-spirited stray gets the audition of a lifetime with a rock and roll family.
This is the salon portion of our business.
But even if Brandon takes this dog off the streets, can he take the street out of the dog?
Hey, what's that?
There's some dangerous stuff in there.
I'm Brandon McMillan, and I've dedicated my life to saving the lonely, unwanted dogs that are living without home. My mission is to make sure these amazing animals find a purpose, a family, and a place to call home. Today, one dog will be saved, and one family will have a new best friend. This is Lucky Dog.
All right, Zach. Let's get some more time. Oh, hey, do me a favor. Hand me the cover.
The ranch renovation may be complete, but there's still work left to be done. And Retriever in training, Tank, is more than willing to lend a helping paw.
Let's do this.
needs Brandon's help.
Dogs are animals that need to be taken care of. And when they suddenly find themselves on the street as a stray, now they have to start fighting for everything. Fighting for food, fighting for territory, fighting for overall survival. And I can't imagine that's fun for a puppy because you're still in the dawn of your life.
Often weighing in at close to 80 pounds, Belgian Tervuurens are strong, loyal dogs. And Brandon can't wait to get a glimpse of his newest student.
Is that you? That is you. Belgian Tervuuren, really?
Though Spirit may not be the Tervuuren that Brandon expected, his charm is irresistible.
You are a cute little thing. Here. Here's that. There you go. Nice warm one. You're a good host. Let's say you and I. Both of those live. Hey, oh, yeah, that made you feel good, huh? You like some of that, huh?
To ensure Spirit is physically ready to begin training and shed some light on his mysterious lineage, Brandon makes a stop at Banfield.
Hi, Brandon.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. This is Spirit. He's your first checkout.
Spirit, how are you? We have Spirit checking in. Hello, hi, Brandon.
Talk about these. How you doing?
Hey, good. How are you?
Good to see you.
This is Spirit.
This is Spirit. Just picked him up from the
Oh
shelter.
my goodness, he is really cute.
He is cute.
Yeah.
The shelter had him labeled as a Belgian Tervuuren. But
Okay.
I don't know if I would agree with that, but then again, I have been wrong about it a million times in the past.
Yeah, we have a canine genetic analysis test. We call it CGA. It's a blood test, and we can take a sample from him, and in a couple of weeks, we can find out what his ancestry is. It's also a test for some canine disorders, so we'll have a lot more information to go.
Perfect. I'd love to do it.
Okay, that sounds good. Well, first let's take a look at him, make sure he's healthy. All right, let's look at your teeth. They look nice and white, clean. Eyes look great, nice and bright. And we're gonna look in your ears next. You ready? Oh, that one looks nice and clean. All right, perfect. That sounds strong. Sounds great. Mine sound good too. So he looks really healthy. Take him to the back and we'll get a blood sample. And then we'll bring him back in.
Perfect.
All right, you did great. He's so brave. His test will come back in a couple of weeks and we'll give you a call. But he looks really healthy.
Perfect. Final question. Now he has a clean bill of health. Is it safe to start training?
Yes, you can start training him right away.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Batista.
You're welcome. See you later. Bye, Spirit.
Back at the ranch, Spirit caps off his busy day with a red training collar
A little training to do.
and an introduction to the pack.
Morning, morning. All right, guys. This one's had it rough, haven't we? Go easy on. Go on, Spirit. Go on. Make friends. Welcome to the Peanut Ranch.
Streetwise Spirit wastes no time fitting in, and that easygoing temperament could strike the right chord with a loving new family.
I'm Gigi. I live in Sierra Madre with my two boys, my husband, and our cat. My husband and I have a small business. He does music, I do hair.
But sustaining a harmonious home life comes with its own set of challenges, particularly for 14-year-old Drake and 11-year-old Miles.
Drake has autism, and that can impact his relationship with his brother. We have the cat, Indigo, which kind of belongs to Drake at this point. And Miles feels left out a lot.
Miles has always wanted a companion. He's been talking about it, as he claims, for 6 years, and he seems to be up to the task.
Having heard about Brandon, Gigi reached out.
I feel like Brandon is very familiar with autism, which is really important to us. I feel like he would be perfect to rescue and train a dog for our family.
But before any training can be done, Brandon needs to get a clearer picture of Spirit's skill set.
Today I'll be doing Spirit's assessment of his knowledge of the 7 common commands, which are sit, stay, down, come, off, heel, and numb. Okay. So the first thing I asked him to do was sit. Do you sit? Do you sit? Hold on. I asked for a sit, not a stand. Perfect. That's a sit. I'll take that as a kind of you know sit. How about a down?
Not surprisingly, Spirit lacks a firm grasp of obedience, largely due to his life on the streets.
Yeah, you're almost there. Not quite. How about a no? 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 Do you stay? stay? Yeah. Okay, no. And you are a jumper. So now I have a good foundation of what he knows. It's time to get to work.
Coming up.
This is the salon portion of our business. We would love to hang out.
The bottom line is, if Spirit doesn't like this work environment, it's the wrong mount. Alright, come here. Give me a sit. Perfect. No jumping. 3, 2, 1. Go. That's a sit. Perfect.
For the last few days, former stray Spirit has been turning his street smarts into proper obedience.
Okay, good, good.
As Spirit embraces his training, Brandon amps up the search for a forever home.
Today I'll be doing a home visit out of the Huntsville to see if they're a good match for Spirit. When I pulled up, they happened to be at the park right across the street from their house. Hey, how are you? How are you? It's good to see you. Good. Hey, guys. Hey, I'm Brandon. How are you?
Good.
You excited for a dog?
Yes.
Yeah? Is that a big yeah or a little yeah?
Hey.
Yeah. All right. Well, go on, keep playing catch. I'm going to talk to your parents alone over here for a few minutes, all right?
Okay.
You want to go sit? Yeah, sure. So, tell me a little about yourselves. What's going on?
She's a hairdresser, I'm a songwriter, and a music teacher, kind of a little rock and roll family.
We have a small business, so that's going well.
So, why suddenly now do you want a dog?
Our older son Drake has autism, and he has his cat that's kind of his little therapy animal. And Miles kind of needs a companion that he can feel close to, and he's just gravitated towards dogs that our friends have.
How is a cat with dogs?
We have had friends bring dogs over. He's curious. If the dog tries to bother him or get in his space, I'll let him know. I've seen him smack. I've never seen claws.
So the cat will let the dog know in a very civil manner.
I think so.
Okay. You mentioned you were out of business. A lot of people, they love taking their dogs to work. Is this something you plan on doing?
We would love to have him be a part of our business, hang out, could be like a little mascot.
This sometimes sounds better on paper than it is in reality. And the bottom line is, if Spirit doesn't like this work environment, it's the wrong match. I have recently rescued a dog that sounds like he fits the profile of everything you're looking for. However, before I can even continue, I'm going to have to not only see your house, but also your business.
After a quick home check, Brandon and Gigi head into town to tour the family business.
So this is Joe's part of our business.
And the hair salon is next door?
Next door.
Let's go sit.
Okay. This is the salon portion of our business.
On an average day, how many people are in here?
I keep pretty busy, you know. I have a lot of clients that I've had for years.
After seeing the salon and knowing exactly what they want, it gives me a good game plan.
But a question mark still hangs over Spirit's placement.
If I start testing and training him through all this, I don't see that tail wagging. It's the wrong family.
Coming up, Spirit's first big test, and the fur is about to fly.
I have a dog here. Did you realize that, right?
Excuse me. 8-month-old Spirit has the chance of a lifetime.
Personal space, you ever heard of it?
Trading his backstreet life for the comforts of home. But breaking him of his unwanted habits isn't an easy task.
Ever since Spirit got here, it's pretty apparent that he does not have much experience inside of a house. Found him on the coffee table, on the bar top. Somehow he got in the bathroom sink. He ended up in the bathtub, in the shower.
And the survival skills that served him so well on the street now pose new dangers.
Hey, what's that? Hey, come here. Trash cans can be a huge hazard to a dog. There can be things in that trash can that can get your dog sick, possibly worse.
Particularly in the Hutchinson salon.
So this is a bad habit that's got to be trained out of the system today.
That means souring his taste for dumpster diving.
Most dogs cannot stand the taste of lemons, so I take a lemon and cut it into wedges. From there, I put Spirit face to face with the trash can, and then I take a lemon and squeeze a very little bit in his mouth. You can't be doing that. That's a no. What this does, it creates a bad taste in his mouth, and instantly he connects it to the trash can. Tastes icky, right? You can't be doing that. The next step in the process is to take a full lemon and rub the peel on the outside of the trash can. Now he's going to make the connection next time he gets near the trash can. I'll give you a choice. This or that. You choose. Wise choice, my friend.
Having passed Garbage 101, Brandon tests Spirit in other areas.
Today I'll be testing Spirit's tolerance of the unpredictability of not only autistic kids, but kids in general.
Just one sign of aggression is enough to fail this test.
If a dog is not tolerant to kids, it's the wrong dog for kids, period.
No surprise, laid-back Spirit passes with flying colors. But his biggest and furriest test awaits.
Since Spirit is going to a house that's going to have a cat in it, obviously I have to test him with a cat. So today I'll be testing him with a cat that I know is not only safe with dogs, she's very experienced with dogs.
I have a dog here. You do realize that, right? Hold on. One step at a time. You're a bold cat. I know you just want to play. You gotta start with that.
I'm seeing no aggression from Spirit. Spirit is only curious at this point. So I decide to let Spirit go and see what he does.
Go say hi.
Learn cat etiquette. Spirit goes right up to the cat and they go nose to nose for a split second. And nothing really happens. Spirit actually backs up because he has this new animal in front of him. He doesn't even know what to make of it.
Yeah.
Smart. Let's call him one. At that point, the cat jumped off the couch, and from there, Spirit followed the cat.
What do you think? Go say hi.
Spirit has to learn that cats have something called personal space. And if you invade that personal space, the cat will let it be known.
Or learn your lessons. That was a warning, my friend.
Spirit actually heeded the warning. He actually backed off. And that right there was all I needed to see.
Take that as the easiest lesson you'll ever learn.
Coming up,
There you go. There you go.
Brandon cranks up the heat on Spirit's training. Over the last few weeks, Brandon has been instilling 8-month-old Spirit with an education in the common commands and etiquette.
Personal space, you're aware of it?
But today, he's about to get results of a different kind.
Hey, Brandon, you have your results?
We are. Today I'll be going back to Banfield to get Spirit's test results of his canine genetic analysis, which, in layman's terms, translates to what the heck is he mixed with?
So remember the CGA test, we were checking for over 90 different conditions that Spirit could be predisposed to, and Spirit came back negative for all of them.
Perfect.
That's great. In addition to that, we were also checking to find out what Spirit's lineage is. According to our CGA test, Spirit is Pomeranian and miniature short-haired dachshund mix.
Okay, I was close.
Since Spirit has the long back and the shorter legs like a dachshund, that can predispose Spirit to having back issues. So we want to keep his weight down and, watch for any signs of pain. Also, both of these breeds are pretty small, and small dogs have crowded teeth, so we would just want to really stay on top of Spirit's dental health.
Besides that, still clean bill of health, continue training, safe.
Absolutely. Here's your result. It has all of that information we talked about, and there's a certificate in here for Spirit as well.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Batista. See you next time.
See you next time.
See ya.
With the mystery of Spirit's lineage now solved, it's time to crack the last unknown variable of his training.
When I met with the Hutchinsons, they expressed a lot of interest in bringing Spirit to work with them. And the work happens to be a hair salon.
Not only will Spirit need a comfort level around the elements of a salon, but he'll also need a firm set of professional manners.
He can't be jumping on everyone's lap. He can't be by the front door. He has to have an area that's his. Come here. Put it in there.
The solution? Teaching him to lie down in a Mutt Nation bed provided by sponsor PetMate.
There, you're comfy. You're spending a lot of time in there. There you go.
All I'm doing here is rewarding him over and over in the bed, teaching him that this is the area he does get the treat.
Spirit doesn't take much convincing.
Now that I see he's comfortable and content in the bed, it's time to bring the elements of the salon mix.
All that's gonna happen is this.
Good.
See, watch. Makes a different noise when you shave something. Good. And then we sweep the hair up like that. A little more hair, like that. Perfect. Good. Perfect. Good. There you go. All right. It's gonna go on for a long
Through it all, Spirit remains unfazed, and more importantly, content in his own bed.
There you go. Easy, right? It's easy.
Coming up, from street to studio, Spirit faces his final challenge. For 8.5 months, Spirit endured a solitary life on the streets. Today, his long journey comes to an end at the doorstep of a loving family.
Hi.
My little friend Georgia. Oh.
It's so awesome to see him. This is the perfect dog.
There's your food.
Oh, welcome home, Spirit. Oh my goodness, Spirit is just so sweet. When Brandon brought him in, and he was just giving us kisses. It was just an amazing moment.
It was really cool how Spirit loved me. She just popped right into my arms and started just kissing me on the face.
Just to see Miles be speechless, that was cool. Words could not express.
I also loved how happy Drake was for his brother.
It was really underdone.
That was so pure.
What do you guys think? Notice the color of his collar? Yeah, I mean, we still have a little more work to do. I know he's going to be spending a lot of time next door, so what I like to do is be a fly on the wall. I'm going to observe, and if I like what I see, it's all yours.
I sat in the salon for the better part of the afternoon watching Spirit, seeing what he does, seeing how he reacts. Spirit really didn't care. He was content in his bed most of the time.
Not only was Spirit very well behaved, he was like, he was falling asleep. It was so cute.
And after the last cut of the day, there's only one thing left to do.
What's that one? There you go. There you go.
It feels really great, just like kind of a new beginning for our family.
Oh.
Is that your goodbye? Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. And go to your family.
Spirit.
Thank you, Brandon. Thanks, Brandon.
Little did Spirit know, his hard-knock life in the streets was just a training ground for great things to come. And now, for many years ahead, the only streets Spirit will be walking on are the ones in his own neighborhood, surrounded by his family.
And one excited little boy.
I want to say thank you to Brandon because he helped me get a dog. And I have a couple of dog jokes for Spirit, and here's one. Why did a snowman name his dog Frost? Because Frost bites. What did wild dogs eat in the forest? Bark.
From hopeless to a home. That's my mission. One dog at a time.
Sour Patch Kids presents Glow Ups with edible confetti that glows under black light.
Did you know that Sensodyne now has a clinical range of toothpaste where you can both whiten your teeth 2 shades and also get sensitivity protection? It's just properly formulated from a dentist's perspective. It's something that I've recommended to my patients.
Today on Lucky Dog, a young pointer mix rescued from the shelter auditions to become the mascot for a family's band. But in order for Leo to earn his place in the spotlight, he'll need to gain the approval of all the family members, or say goodbye to his rock and roll dreams.
I was a
first, and then she'll copy you.
All right.
Eric Weesey is a highly credentialed dog trainer and animal behavior consultant who has dedicated his life toward rehabilitating dogs in need.
I've always loved dogs, and over the years, that passion has turned into a calling to rescue as many shelter dogs as I possibly can.
Okay, let's go. Today, he's teaching agility to his own dog, Estelle, with the help of his wife and business partner, Rashi.
Growing up, I never had dogs, but after meeting Eric, he introduced me to the world of dogs and dog behavior, and I feel like I started a new chapter of my life, and I found my purpose working with dogs.
As success is achieved, a message comes in from the shelter about a dog in need of help.
He's a 10-month-old lab male with some pointer in him, very friendly, full of puppy energy. Let's just picture.
Yeah.
But they're a little worried because they said they saw worms, so you have to see that right away.
He could be a little sick, maybe some intestinal inflammation, we're not sure. It's very important that we get him out as soon as possible.
Eric sets out on a mission to rescue Leo from the shelter and get him to the vet.
When I came across Leo at the shelter, I knelt down and wanted him to sniff my hand just to let him know that I'm not going to be a threat to him. And he was super friendly. It was really cool to see him come right up to me, investigate my face, lick a little bit, and sniff.
Are you ready? Alright, let's go. With the rescue successful, Eric and Leo head to the veterinarian's office for a checkup.
Hi, Eric.
Hey, Dr. Todd, how are you?
Doing really well. How are you today?
Good.
Wow. Today, Eric brought in Leo. Leo is a 10-month-old doggy that had worms.
Shelter mentioned that he had round worms.
Oh, okay. We should get him treated for that. Okay. Let me get my physical on him. And see how he is.
Great.
Hi, Leo. I'm going to take a look at you. I'd like to check your heart. Make sure there's no worms. Hi, Leo. Sounds really good. There's a nice sinus arrhythmia, which dogs have normally. See your lungs now. Make sure they're clear. Don't want any harsh lung sounds like wheezing or crackles or anything. Thank you, Leo. That sounds really good.
Good.
Thank you, Leo. Alright, I'm going to check your skin out. Looks like your skin's pretty good. I'm looking for any lesions, any evidence of fleas.
Good boy.
That looks really good. Alright, move towards your front now. Now you're feeling comfortable with me. Hi, let me look at your face. I'm going to check your little teeth out. Nice and white and clean. They all came in nicely.
How old do you think he is?
It's a good question. All his adult teeth they're in, so after 7 months, we know that they're all in.
Sure.
8 months, a year?
Yeah, 8 months, 10 months.
Yeah, somewhere in that range.
Okay.
Looking really good. Let me check your eyes a little more thoroughly. I just feel a little light in your eye. I'm checking his pupil and his minus response just to make sure he's all normal and looks great. To me, he seemed healthy and he seemed good, alert. All the vitals were normal. I didn't find anything abnormal in terms of like his organs or his health or any other things. Because he had some worms, I like to obviously recommend a dewormer. We can deworm. A deworm that's more broad spectrum to cover more than just roundworms. You do a dose now, a dose in 3 weeks. I'm also going to recommend a digestive health supplement. I recommended Probiable, a probiotic. It helps maintain optimal gut health. This is the product here. It'd be 1 capsule once a day that supports digestive health.
Okay, great.
Do you have any questions?
No, we just wanted to make sure he's healthy.
I think he looks great. I think he's healthy for training.
All right, thanks so much.
You're very welcome. It was my pleasure to meet Leo.
Talk to your veterinarian before providing any health supplements to your pet.
All right, Leo.
After receiving a clean bill of health, Leo is taken back to the ranch, and Eric gives him a nice, warm bath.
All right, I got one more thing for you. Check out.
With his whole life behind him, Leo is also given a clean new collar, along with a bronze medal, which he'll wear throughout his basic training.
What do you think? What like this? You want to go? That's a good boy. Oh, thank you. Let's go.
Clean and dressed, Leo is ready to meet the other ranch residents, so Eric takes him into the empty training yard. After Leo has settled in, he is introduced to another dog with a matching temperament. Then another human, Rashi. Everyone seems happy, so Eric proceeds to add additional dogs one at a time until Leo has met all of them. Whether outside with the other dogs Leo seems unfazed by his new surroundings. This kind of confidence could make him the perfect match for a family that Rashi has been speaking with.
I'm Kelly Romer. I'm a full-time singer, and I live here with my husband Jack Romer and Alexa and Avery and Sketch.
Sketch is a Chihuahua mix rescue dog. He's a bit timid with people and other dogs, but it's a really sweet dog. One of our main hobbies that we like to do as a family is we write songs, original music, and our music proceeds go to animal shelters. We would love for our new dog to come with us and be a great example of what a rescue dog can be.
The next morning, it's time to get to work.
Let's see what you know.
Eric will now assess Leo's knowledge of the 6 classic cues, which are sit, stay, down, come, leave it, and loose leash walking.
My impression of Leo is that he's a highly intelligent dog, and I'm excited to see what he's capable of.
See what you do.
I was luring him into a sit, and I was luring him into a down, and he was really responsive to it.
Let's see impulse control. I'm ready to work on that. At least once.
We were able to kind of move quickly through the classic cues.
Coming when called?
And he was actually pretty responsive to all of them, with the exception of maybe stay.
Let's see if we can stay.
Most dogs right off the bat are not going to know what stay means.
Alright, that's a little work on. Okay.
As responsive as Leo is to the classic cues, he's still a puppy, so we know we're going to be working with a little bit of puppy energy. And it's going to be a lot of fun to work with him.
Yeah. Very smart.
Coming up,
I have a potential family for him.
and a doctor's existing pet could be the only thing standing between Leo and his new forever home.
I have been a little bit apprehensive in getting a new dog.
Lucky Dog. We now return to Lucky Dog, part of the Dream Team on CBS.
Since coming home with Eric, Leo, the 10-month-old pointer mix, has become increasingly comfortable in his new surroundings. And Eric has been laying the groundwork to teach Leo the fundamentals.
Down.
Hey guys.
It is. Yes.
Oh, good job.
Oh.
Good job. So I have some good news.
Okay.
I have a potential family for him.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Leo, did you hear that? Did you hear that?
So I set up a call and asked him for it.
The next day, Eric and Rashi talk to Leo's potential family.
Hi guys. Hi. How are you?
We're excited.
Good. Tell us more about your family.
Well, Jack is a realtor, and I'm a singer. We both work out of the house here, so there's always someone around to be with the dog.
Oh, nice. Very cool.
My sister and I are both a musical theater, and we also like hiking and going with my friends and going to the beach.
Can you describe your home for me a little bit?
It's the top part of the duplex, so you have to go up 48 steps to get to
Oh,
our
wow.
house. Those are outdoor concrete steps.
The family stairs present a possible obstacle for Eric.
So I want to make sure that Leo is comfortable going up and down steps, especially that many and that high of an elevation change.
We do have a yard in the back that's fenced, and we live right across the street from a park and the beach and the
Okay.
trail.
They also enjoy an array of activities. So they love to camp, they love to hike, they love to boat, and I'm hoping that we can get Leo on board with all of those things.
The Romers tell Eric and Rashi about their dog-themed band.
We perform at shows all around town. There's a lot of kids there, so it would be really nice if the dog could get along with the kids.
Sure. The Romer family has mentioned that they do have a dog currently. His name is Sketch. Oh, he's adorable.
He's a Chihuahua mix. He's been a big inspiration for all the songs that have been written about dogs.
Oh. Sketch is a little timid and shy. Leo is the complete opposite. He's a puppy and he's full of energy. So I'm hoping that this will be a good match, but I won't know until I meet the dog. All right, guys. Well, it was such a pleasure meeting you. There's still a lot of work that I need to do, but I will keep you posted. How does that sound?
Amazing.
Great.
It's exciting talking to Eric and Rashi because I have been a little bit apprehensive in getting a new dog, but they made me realize
This recent ad showed up at this exact moment proves that your devices are listening. Now think.
Ordinary antiperspirants can't fight sweat better than Secret Clinical, so go brush it without sweating.
A new relationship starts on Tinder every 3 seconds.
Etsy is the place for affordable Mother's Day gifts as special as mine. Etsy has it. Introducing the all-new Nissan Kicks with a dual 12.3-inch screen. If you are 18-year-old or looking to adopt a dog in the LA area and want to be on the show, write to us at cbsluckydog@gmail.com. Tell us why, and you might be selected.
Lucky Dog. We now return to Lucky Dog, part of the Dream Team on CBS.
10-month-old Leo has gotten pretty comfortable at the ranch. Day after day, he and Eric have been working on the 6 classic cues: sit, stay, down, come, leave it, and loose leash walking. And along the way, Eric has been giving Leo his digestive health supplements. Good boy.
Good job.
Leo is making a lot of progress, but there's one habit that he really needs to work on.
I noticed that he was a jumper, and I want to make sure that that behavior doesn't continue.
Especially because the Rollmers plan to take Leo to their shows, where there are often many small children.
Oh, basically, it's replacing the jumping with what we want him to do. Okay. I'm getting him to sit instead of jump on me. Yes. Because he's so smart, he was getting the default sit pretty early on. Now what I'm going to try to do is entice him to jump, which a lot of people, when they go greet a dog, they'll tap their legs or they'll tap their chest. Now, unfortunately, what a dog will do is they'll jump up to get to those hands, and then a lot of people have to push the dog down, which we don't want to happen. So you'll see me start to entice him to jump up on me, and if he doesn't, he gets a reward. I do feel confident that he's starting to understand not to jump, but because he is only 10, 11 months of age, I want to make sure that we're consistently working on this with him to make sure that he knows in any circumstance that he's supposed to sit and not jump.
While Eric continues to train Leo, Rashi visits the Rover's house to confirm that the space is fit for a dog. With lots of room, both outside and inside the home, it's clear to Rashi that Leo will be very happy here. It's also clear to Eric that Leo has mastered the 6 classic cues, so he gives the dog his silver training medal.
Good job.
Up next, Leo learns to live an active lifestyle.
I want to make sure that this is something that he's willing to do. I don't want to force him to do anything.
Lucky Dog. We now return to Lucky Dog, part of the Dream Team on CBS.
Lucky Dog is presented by Consequent Joint Health Supplements. In just a few short weeks with Eric, Leo has mastered the 6 classic cues, earning his silver training medal in the process. With the basics behind them, Eric shifts their focus toward the specific needs of the Romer family. Because the Romers have 48 steps leading up to their home, Eric acclimates Leo to stairs.
I want to make sure that Leo is comfortable around steps, especially with that amount of steps. Luckily, he's actually doing really well. His body language was loose, his tail position was great, ear position was great. So I wasn't really worried about him going up and down steps, so we were able to move through this pretty quickly.
To prepare for life with the Romers, Eric introduces the dog to car travel, hiking, camping, trips to the beach, and boating. Leo easily adjusts to the family's lifestyle. And finally, because the family wants Leo to be an ambassador for dogs at their shows, Eric gets him accustomed to being around kids and musical instruments.
Good boy.
As a special bonus, Eric also trains Leo to wave to his fans.
To teach wave, I offer my hand to the dog, and if they touch my hand, I say yes and reward. Yes. And I'm going to continue to do that over and over and over again. Yes. That's good. The next step in this is moving my hand out of the way.
twists his outstretched hand into a wave.
Yes. This isn't something I normally teach dogs. This is something that's very specific to the Romer family. It's just something that's going to be fun when they take Leo out to meet people. For someone to come up and greet Leo. And then when they're done with their conversation, they're able to say bye to Leo, and Leo's able to say bye back.
Say goodbye.
Yes.
Good job, Leo. You're so good.
Coming up,
He's a little apprehensive of bigger dogs. There could be some drama.
Walk towards Leo.
Leo meets his new brother. Lucky Dog is presented by Consequent Joint Health Supplements. Just a few weeks ago, Leo was sick and alone in the shelter. Now he's healthy, happy, trained, and ready to go to meet his new forever family. Which means it's time for Rashi to say goodbye.
Leo, time to go.
It's always tough for Rashi to say goodbye, but it makes it easier knowing that Leo will have a wonderful life. Say bye-bye to Rashi. Bye-bye. Yes. Very good.
Smart.
All right, Leo, you ready to go? Good boy.
Bye-bye, Leo.
Eric and Leo head off to the Romer house.
We were just spending our time out on the deck, enjoying the nice weather this morning. And all of a sudden, a knock on the door, and there was Eric.
Leo. Eric, how are you? Come on in.
The girls are outside.
Okay, let's go.
Look who dropped by.
You walk out, and they were overjoyed, I would say, meeting Leo for the first time, and I think Leo was overjoyed.
They just couldn't believe it that this was going to be their dog. They were just so happy.
He's just perfect in every way. I thought his spots were adorable. Yeah.
Loves the attention. Yeah. What do you think, Leo?
It just was the perfect dog. It was everything we would imagine that we would want, and it was right there in front of us. I thought the kids were going to fall over. It was like their dreams came true right then.
I can't believe he's here. So cute. We've been waiting for you.
So where's your other dog, Sketch?
Oh, he's upstairs.
Let's go ahead and get him on leash, and we'll meet across the street.
All right.
All right, guys. Let's go.
Come on, let's do it.
Leo's pretty comfortable with other dogs, but I don't know how Sketch is going to do, so I'm paying attention to Sketch's body language. Sketch is okay with it. You'll just walk towards Leo.
I was a little bit apprehensive about their first meeting because Sketch can be sketchy.
He's a little apprehensive of bigger dogs. There's always a chance that there could be some drama.
What this is doing is letting Sketch investigate Leo without Sketch being overwhelmed, which is why I'm treating Leo, but it also makes a positive experience for Leo. Every time Sketch comes over to greet, he gets rewarded.
With one sniff, he seemed to be just fine.
Over the next few weeks, Eric works to acclimate Leo and Sketch with each other.
When we were walking, it seemed very relaxed. They were both enjoying the views and the smells, and there were no issues. So I think they'll be good friends.
Once Eric is certain that the match is a success, he decides it's time to give Leo his gold graduation medal.
And your gold medal? Yeah. Look at that.
I wanted to show the Romer family one more thing that we worked on, and that was Leo saying goodbye.
You said? Bye-bye? Yes. Bye-bye, Leo. Oh, we'll see you later, okay? All right. Thank you. All right.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
5 weeks ago, Leo was in a shelter, hopeless, with some medical issues, and I'm so thrilled that we were able to find him his forever home. To go from that to what he has now today, it's pretty amazing.
I think Leo and Sketch are going to be best friends. It's like having a new family member in the house, so I'm just excited for him to be around.
From hopeless to a home. That's our mission. One dog at a time.
Today on Lucky Dog. With a bad case of anxiety, this sweet Papillon Spaniel mix was being overlooked at the shelter until Eric rescued her. Pebble could be the furry friend that one lonely Los Angeles transplant
routine down.
But first, Eric will have to coax this shy girl out of her shell.
We'll start slow, alright? Start really slow.
I'm Eric Weasley, and this is my wife, Rashi. And we've dedicated our lives to saving the lonely, unwanted dogs that are living without hope. Our mission is to make sure that these amazing animals find a purpose, a family, and a place to call home. Today, one dog will be saved, and one family will have a new best friend. This is Lucky Dog.
Presented by Cosequin Joint Health Supplements.
Alright, Rosh, you ready?
Yes.
Alright, can we sit? Shake. Oh, that's a good girl.
It's a beautiful morning to practice some social niceties.
Today's a fun day. I am working with Eric on teaching Shu how to do a handshake. Shake. Good girl.
She knows when you bring your hand down, she puts her paw up and touches your hand, which is the cutest thing ever. As we're doing this, Rashi got a text from the shelter. Shrek, here, take 5. Take 5.
So they have a dog that just came in. It's a 2-year-old mixed breed, white and brown spots, 12 pounds. They think she might be a Papillon Spaniel mix. She is super pretty.
Oh, wow. She looks like a little giraffe.
She's a very unique looking dog. I was actually surprised no one's adopted her yet. But they did mention that she's very timid and shy. I'm worried about her anxiety being at the shelter.
You can watch you and I'll go pick her up. Okay. Alright, I'll be back.
Okay.
As Rashi and Shu settle down to relax, Eric heads to the shelter.
Hey, Petal.
He's greeted by an adorable bundle of nervous energy.
It's a nice wag of the tail.
I'll come in. I'll come see you.
She might be suffering from anxiety, but Petal has an undeniably sweet spirit.
Oh, thank you. Okay, let's get you out of here.
Pretty quickly, Eric decides that Petal is coming home with him.
No place for little lady.
Before they head back to the ranch, they need to make one very important stop. The veterinarian's office.
Hi, Eric. Oh, hello. This must be a little pet.
This is Petal.
You guys are all set? Dr. will see you in room 1.
Okay, great, thank you.
Hi, Eric. How are you?
Hey, good, how are you?
I'm great, thank you.
Today Eric brought Petal, a 2-year-old female mixed breed dog. Tell me about Petal.
Petal was a little shy and timid in the shelter. She seems healthy to me, but I want to know your thoughts.
Great, let's take a look at her.
Dr. Evelyn begins by checking Petal's eyes and ears to make sure that they're healthy.
No signs of any ear infections, her eyes look nice and clear. Nice, sweetheart, can you look at your little teeth? Petal's physical exam revealed she has a little bit of tartar and dental disease. She could use a professional dental clinic to take care of that.
Okay.
Petal looks nice and healthy. I don't see any sores or scabs. I know you like looking for them. The shelter mentioned that she was a bit anxious while she was there, and I noticed that during my examination here as well.
Dr. Evelyn checks out Petal's joints and belly.
Some of the joints feel nice and normal. I'm going to feel for any lumps or bumps. That all feels nice and healthy. And lastly, we'll listen to her heart and lung. I'm listening for any abnormal heart rhythms, any murmurs. That all sounds actually pretty nice and normal.
Hey, Petal.
Her lungs sound nice and clear as well. All in all, she looks like a healthy girl, but because she was living in the shelter under stressful circumstances, I'd like to recommend maybe a support supplement called endocrine. It can help support and maintain a healthy immune system.
Okay.
Let me get that for you.
Okay.
So for a dog her size, we would give her 1 packet daily. You can go ahead and mix that in with food.
Okay, great.
Any other questions?
Is she healthy enough to train?
Yes, she is.
Great. All right, Petal, you guys. Let's get started. Thank you.
Here, take care.
Make sure to talk to your veterinarian before providing any health supplements to your pet. Eric and Petal head back to the ranch where a nice warm bath awaits. Besides, the little beauty doesn't seem too sure about the bath, but she handles it like a champ.
Okay. There.
It's been an overwhelming day for little Petal, so Eric gives her plenty of time to get used to her new collar, which comes complete with a bronze training medal.
Good job.
Given Petal's anxiety, Eric knows she'll need some TLC.
We'll start slow, alright? Start really slow.
But as soon as they hit the yard, Petal perks right up.
Here we go. needs more dog hours.
Pebble is introduced to additional playmates. And before long, she's up to her adorable ears in furry friends.
There we go. All right.
Pebble's sweet nature and her friendly personality could be exactly what Franziska Pugh of Hermosa Beach has been looking for.
The last few years have just been a giant roller coaster. Moving from Michigan to LA, and then the pandemic happened, and all of a sudden everything is shut down, and you don't quite know what's happening with your work. It's hard, and it can be really lonely.
After spending close to a year in isolation, Franziska is longing for a furry companion.
When I first moved to LA, my roommate had a golden retriever who I loved so much. And when I moved to Hermosa Beach, I couldn't have a job. She said studio, and I was working a lot, and I think that there was a little bit of a hole to fill. Now's the perfect time for me to get a dog. I work from home. I've kind of gotten my routine down. I think I can really take time to get to know them and train them and build a life together.
Pebble could be the pup that Franziska has been seeking. But before Eric can consider a match, he has to figure out what Pebble knows.
Today I'm going to be assessing Pebble's knowledge of the 6 classic cues, which are sit, stay, down, calm, completed, and loose leash walking. See if I can agree with it down. I quickly found out that Pebble wasn't too knowledgeable about anything. Alright, that's something I can work on.
Pebble isn't too familiar with the next few cues either.
What about a stay? Yeah, that's not going to work. What about a lead a cue? Non-existent. What about a come and calls? Yes. Alright, I'll take that one.
Next, Eric puts Pebble on a leash to see how she does with loose leash walking. That might be your best one.
Pebble had a lot of energy, jumping from bed to bed, and it was really fun to see her have fun. And it's not all about learning all the time, just like it can be for humans. So excited. Alright.
Now we know what we need to work on, okay? Oh, let's go.
Coming up, Pebble could find a new home with an active beach lover.
I love being outside, hiking and adventuring and exploring the world.
But only if she learns to love the great outdoors.
Looks like you're about to react.
Two-year-old Pebble was getting passed over at the shelter because of her anxiety. When Eric first brought her to the ranch, she was timid and withdrawn. Eric has taken it slow with Pebble, spending time bonding with her and earning her trust. While Eric's been earning Pebble's trust, Rashi's been searching for her potential new family.
I think I found one.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. It's a woman named Franziska. She lives in Hermosa Beach. She works from home, and she's also really active. She goes to the beach, so yeah, so I think Pebble's gonna love that since she has a lot of energy too.
You have any energy, do you? You might be beach. Yeah.
The next day, Eric and Rashi sit down for a video call with Franziska.
Hi. I wanted to introduce you to my husband Eric.
So nice to officially meet you.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you as well.
We wanted to learn more about you and see how we can find you your perfect furry companion.
I live in Hermosa Beach, and I work in advertising and have my own public relations firm. So I like to stay busy, I like to work and do marketing and business consulting and all of that fun stuff.
When you do have some downtime, can you tell us more about your hobbies and passions?
I love being outside. I love surfing and being out on the water and on the beach, just kind of exploring the world.
Do you live in an apartment or a condo?
I live in a studio apartment. It's rather small, but for the most part, I'm always outside anyways, whether it's surfing, hiking, going on walks, traveling, that kind of stuff. We have a lot of parks around me, and it's a super dog-friendly community.
Sounds like a perfect space for a dog.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are there any particular activities you would like to enjoy with your new dog?
Yeah, cuddling for sure. Definitely want to cuddle buddy. And having a dog that I would take with me on road trips on different adventures would be really, really awesome.
Cool. And then I hear you're quite the rollerblader.
Yes. Yeah, I love to rollerblade on the beach as well.
Eric likes to rollerblade, so maybe that's something he can help Pebble with.
Did you have a dog out here at all?
When I first moved to LA, I had a roommate who had a golden retriever puppy named Benny. I lived with them for about a year and a half, and that was the most special time. We had to move apart, and so I haven't really seen him a lot or spent a lot of time with him, which is really sad.
You've moved around quite a bit. I can imagine that's not the easiest.
It can be really tough, when it comes to mental health. And, I think I kind of miss having like my own best friend that I can just talk to and hang out with. I think that emotional support is sort of missing.
What would your ideal dog be?
A dog that is just caring and sweet. A dog that I can bond
just rescued a dog that may be a good fit. We're still assessing her temperament, but can I keep you posted on her progress?
Yes, please.
I'm excited to meet you in person and eventually get your new dog.
Yay! Thank you so much.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Coming up, Petal ventures out into the real world.
As soon as I got her out to the sidewalk, I could tell she was a little tense. Let's hang out right here, okay?
If you are 18 or older looking to adopt a dog in the LA area and want to be on the show, in her short time at the ranch, timid Petal has finally started to relax. Under Eric's steadfast care, she's become more playful and loving.
I was hanging out with you all day.
Thank you. Eric has also given Petal plenty of food and her supplements. Now it's time to start teaching Petal the 6 classic cues.
First thing I'm going to work on is the sit cue. So I lure her nose right over the back of her head, and her natural reaction is just to kind of sit back. Yes. I say yes and reward. Ready? Yes. All right. You got that. Can you go to it down, maybe? As soon as her chest and belly touch the ground, I say yes and reward. Yes. So now I just need to add some longevity to this, and I'm just treating her right when she gets down, and I say yes and reward again as long as she stays down. And I can go down.
Once Petal has a good handle on sit and down, Eric moves on to the next cue.
You look like you want to do some leash walking. Yeah? Yes.
Eric starts by introducing Petal to a leash in the yard, away from any distractions.
You want to turn? Yes. She's doing really well in the yard. Now I want to take her out to the sidewalk in the real world and see how she does. As soon as I got her out to the sidewalk, I could tell she was a little tense. I could feel it through the leash that her body was rigid. Every dog has their imaginary line. If you cross that line, they become reactive. Is this your imaginary line? Looks like you're about to react. Looks like you're about to react. Let's hang out right here, okay? I want to make sure that we start to modify that behavior. So I slowly start to acclimate her to different things coming by, whether it be squirrels, birds, people walking by. And as soon as she saw that stimulus, I would give her a treat to condition reactive behavior out of her and to replace it with focus on me.
Eric repeats this strategy over and over.
Good job, Petal.
And by the end of the session, Petal is paying more attention to him than any outside distractions.
She's not there quite yet, but I'm pretty confident with what she's shown me today that we can get that behavior curbed and we can get her to forever.
With training well underway, Eric and Rashi take a quick break to look at photos of Francisca's home.
Oh, that's nice. Very beachy.
It is. She says she goes to the beach a lot, so that's going to be fun.
The home checks off all of their boxes, and Eric and Rashi are satisfied with what they see.
I think it's going to be really good for her.
Yeah, me too.
Eric gets back to work.
Sit. Down. Yes.
And over the next few weeks, Petal masters all 6 of the classic cues.
Okay, then.
Her efforts have earned her a silver training medal.
Hey, good job. Congratulations, I know.
Coming up, Petal picks up the pace as she races toward a new forever home.
Good job, Petal.
Lucky Dog is presented by Cosequin Joint Health Supplements. During her time at the Lucky Dog Ranch, Petal has taken significant steps toward conquering her anxiety and reactive behavior. She's also mastered the 6 classic cues. And that means Eric can now turn his attention toward preparing Petal for life with new law. First, because Francesca loves exploring the natural world, Eric and Petal head out for a trek on some hiking trails. The little dog enjoys the adventure, and Eric reinforces Petal's good behavior. Next, because Francisca's apartment is just blocks from the ocean, and she spends lots of time at the beach, Eric introduces Petal to the sights and scents of the ocean.
Come on, Petal. It's beach time.
The little pup quickly proves that she'll have no problem adjusting to beach life. Finally, Eric decides to prepare Petal for one of Francisca's favorite beachside activities, rollerblading.
I know. Very exciting.
First, he introduces Petal to the rollerblades themselves.
You don't even care about these. That's good. Just a rollerblade. Yes.
starts rollerblading slowly around the room.
Very good. Yes. Yes. All right. You sure?
Now comes the test. How will Petal react to the rollerblades while on leash?
Yes. Good job. Good job, Petal. All right, let's go this way.
Far from being scared or intimidated, Petal is having the time of her life.
Make a left turn. Yes. Good job, Petal. Good job. All right. You're doing great. All right, you ready?
Eric and Petal move to the street and add a little speed.
Good job, Petal. Come on.
Petal may be small, but she has no trouble keeping up with Eric.
Good job, Petal.
It's clear that Petal is enjoying this just as much as Eric is. Coming up, it's time for Petal to get her new life rolling.
Wow.
Good job, Petal.
Good girl.
Lucky Dog is presented by Coastline Joint Health Supplements. During her time at the Lucky Dog Ranch, Petal has made an impressive transformation. Now it's time for her to move on to her new forever home.
You have to say goodbye. I know she's going home soon, right?
Yeah.
She went from being this really timid, shy, and fearful dog from the shelter to so spunky and so fun, and to be able to see that over the weeks, it's been really incredible.
I'll be back.
Once Rashi has said her goodbyes, Eric and Petal drive to the beach.
Today is a big day for Petal. We are going to be meeting Francisca on the beach, and I get to surprise her with that. Kind of was love at first sight, and I knew that they were a great match immediately.
Yeah. You want to give her a treat?
Yes, please. Yes, good girl. She's so energetic and so loving, and her little spots are the cutest things ever, and she's so adorable and cute, and I love everything about her.
Eric shows Francisca all of the cues that Petal has learned.
And then targets her fingertips.
Oh, cool. Wow. Brilliant. Good girl.
You want to take her for a little walk along the beach?
Yes, Kathy.
Sure.
As they walk along the beach, it's clear that Petal is thrilled, and so is Francisca. When they get back to the blanket, Eric explains how Petal has learned to walk alongside rollerblades.
Yeah. Let's go. Take a leash, yeah.
And then it's time for Francisca to try it out. Having proven herself ready for this adoption, Petal receives her gold graduation medal.
Look at this.
Oh, my
Look at your gold medal. I know. We've been working so hard for this. Good job, Petal. You can go, okay? Bye-bye. All right, Francisca. It's all yours.
Thank you for everything. My life has totally changed. I'm so happy.
My pleasure. All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
I love Petal. She's come so far from where she started, and she's such an outgoing little dog now.
Eric and Rashi have totally changed my life. It's a match made in heaven, and I can't wait to go hiking and go to the beach and just share, my life with her.
I think Petal is an amazing fit for Francisca. She's a big personality, and so is Petal, so I'm just really happy that these two paired up well. From hopeless to a home. That's our mission. One dog at a time.
Today on Lucky Dog, a sweet 9-year-old terrier mix surrendered by his owners ends up in the shelter sick with kennel cough and overlooked by potential adopters.
I can't believe someone gave him up. He was the sweetest dog in the world.
But with Eric's help, this gentleman could find a new home with a pair of British transplants.
We would like a dog that's a little older.
There's less people pick up older dogs sometimes at the shelters, so we wanted to give a dog a good home for, however many years they with us.
I'm Eric Weason, and this is my wife, Rashi. And we've dedicated our lives to saving the lonely, unwanted dogs that are living without hope. Our mission
Reese's Big Cup with chocolate lava. It comes from the volcano of my dreams.
The new Boost Mobile will have unlimited talk, text, and data for $25 per month.
Yeah, what do non-points have? Right?
That is the non-points back.
So, if I put right now, I will still get it.
Yes, but are you putting?
No, I'm putting. Are you sure you're ready?
Every time we die, the nightmare starts, and something different is trying to kill us.
Today, Eric and Rashi are volunteering at Huntsville Senior Dog Rescue in San Francisco, California.
This is Wanda. Oh my gosh. Wanda.
Huntsville was founded by animal lover Sherry Franklin to address some very dire circumstances.
I was volunteering in animal shelters, and I saw a euthanasia of so many beautiful, wonderful older dogs. And so in 2007, I started Huntsville out of my house, and we've rescued over 9,000 senior dogs.
Since then, Huntsville has grown to include an army of devoted volunteers and full-time staff members.
Senior dogs have the hardest time finding a forever home, so Huntsville is there to help them on their journey.
As soon as dogs arrive, they get the veterinary care that they need.
Hi, buddy, ready for your meal? They've oftentimes not had any medical care, so our goal in our intake exam is to get them started on the right foot. Now you can go get groomed.
After each dog is bathed and groomed, it's time for their close-up.
We do photo shoot, and then they go up on our website with their bio, and men get adopted like within a week. That's pretty great.
In addition to their dedicated volunteers, Huntsville also relies on the support of sponsors like Nutramax.
Nutramax has been involved with Huntsville for about three and a half years now. They've donated supplements that we get to send home with our foster parents that then they send with the adopter as well to keep these dogs mobile. Dogs are always there for us, and they shouldn't be thrown away when they reach their golden years.
After a busy and gratifying day in Huntsville, Rashi and Eric are about to head home when they receive a text from the shelter.
The shelter mentioned a dog named Harley, who is an owner surrender. He's a terrier mix with a respiratory infection. Really cute.
I don't want to be sitting there any longer. Let's head back then. Okay.
Once Eric and Rashi are back in Los Angeles, Eric heads to the shelter.
You look your age.
Thrilled to see a friendly face, Harley isn't shy about showing Eric some love.
So soft.
Eric decides almost immediately that this little old man is coming home with him.
We're ready to go. Let's go.
But first, they head to the vet to get Harley's cough checked out and to make sure that he has no other health issues.
Hi, Eric. How are you?
Hey, good. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. This must be Harley.
This is Harley.
Hi, baby. Tell me about Harley.
The shelter mentioned he's about 9 years of age, with dental disease, and then he came in with these giant gnats in his first cell. It's just been a rough go for him. He also has an upper respiratory infection.
Oh, gosh. Is he on any medication for the infection?
He is on some antibiotics for it.
Good. That should hopefully take care of the infection. Well, let's take a look at him and see what's going on.
First, Dr. Evelyn checks Harley's ears and eyes and finds no signs of infection.
Let's look at your teeth. He does have some bad teeth back there.
Okay.
Definitely is in need of a professional dental cleaning, along with probably extracting some of his teeth. We can take care of that once he's healthy to go under anesthesia.
Okay, great.
His coat looks much better than what you described. Harley had a little bit of irritation on the tip of his tail, something we call happy tail, when dogs hit their tail on different things for wagging it. But it looked like it was healing for Harley. You feel his belly was nice and normal, no messes or anything like that. And then because older dogs can have joint issues, and we check his joints.
Lastly, Dr. Evelyn listens to Harley's heart and lungs.
So heart sounds great. And surprisingly, his lungs sound clear even though he has that mild upper respiratory infection. So that's good news.
Okay, good job, Harley.
Because he's an older dog, and older dogs can suffer from joint issues, I'd like to recommend a joint health supplement called December. It can help support and maintain healthy joints, and in older dogs, that can help improve their quality of life.
Great.
For his size, he would get 1 chew once a day for the first 4 to 6 weeks. Then after the latest, he'd get 1 chew every other day.
Got it, okay.
Any other questions?
Is he healthy enough to train with the upper respiratory infection?
I recommend keeping him away from other doggies and probably having him recover for the next 2 weeks, and after that, he should be fine.
Okay, great.
Great. Hope he feels better.
All right, thank you so much.
Make sure to talk to your veterinarian before providing any health supplements to your pet. Next, they head home so Eric can give Harley a warm bath. Clean and dry, Harley is ready for his new collar and his new bronze training medal.
Good boy.
While he's healing, Harley can't mingle with the other dogs, but he does get to enjoy the yard. He also gets to meet Rashi.
Mr. Harley.
Hi, Harley.
He's going to be just hanging out with us for the time being until we get the all clear.
I'm sorry, buddy.
Harley is so happy and curious, it's hard to tell he's feeling under the weather.
He's not a senior dog. Are you tricking us?
That happy disposition could be just what recent British transplants Melanie and Eric are looking for.
My name's Eric. I live with Mel, my wife, in Huntington Beach.
About a year ago, Melanie and Eric moved from England to California.
We pretty much got the last flight out of England due to COVID. It's been a pretty rough ride, not being able to see our family back in England.
I have 3 children. I haven't seen them in over a year now.
Eric and I haven't owned a dog before. We've wanted to, but it's never been the right time.
We just bought a house here now, so it's all just perfect for us. An older dog can probably suit us better.
We feel really strongly about that.
Before Eric can even think about finding Harley a new home, he'll need to evaluate the dog's level of training.
Today I'm going to be assessing Harley's knowledge of the 6 classic cues, which are sit, stay, down, come, leave it, and speech walk. Coming when called seemed to be okay. Sit was okay.
That's what I have to work on.
You can tell he was someone's dog because he actually walked really well on the leash. That's not too bad. And then as soon as we got to the stay,
We'll have to work on that.
and his leave it didn't happen.
I didn't think so.
So I have some things to work on with him, but all in all, I think Harley's a really cool dog, and I'm really excited to work with him.
Coming up, Harley gets his teeth cleaned.
He'll have a nice smile going into his forever home.
Here's a health and wellness moment from Kosuwa. Most dogs love to run, jump, and play with their human families. But as dogs age, this kind of activity can be hampered by joint issues. That's why Sherry Franklin and her team examine the senior dogs that they rescue, looking for signs of potential joint issues, which include limping, stiff and swollen joints, slowness in getting up after lying down, and difficulty climbing. If a senior dog displays any of these symptoms, a veterinary exam is recommended to help diagnose any medical conditions and determine an appropriate treatment plan.
Mr.
being rescued by Eric and Rashi, Harley is recovering nicely, and soon he'll be healthy enough to undergo a teeth cleaning.
I can't believe someone gave him up. He was the sweetest dog in the world.
After weeks of rest, relaxation, and bonding, Harley has regained his strength, and it's finally time for his procedure.
Now that Harley is all cleared by the vet, we have him scheduled for his teeth cleaning. A nice smile going into his forever home.
After a successful procedure, Harley heads home to heal. While he recuperates, Rashi and Eric sit down for a video call with his potential adopters.
Good to meet you guys.
We're so excited to get to know you guys. I'd love if you could share some more details about what you do for a living.
Back in England, we work with homeless people quite a few years. I manage a service that supports homeless veterans.
I support homelessness efforts across Orange County.
What brought you guys to the US from the UK?
We got married and we were both kind of itching to do something new with our lives.
We sold everything we owned, handed in our resignations, flew out here on the day of lockdown.
That must have been quite a trek considering the timing of it all. Did you have to leave any family back?
I've got 3 grown-up kids. I haven't now seen them since we left in March 2020, which has been the longest time that I've ever not seen them.
Do you have any family here?
My dad lives in Newport Beach.
He's got a little dog, so we're hoping our dog and their dog can get on because we still see them quite often.
Did you have any dogs back in the UK?
I did have a Jack Russell when I was younger, but I've never owned a dog as an adult.
The last dog I had was probably when I was around about 18 and 19. We were surrounded by dogs. We had 3 to 4 dogs always at a time.
We just bought our house here recently, so we feel ready to share that with a new companion.
Can you describe the community that you live in?
It's roughly about a mile and a half from the beach. We do walk everywhere.
Kind of living the Californian dreams. We have a dog park in the middle. It's a very pet-orientated neighborhood.
What would your ideal dog be?
A smaller dog would fit better in our condo than maybe an older dog. We're getting on in our lives, so we're happy to have a dog.
We realise that a lot of the older dogs stay in the shelters longer because most people want puppies, but we're fine with an older dog. Hopefully they'll like walking and hiking and getting out and doing that kind of thing. Every time you see a little bike go past with either a dog in the basket at the front or one of those little wheel things, there you go, that's how we can do that.
So is that something you like to enjoy with your dog then, maybe with the bike trailers or strollers?
We've actually bought a trailer in expectation because we think that will be more comfortable for them. The little carriage that we have converts to a little stroller as well, so we can take them on some of our 10-mile hikes that we end up going on.
All right, guys. Well, it's been a pleasure speaking with you. Given what you've told us, we did just rescue a dog. We're still assessing the temperament, but can I keep you posted on the progress?
Yeah, that'll be fantastic.
Yes, we'd love to hear more.
All right, guys. Such a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Coming up, Harley becomes an A+ student.
Moving through this. Good job.
If you are 18 or older looking to adopt a dog in the LA area and want to be on the show, write to us at cbsluckydog@gmail.com. Tell us why, and you might be selected. Things are looking up for 9-year-old Harley. He has recovered from his respiratory infection and his dental extractions. He's also getting his joint health supplements regularly. Boy, now that he's back to full health, Harley is ready for some fun in the sun.
All right, let's get one friend out here.
He's introduced to the other ranch residents one at a time. Once Harley has logged some quality playtime, it's time to get back to work.
Today I'm teaching Harley the down and coming to call cues. I take a treat to his nose and then I lure out along the ground. And when his chest and belly touch the ground, I say yes and reward. Good job. Yes. I do this over and over again, and eventually he starts to understand yes. The next part is removing that treat from my hand and down. And then I can introduce the word down. Yes. Good job. He's doing awesome with this. I can now move on to coming with call. I say his name, Harley, put my fingers down to the ground. He comes over and touches my fingertips. And he's doing great with this. I'm really happy with his progress. I'm ready to move on to the next cue.
With the training going well, Eric and Rashi take a break to look over the photos of Melody and Eric's home.
So if you
sweet space. What's out back?
It looks like there's a little patio.
I'm sold. I need some new roof and spot tomorrow.
I agree. I'll open it.
Stay.
With that settled, Eric and Harley get back to work.
Okay, Ron. Yes.
In a little time, Harley masters the remaining cubes. As a reward for all of his hard work, Harley gets a shiny new silver training medal.
Good boy.
Coming up, Harley goes for a joyride.
Yeah. Good boy.
Here's a health and wellness tip from Cosequin. Just like humans, dogs can suffer from many different allergies. If your dog is hypersensitive to a certain substance, he might display symptoms like swollen paws, itchy or runny eyes, excessive scratching, or constant licking and chewing. Remember, allergies can lead to secondary infections, so if your dog shows signs of an allergic reaction, consider contacting your veterinarian for recommendations. Lucky Dog is presented by Cosequin Joint Health Supplements. The last few weeks have been busy ones for Harley. After overcoming some medical issues, he's made several new friends at the Lucky Dog Ranch. He's also mastered the 6 classic cues, which means it's time for Eric to prepare Harley for his new life in Huntington Beach, California. First,
What do you think of the beach?
Eric wants to acclimate Harley to everything that he'll encounter during beach trips with his new family.
It's a big body of water, right?
Harley seems to enjoy the outing and the attention.
It's fun, right?
Next, because Harley's adopters want their dog to join them at the many dog-friendly cafes in their area, they practice walking in crowds, crossing streets, and visiting cafes. But there's no telling how Harley will react to the vehicle that his adopters plan to use when they take him on these outings. A doggy stroller.
I want to make sure that this is an activity that he will also enjoy. Alright, let's get it. Okay. So I gently place him in, doesn't seem to be bothered by it at all. Let's get your seatbelt on. There we go. And now I'm just wheeling him around, and he's like, alright, cool. I'll be in this thing if I get some rewards. Yes. Good job, Harley. Now that he's comfortable, I want to see how he is in more of a public space. Out in the park. He's doing great. He's enjoying the breeze, taking in his environment, and he's getting rewards. Yeah, good job. Good job.
With stroller acclimation behind them, Eric decides to pick up the pace, introducing Harley to a bike trailer.
Look at this. Then I add some motion. Good boy, Harley. Good job. He seemed pretty relaxed and comfortable, so the next step is hooking up the trailer to our bike and taking it out on the road. He was doing awesome. He looked like he was born into this, so I think he's ready to go to Eric and Melanie and enjoy that activity.
Eric is beyond pleased with little Harley's progress.
You know you can do it.
Harley has officially earned his gold graduation medal.
Good job.
Coming up, Harley meets his new family.
He's been waiting for this day. It's amazing.
Lucky Dog is presented by Cosequin Joint Health Supplements. Life at the ranch has been a whirlwind for 9-year-old Harley. He's been transformed from a matted, sick shelter dog to a happy, healthy senior. And today, Harley is going home with his new family. But first, someone else wants the chance to say goodbye.
Alright, buddy. We're gonna miss you.
Goodbye.
Harley had an owner for the majority of his life, and they could no longer care for him. And I feel so grateful that we came across Melanie and Eric. I couldn't be more thrilled for Harley. I think he's gonna get a wonderful, loving home, second chance at life.
Alright, I'll be back. Let's go, Harley.
At the beach, Melanie and Eric are relaxing, unaware of who's walking up behind them.
Hey, guys.
When I first saw Harley, I just fell in love with him. He's the cutest little guy. Oh my goodness.
What do you think, Melanie?
I can't believe it.
It's here. It was just perfect. Such a gorgeous, gorgeous dog. Absolutely loved him.
He is so excited. He's been waiting for this day. It's amazing.
It was so lovely, and he just kind of came and snuggled right in between us.
Would you like some tasty game?
Gingery, good appetite. She can't look for more.
I let Harley get acquainted with Melanie and Eric, and they warmed up to each other right away. Harley is going to have wonderful parents.
Alright guys, I'm ready to leash. I'm here. Yeah. Alright guys.
Oh, Holly, it's Eric. You're there.
Yes. See, that's great. Alright guys.
Bye, Eric. Bye.
Senior dogs have such a special place in my heart. They're typically unwanted just because they don't have too many years left. And so I'm just so excited that he gets to go to this family because I think he's going to have the last half of his life be the best years.
Eric and Rashi understood what we needed and they matched us with little Harley.
Don't know why for a bad dog. He's just perfect. Just perfect.
From hopeless to a home. That's our mission. One dog at a time.
Today on Lucky Dog, we interrupt this video conference, this vacation, this family reunion, and this day off to bring you 4 life-changing adoptions. Because no matter where or when Eric and Rashi get the call to save a deserving dog, they're willing to put their lives on hold and embrace welcome interruptions. How is it?
Good girl.
I'm Eric Eason, and this is my wife Rashi. And we've dedicated our lives to saving the lonely, unwanted dogs that are living without hope. Our mission is to make sure that these amazing animals find a purpose, a family, and a place to call home. Today, one dog will be saved, and one family will have a new best friend. This is Lucky Dog.
Presented by Cosequin Joint Health Supplements. Every dog deserves a loving family. No one knows that better than Eric and Rashi, who made it their life's mission to rescue and home as many shelter dogs as they can. No matter where they are or what they're doing, they're willing to drop everything to save a dog in need. That was never more evident than the day they finally got to enjoy some much-needed family time after a long year of COVID isolation.
Eric and I are bringing all of our little dogs to spend the day with my family. We are vaccinated and we've been tested, so I'm really excited to be able to spend some quality time with them. My brother Rohit is a resident physician at a hospital in San Diego, and he's been working in the ICU through a pandemic, and there's a big emotional toll that it takes on him as well.
COVID presented in a unique circumstance. It's a very challenging virus to tackle. It's mentally extremely exhausting. So being able to spend time hanging out with family and friends is very therapeutic.
Ro is a pretty big dog lover. He loves bonding with our dogs, so I'm just happy that he's enjoying himself. Okay, who's going to get the ball first? Who's going to get the ball first? We're having fun, throwing the ball, but then all of a sudden Rashi gets a text.
Here. Just got a text from the shelter. They have a dog that was having an extreme boarding situation. His name is Benji. He's 10 years old. He's 16 pounds. He's partially blind. He's missing teeth, elongated nails, and he has a lot of mouths. Just from looking at his picture, my heart sank.
Sensing the urgency of the situation, Eric heads to the shelter where little Benji awaits.
How we doing?
But first, Benji will need proper medical attention.
Hi, Eric.
Hi.
This must be Benji. Benji was in pretty bad shape. It looks like he was in a situation where he might have been receiving a best care, which is sad to see. Hello, Benji. Well, I'll take a look at him and see what's going on and let you know what my recommendations are.
Great.
See, little guy. He seems very sweet.
Yeah, very sweet.
So let's take a look at his little ears. Gosh, this does look like an ear infection going on.
Okay.
So we'll take care of that for him because that can be painful.
Yeah.
Cute little guy. So I'll take a look at his eyes. He does have some cloudiness to his lens, which could represent some early cataracts. That can affect their vision for sure.
Anything on his nose?
Just looks a little bit pink, like he has maybe some allergies or skin condition that's going on.
Okay.
There's definitely a pretty significant dental disease going on. I'd like to have a professional dental cleaning procedure and have his teeth pulled. At the same time, we can take care of cleaning his ears to start to treat the ear infection as well.
Great. Dr. Adeline checks Benji's lymph nodes and suggests some antibiotics to treat his skin infection.
Yes, since he is older, chances are likely he also does have a little bit of arthritis that we have to try to manage for him.
He's such a sweet dog.
Then Dr. Evelyn checks Benji's heart.
So I do hear a very slight heart murmur, which is not unusual for older doggies.
Is there anything we can do about that?
There are medications we can give them. You would want to watch for any breathing signs that might suggest his heart is bothering him.
Okay.
Do you know if he's licking or chewing on his feet?
Yeah, the shelter did mention chewing a little bit.
Okay. So Benji does have some issues, but luckily we will get him scheduled for his procedures to cure the fuse and the teeth. In the meantime, I'm going to recommend a skin support supplement called Germaline. It can help support overall skin health.
Okay.
Based on Benji's weight, let's give him 1 chew per day for the initial 4-week period, and then we'll give him one every other day for maintenance.
Okay, great.
Because of his teeth condition, I'd like you to crush the little chewable and mix it in with his wet food.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you so much for looking at this guy. Hopefully we can get him well enough to find him a family.
Absolutely. We'll get you guys scheduled for the procedures and make sure that we got him feeling healthy soon.
Awesome. Let's go, Benji.
Bye.
Bye.
Make sure to talk to your veterinarian before providing any health supplements to your pet. With Benji's health plan in place, Eric takes the little dog back to the ranch where he'll begin his slow road to recovery. Over the course of the week, Benji undergoes dental surgery to remove his infected teeth. Then, once he's feeling better, Eric treats him to the ultimate indulgence, a spa day.
He's all done.
Benji! After Benji's transformation, Eric and Rashi are convinced he'll make a great addition to a family. But finding someone willing to take on the responsibility of a senior dog isn't an easy task. After hitting multiple dead ends, Eric gets an inspired idea.
I know your brother was having a lot of fun with our little ones in the tennis court. What about him adopting them?
Honestly, Road's been through a lot this past year with being in the ICU during COVID, so yeah, I think it would be really good for him as well. He would have had some joy to his life.
The next day, Eric and Rashi reach out to Rohit, and his reaction is exactly what they were hoping for.
Are you guys telling me that I can have a dog?
Possibly.
Whoa, I love that.
I have something to show you. Let me see if I can call him over here.
He's already there? No way!
Come on, Benj.
But seeing Benji melted my heart. Just the smile, the wagging tail, the bow tie. Hi, Benji!
So he's a senior dog. He did have dental disease, so they had to extract his teeth. And he is having trouble seeing now and also a little trouble hearing, but I think he'll be a really good fit with you.
I think that's fantastic. I also have trouble seeing. You see my glasses. I also have trouble hearing. So, same thing. We're practically twins already. No being is made perfectly. And I see this in the hospital all the time. Everyone has an equal right to be loved and be taken care of, and Benji is no different.
With Rohit on board, Eric works with Benji on the 6 classic cues.
You like those little soft treats?
Given his limitations, Benji won't master them all, but training still provides mental stimulation and bonding.
He's doing really well, given the loss of hearing and sight. He seemed very proud of himself. Good job. And I'm just happy that we're able to hopefully make his life a lot better than it once was.
A few weeks later, Benji finally gets to meet his new dad in person.
Hi, what's up?
Look at me, bro. No way! Is that Benji?
It was almost like love at first sight to see Benji.
Benji had 2 days left when we picked him up, but he's now a very healthy dog, very energetic. It's just really awesome to see. His future is super bright.
I'm grateful that they thought of me to be able to take on this task of caring for Benji, not only improving my life, but improving Benji's life at the same time.
Coming up, Eric jumps into action to save a gentle soul bearing the marks of a tragic past.
They found some scars on the head and neck for the
Sour Patch Kids presents Glow Ups with edible confetti that glows under black light.
Ew, a first level unlimited plan at a price that never goes up.
$25 a month forever. That's a great idea.
I know. I do my best thinking in the shower, so I turn my office into one. Leave it open. Leave it open.
This spring, Ross savings are in
First thing she may have been a cop.
Probably.
Eric and Rashi love nothing more than spending their weekends enjoying the California sun with their pups.
It's good for the dogs to get out, get a change in environment, and it's just something that we do to bond with our dogs.
You ever got a boat?
Yeah, he does.
But even on their days off, Eric and Rashi are always standing by to help other dogs in need.
There's a dog named London that just came in, slightly malnourished. They found some scars on the head and neck, so the first thing she may have been a cop.
Probably.
Yeah. And there's a picture.
Okay.
What do you think?
Yeah. You mind if I drop you off in here?
Yeah, that's fine.
Alright, thanks. We'll trip over.
Despite everything she's been through, London is sweet and loving.
What are you having here? Yeah, this is your.
Eric assesses London around people and other dogs and quickly realizes her gentle temperament could make her a perfect family dog. As luck would have it, the Ayers family of Carlsbad, California, happened to be looking for a medium-sized dog to fill a very large void in their life.
2.5 years ago, we lost Jersey, which was really hard for all of us.
I think for Leslie it was very difficult, and for her to see her daughters that upset too was pretty hard.
I felt like part of my family was gone, and I really missed her.
Gianna has written us so many papers on why she should have a dog.
Jersey was really sweet. She loved everybody she met. When Jersey passed away, I felt like a piece of my heart was slipped away.
Since Jersey passed, there's definitely been a void in our family. Definitely for Gianna, I know that every day she's just begging and wishing for a dog to fill that void that she's feeling.
Eric thinks London could be the right fit, but his biggest concern is making sure London is comfortable around kids.
I want to make sure that London is familiar with the energy they bring to an environment. All right, kids, who wants to come over and greet first? Well, we have 3 children and their parents meeting us in our training yard today. She does have whiskers.
Her whiskers are very ticklish. They tickle my hand every time she sniffs and licks me. London was very sweet and nice dog.
Once the kids have had their chance to meet London, Eric turns them loose to have fun and play.
They're doing a little bit of air guitar and sliding across the yard, which, hey, that's what kids do. And London's actually doing perfectly.
London was like an audience. She was just sitting there watching us play. Even though the instruments weren't physical, I think she could see them with her dog vision.
I don't really have any concerns with her going into a house with kids.
After getting kid approved and mastering the classic cues, London heads to the beach to meet her new family.
Hey guys, do you mind if we join them?
I was very surprised when Eric just came up with this beautiful dog. I had love at first sight.
Jersey will always be a part of our thoughts, but we are looking forward to moving forward with London and having a wonderful life with her.
Coming up, Eric and Rashi cut short their vacation in order to save a 6-month-old puppy with charm to spare. Eric and Rashi never miss a chance to meet a dog and human that share a special bond. So while vacationing in Tampa, they visit with Air Force veteran Ryan Bodge and his service dog, Bradley.
So I was in service for 27 years. One particular deployment to Iraq, we ended up having an attack, and a rocket ended up hitting close proximity to me. That rocket that hit ended up blowing me down to the ground, ended up perforating my eardrum.
Bradley has been able to help Ryan with his mobility issues as well as his post-traumatic stress disorder.
Brad is able to reach him in a way nobody else can. He doesn't have to talk to Bradley. He can just love on him.
Bradley changed my life by always being by my side. I look at him pretty much 3 or 4 times a week, if not more. So I can't believe I have him.
But during their visit, Eric and Rashi receive an urgent text message about a 6-month-old puppy in need. Luckily, the only thing standing in their way is a quick plane ride back to LA. The next afternoon, Eric heads to the shelter to rescue Marley. Eric spends the first few weeks channeling Marley's boundless energy into mastery of the 6 classic cues. But his puppy curiosity could pose an issue in the Swain household. Because Cindy enjoys mosaic tiling, Marley will need to be trained on an advanced leave it.
I want to make sure that if these little pieces fall on the ground, that he knows to leave them. Leave it. As soon as the little pieces touch the ground, I'm saying leave it, yes. And as soon as he turns his head, he gets a yes and a report. Anybody got another piece? Leave it. Yes. And as time moves on, it's like clockwork. He hits the ground, he turns, he gets a reward. Yes. All right, he's got it.
Now, with all the pieces in place, it's off to Santa Barbara, where Marley meets his forever family.
Yes! Marley! I was so amazed to see how absolutely adorable he was. And I know that we're going to have a wonderful life with him.
Coming up, a day of celebration turns into a life-saving rescue.
There's a dog named Sunshine. She's pretty sweet.
Let me go pick her up. Lucky Dog is presented by Cosequin Joint Health Supplements. Over the years, Eric and Rashi have expanded their fur family. But today, they're expanding their family in a whole new way.
Hey guys, today Rashi and I are video chatting with our parents. We have a couple surprises for them.
This is Ella. She is a 10-month-old baby girl.
She's a new member in the family.
Hey, Ella.
We went through a very traumatic experience. We lost our 2-year-old dog, Stell. We grieved a lot, but we also realized that we were really missing that energy in the house. We were missing a baby girl.
She has a broken leg, so we're just nursing her back to health, but she should be well over the next few weeks.
She's cute. Now you have another little girl.
Another little girl. And in fact, this wasn't the only surprise. The big reveal is that we are having a little baby girl.
This time, a human baby girl.
I don't think our parents could be any happier. We are so excited to see them as grandparents.
That is awesome. Congratulations.
We're so excited. We really miss you. Can't wait to see you.
Love you all.
Bye, guys.
Take care.
Bye.
But even in the midst of their own life-changing moment, Eric and Rashi are still willing to drop everything to rescue a dog in need.
There's a dog named Sunshine. She's a Chihuahua mix. They think she may be 2 to 3 years old. Here's her picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's pretty sweet.
Let me go pick her up.
True to her name, Sunshine lights up the room with her sunny disposition.
Hey! Oh my! Hi! Yeah! Oh, your sweet dog.
And after a few days of watching her socialize at the ranch, both Eric and Rashi feel confident that she'll make someone a perfect companion. And it just so happens that aspiring fashion designer Juan Aguilera is looking for a new pint-sized muse to help him move on after the tragic loss of his previous dog, Angel.
Angel was special to me because I had her for 17 years, and I went through a lot, and I just felt like she was my constant companion, my best friend.
Do you mind sharing when she passed?
I was coming home that day, she was on a leash, and then I tripped, and she just went onto the street and was hit by a car. It just happened so fast, there was really nothing I could do about it. Unfortunately, it's just very sad.
I know accidents happen, and I'm really happy that he's been able to talk about it, process it, not blame himself anymore. That's really important.
I think it's time I gave myself a little bit of space to just process it all, but I think I'm ready. I want a new best friend, hopefully a Chihuahua.
Coming up, though Sunshine feels like a perfect match for Juan, she'll need a firm understanding of leash safety.
Juan went through some big trauma with his previous dog, and I want to make sure that if I can help prevent that, I will.
Lucky Dog is presented by Cosequin Joint Health Supplements. Eric and Rashi think their latest rescue, Sunshine, might be the perfect pick-me-up for a young man still grieving the tragic loss of his previous dog. But before Sunshine can go to her new home, she'll need a lesson in safety, specifically an advanced recall.
I want to make sure that whatever distractions are in the environment for Sunshine,
that she reliably comes back to me and leaves those distractions alone.
Eric taps Sunshine with her favorite toys.
It's a pretty special gorilla.
Sunshine. Yes.
And tests her in different environments.
Come on, Sunshine. Come on, Sunshine.
Once Sunshine proves she has the discipline and maturity needed for the real world, Eric takes the final step and introduces her to her new dad.
Hey, Juan.
Oh my gosh, hi, Sunshine.
Look who it is, Sunshine.
My heart was beating. I was just so excited to meet Sunshine for the first time.
She's so cute.
Over the course of the afternoon, Eric makes sure that Juan is comfortable with each of the cues. Then, he makes it official with a gold graduation medal.
I know it's the last time I'm going to see her, but the future is going to be very bright for Sunshine, let's just say that.
And despite the imperfect timing of these 4 rescues, Eric and Rashi are always willing to hit pause on their own lives so that other lives, like Marley, Benji, London, and Sunshine, get a second chance.
From hopeless to a home. That's our mission. One dog at a time.
Today on Lucky Dog, Eric rescues a very scared and timid poodle terrier mix.
She's getting overlooked. She's just not in great shape.
She might be exactly what one family is looking for after mourning the loss of their previous dog.
We definitely want to rescue a dog that we can consider to be our family member again.
With a lot of love, a smidge of luck, and some specialized training, Smidge just might arrive at her final destination, a loving home.
Can't wait to let her know that she's loved and she can be comfortable here.
I'm Eric Leeson, and this is my wife, Rashi. And we've dedicated our lives to saving the lonely, unwanted dogs that are living without hope. Our mission is to make sure that these amazing animals find a purpose, a family, and a place to call home. Today, one dog will be saved, and one family will have a new best friend. This is Lucky Dog.
Presented by Cosequin Joint Health Supplements.
When you're starting out with your finances, we want to see your money grow. Credit Karma can help you improve the low score and gives you tools to manage your spending and savings so your financial success can continue to bloom. Into a Credit Karma.
Pain means pause on the things you love, but green means go. Among neck pain sufferers, BioFreeze gel was found to be 2 times more effective than ice, so you can keep on going. BioFreeze, green means go. Cardio life management, so that you can grow continually to live up to more of life outside. With vitamins hitting 80% of your days, 5 nap snacks, garden porch floats, and more, ease into outdoor living at grantsgrowth.com.
Today, Eric and Rashi are in Smithtown, New York, visiting Guide Dog Foundation for the Blind, a nonprofit organization that trains and places guide dogs with people who are blind or visually impaired.
Hey guys, welcome. How are you? Hey, how are you? You're doing well. So happy to have you guys here. I'm John Miller, President and CEO of the Foundation. We have a 12-acre campus here right in the heart of Long Island. This is the main headquarters, and we have a lot of exciting things, so let's go ahead and tour.
We're ready.
We have an administrative center which holds a residential dorm for clients who usually come in on a 2-week period and stay with us. We have a training center, we have a kennel facility, and then we have a puppy nursery. So the dogs are here on campus. They stay with us for about 8 weeks, and then they go out to a team of puppy raisers across the country until they're about 14 to 16 months old, when they come back here to get paired with their professional trainers. And then ultimately we start the matching process.
Guide Dog Foundation dogs are matched based on their size, their temperament, and the skills that they will be asked to perform.
And what is Freddie doing right now?
He is doing a task called rest, and it just kind of helps people focus on the dog as opposed to things that they're worried about outwardly.
Just getting to see the inner workings of the Guide Dog Foundation is pretty amazing. They have some amazing dogs there, and I'm just really heartwarmed by what they do.
The organization also has an on-site vet clinic where routine exams are performed.
Service and guide dogs are the athletes of the dog population, so having a good, thorough examination periodically is certainly very important.
Throughout the organization's 75-year history, over 3,700 guide dogs have been placed, and it's all been made possible by the many volunteers, donors, and sponsors like Nutramax Laboratories.
Nutramax supports Guide Dog Foundation for the Blind in providing recipients of dogs with the ability to get joint health supplements for their service dogs. We're asking those dogs to be of service for a long time, maybe even 10 or 12 years. And so to have those joints as healthy as possible for as long as possible gives them the maximum amount of years they can be in service to their recipient.
Well, thank you so much for showing us around, letting us meet the dog. This space is beautiful, and we're so proud of the work that you guys are doing.
Well, thank you, and we appreciate you guys coming here. And we love your work as well, so you guys are welcome here anytime.
Thanks, John.
Enjoy the rest of your day, guys. Thanks.
Bye.
As the day wraps up, Rashi receives a text message from a shelter back in California.
They have a dog that's 3 to 4 years old. Her name is Snitch. She's a poodle terrier mix, female. She weighs under 25 pounds. She just recently had a litter of puppies. And she came in all matted, so the shelter had to shave her fur. She's really pretty.
She's getting overlooked. She's just not in great shape. So we leave tomorrow to go back to LA, and as soon as we get back, we're going to go ahead and pick her up.
Once the couple is back in Los Angeles, Eric heads to the shelter.
Hey, Smidge. Okay.
3-year-old Smidge is too fearful to get up and greet Eric. After taking some time to earn her trust, Eric carefully removes the dog from her kennel and escorts her out of the shelter. Back at the ranch, Eric gives Smidge a nice warm bath, and Smidge begins to relax. Next, Eric gives the dog a bronze medal, which she'll wear throughout her basic training.
There we go. Ready for work?
To ease the transition to a new environment, Eric first familiarizes Smidge with the empty training yard. Once she's comfortable, he brings in another dog.
Who is this? Yeah.
And then another human, Rashi.
So pretty.
Yeah. Really nice coloring.
Eric introduces Smidge to the rest of the ranch residents, one at a time.
Come on, guys.
While Smidge begins to let her guard down and play with the other dogs, Eric and Rashi note that she is on the timid side and would do well in a calm and loving home. And one particular family comes to mind.
My name is Denise Kim. I live in Rolling Hills Estates with my husband and my son, Nathan.
My name's Nick. I work down at the Port of Long Beach. I am a facility security officer.
I work at the ports in LA and I handle the logistics of the containers discharging off the vessel.
The couple's 15-year-old son, Nathan, is a high school freshman who loves to play the piano and football. Together, the family enjoys road trips, bike rides, and going fishing. The Kim family previously had a 13-year-old Maltese poodle mix named Sam.
He was very, very close to us. He went everywhere we went, and wherever they would not take Sam, we wouldn't go.
Sam was special to us because he knew what we were thinking and we knew what he was thinking.
Sadly, Sam passed away a month ago from liver cancer, and his absence has been hard on the entire family.
We're used to having certain routines and we don't have that anymore.
And Nathan was very effective because during the pandemic, Nathan had online schooling and Sam was right next to him every day. So now there's a big boy in all of our lives.
The family is looking to rescue a dog that can help fill that void.
I know we can never replace Sam.
He loved us unconditionally, and so he actually made us better people. So we just want to continue that.
A dog that we can consider to be our family member again, where we could take this new dog anywhere and everywhere we go.
Knowing that we have a dog again is a good feeling because we can fill up the void that was lost when Sam died.
Before Eric can determine if the family is the right match for Smidge, he'll have to do an assessment.
Today I'm going to be assessing her knowledge of the 6 classic cues, which are sit, stay, down, come, leave it, and loose leash That was good. Almost. We'll work on that. What about stay? Stay was non-existent. No impulse control, so the leave it didn't work. What about leash walk? I don't know if she's ever been on a leash. So I have my work cut out for me. The good news is she is an extremely sweet dog, so I'm really excited to work with her and teach her these things. We know what we need to work on. All right, let's go.
Coming up, Eric and Rashi receive an interesting training request.
I really enjoy biking at the beach. I like to get one of those backpacks where you're able to carry your dog in your bag.
It's a health and wellness moment from Consequent. Labrador retrievers, like those trained to assist the blind, are strong, active dogs. But as they grow older, they can develop joint issues. And because healthy joints can make it easier for these dogs to rise, climb, and jump, it's important that their handlers pay special attention to potential signs of joint issues, including stiff and swollen joints, limping, slowness in getting up after lying down, and difficulty climbing stairs. It's also important to manage the joint health of labs by providing them with a healthy diet, watching their weight, and making sure that they get plenty of daily exercise. When a dog does exhibit symptoms of joint issues, a veterinary exam is suggested to help diagnose any medical conditions and determine an appropriate treatment plan. Eric recently rescued Smidge from the shelter. The Poodle Terrier mix was very timid, so Eric has been giving her time to adjust to her new surroundings. And Rashi has been working to find her a new forever home. What are you up to?
I've been narrowing down some really wonderful families. I think I found the perfect family for her.
Okay.
They are Denise and Nick, and they have a 15-year-old son, Nathan.
Okay.
And they just recently lost their only dog to cancer.
That's tough.
Yeah, it's really tough. I really think Smidge would be a great fit for them.
Okay. We have a family. How's that sound? Yeah.
The next day, Eric and Rashi sit down for a video chat with Denise and Nick.
Hi.
Guys.
Hi.
Hi guys.
This is my husband, Eric.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Tell us about yourselves and your family.
We live in Palos Verdes, and we have a son who is 15 years old. His name is Nathan. His passion is football. He also has been playing piano since he was 6 years old competitively.
We had a dog, Sam. He passed away last month. He basically did everything, went everywhere, wherever we went.
We went to like pet-friendly hotels. He went inside movies with us, dinner outings. So really part of the family. We have a stroller for him too.
Can you describe the impact that's had on you?
It was devastating. It was truly, literally like losing your own child.
You know, after Sam passing, you know, you reflect. Dog spelled backwards is God. Unconditional love. And that's what he gave us. Yeah, he just made us better people.
Nathan being the only child, I think he really felt that he lost a brother or a sibling. He's definitely looking forward to getting another dog.
You could just tell from the stories he shared how much they love their dog. They're looking to fill that void that they feel and add that energy back into the home. Can you describe your home and the community around it?
Sure. It's a 2-story home, and we're in a HOA community. In the middle is like a community small park. We go there to walk our dogs.
That sounds great. And do you also have an enclosed backyard?
Yes, we do.
Can you describe what you like to do with your dog and also what you like to do just for pleasure in general?
I like to go fishing and to beaches. The new dog can definitely join us just as much as Sam did. We really enjoy going road biking at the beach. I like to get one of those backpacks where you're able to carry your dog in your bag.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. We actually have backpacks that we hike with our dogs, so we can certainly steer you in the right direction there.
That'd be awesome.
So Denise, can you tell me a little bit about your hobbies?
I like to read, and Sam would just be with me the whole time. It could be hours. Yeah, he was definitely my cuddle buddy.
I do think that Smidge could be a good fit for their lifestyle. We did just rescue a dog. We're still assessing her temperament, but it seems like it might fit your criteria. But can we keep you posted on the progress?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes,
please.
We'll talk to you soon.
Bye, guys.
All right, guys.
Bye.
Coming up, Smidge starts her first day of basic training.
Target these fingertips. Yes.
spent several days bonding with her and earning her trust. Once he feels she's ready, Eric begins training Smidge on the 6 classic cues.
Target these fingertips. Yes. All I want to get her to do is go from that coming when called into a sit. Yes. You're flying through these. Okay. Switch up. Sit. Yes. Now she's coming to me when called, and she's also going straight into that sit, so she's actually created a default sit where I don't even have to ask for it.
Once Smidge shows good progress on the sit and come cues, Eric moves on to the down cue.
And I'm just taking a treat to Smidge's nose. I'm luring down to the ground, and then slowly luring across the ground, and to see if she'll kind of stretch her body out. Yes. Good. Yes.
During a training break, Eric and Rashi drive to Palos Verdes to see the Kim family's home. Denise gives them a tour of the inside of the home, and then they head out to the backyard.
Looks great, especially for a smaller dog. I love the fence. I love that it's completely enclosed. This looks great.
Eric and Rashi give the green light on Smidge's potential home. Then, back at the ranch, training continues.
Sit. Stay.
It doesn't take long for Smidge to master all 6 classic cues.
Okay, Smidge. Good girl.
To mark the achievement, Smidge is awarded a silver training medal.
There we go. Good job.
Coming up next, Smidge learns how to hitch a ride.
Good job, Smidge.
Here's a health and wellness tip from Cosequin. A dog's coat is a reflection of its overall health, and while regular grooming is essential, it's also important to pay attention to sudden changes or abnormalities. Things to look out for include hair loss, foul odors, matted or patchy fur, and visible evidence of fleas. If you notice any changes to your pet's fur, consider scheduling a checkup with your veterinarian. Lucky Dog is presented by Cosequin Joint Health Supplements. Smidge has flourished during her time at the Lucky Dog Ranch. She's let her sweet personality shine, and she's mastered basic training. Now it's time to prepare her for life with her future family. First, because the Kim family has a piano in their home, Eric and Rashi acclimate Smidge to the sounds of a piano.
She was really fixated on the treats, and I think she really enjoyed my excellent piano. Wow. Yeah.
Next, because Nick and Nathan want their new dog to go fishing with them, Eric acclimates Smidge to the fishing experience, on both land and on sea. Eric has one last training request to accomplish.
What is it?
Preparing Smidge to go on bicycle rides with Nick.
Today I'm going to be acclimating her to a doggy backpack and then riding with me on a bicycle. And the first thing I want to do is make sure that she's comfortable in this backpack. I'm just treating her as we're doing this. I put that backpack on, and she's doing great so far. So now I'm ready to take her out to the street and see how she does. I think she was meant for this. She could not be happier. Good job, Smidge. She's doing awesomely, and now I'm ready to show Nick what she's capable of. Good job.
Coming up, Smidge takes her first ride with her new family.
Good job, Smidge. That's Smidge.
When Lucky Dog returns. Lucky Dog is presented by Cosequin Joint Health Supplements. 3-year-old Smidge had a rough start in life. She came to the shelter visibly anxious with matted fur. Now she's ready for the loving family that will give her the life that she deserves. But before Smidge leaves the ranch, Rashi has to say goodbye.
We really bonded with Smidge, and I am so happy to have found a wonderful family for her. Hi, baby girl.
Today's a big day for Smidge. She gets to meet her friend. Nick answered. I think he was pretty surprised that I was standing there with Smidge. Hey, hi, how are you? Good. Who's this guy?
Oh my goodness.
Look who it is.
It was amazing to meet Smidge for the first time. Oh, her eyes were really
really mesmerizing, and yes, just couldn't keep my eyes off of her eyes.
The first thing that jumped out about Smidge was her energy, her playfulness, and just she's so pretty.
I think she's super sweet, and she's a really energetic dog, and I'm happy to have her as part of our family.
Once introductions are made, Eric shows the Kim family how to handle their new dog.
There you go. Go to make a right-hand turn. She'll walk around you. So there you go.
After working on the classic cues, Eric takes the family to the beach to demonstrate Smidge's backpacking skills.
All right, Nick, how's that feel? Oh, it feels great. When we first acclimate anybody to having a backpack and bicycles, first making sure that they feel comfortable just wearing the backpack before they get on the bicycle. And then it's making sure that they test in little increments, just pedaling very slowly with that backpack on, just to make sure they have their balance. Good job, Smidge.
Smidge.
He seemed to do really well with it, so I was really comfortable kind of not walking next to him anymore and just kind of standing to the side and letting him ride back and forth.
You have Smidge right behind me in my backpack, enjoying the breeze with her head sticking out. We just totally enjoyed our bike ride together.
Once Smidge proves that she's ready for the road, Eric rewards her with a gold graduation medal.
Good job, Smidge. You did it.
When Eric gave Smidge the gold medal, it's just confirmation that it was meant to be, that we are going to become family with Smidge.
With the match confirmed, it's time for Eric to say goodbye.
Bye, guys. You know, going from the shelter to living on the beach, I really couldn't pick a better life for Smidge.
When we lost Sam, it was just like a lost void in this house, and I'm hoping that Smidge is going to be able to fill that void.
We just want to take her everywhere we go. I want to take her on my bike rides.
Can't wait to let her know that she's loved and she can be comfortable here.
From hopeless to a home. That's our mission. One dog at a time.
Today on Lucky Dog, the little dog that could is looking for his new forever home. He might be just what a recently relocated couple from South Korea is looking for.
We decided not to have children, so we decided to have a little dog.
But before Eric can go full steam ahead on the adoption, Choo Choo will have to learn to stay on track.
Choo Choo doesn't know much.
And Eric will need to brush up on his dance moves.
All right, dance off. I'm Eric Weason, and this is my wife, Rashi. And we've dedicated our lives to saving the lonely, unwanted dogs that are living without hope. Our mission is to make sure that these amazing animals find a purpose, a family, and a place to call home. Today, one dog will be saved, and one family will have a new best friend. This is Lucky Dog.
Presented by Coast and Glen Joint Health Supplements.
Okay, walk this way.
Today, Eric and Rashi are working with their client's dog, Baxter, on sitting when greeting guests.
Just walking Baxter on leash, and as soon as we get to Rashi, he has to sit and then wait for the attention. There we go. Up, and then his way. Again. Perfect. That's what we're waiting for.
With continued practice, Baxter learns that he'll only get attention when he's sitting.
Good. Perfect. That's what we wanted.
While we were working with Baxter, I got a text from the shelter. The shelter just texted us. They have a dog named Choo Choo that needs to be rescued. He's 6 months old. He's a 15-pound Oxford Terrier mix. The shelter just doesn't have space for him.
Okay. So I'm actually going to leave Rashi and Baxter and go pick up Choo Choo, which is the cutest thing in the world, and I can't wait to meet him. Oh, there you are, Choo Choo. How small you are. Yeah, you're excited. Okay, let me come in. I'm going to come in, okay?
6-month-old Choo Choo is eager to leave the shelter.
Looks like you're ready to go.
All he needs is a ride, which Eric is happy to provide.
I got you. All right, let's go.
Thank you. Today, Eric brought Choo Choo, a 6-month-old male Dachshund Terrier mix. Tell me about Choo Choo.
Choo Choo was just taken in as a stray to the shelter, so we don't really know too much about him, but he seems pretty sweet.
Oh, he's adorable. Let me check him out.
Alright.
So we'll take a look at his ears, make sure they're nice and clean. Look pretty clean and healthy. Look at his eyes. Doesn't seem to have anything going on there. Let's look at his teeth since he's a little puppy. Oh, look at those white teeth, huh? See?
White teeth.
We're going to look at his skin and make sure he doesn't have any sores or anything like that. It looks nice and healthy, no lumps or bumps. That's great. We'll check out his joints. He is a small breed dog, and sometimes they can have joint issues. Those actually feel nice and normal. We're going to palpate his tummy to make sure I don't feel anything unusual or if there's no pain or discomfort. That seems to be pretty normal.
Good job, Choo Choo.
And then let me go ahead and listen to his heart pulse. Make sure that sounds good.
Alright.
That sounds pretty good. I don't hear any abnormal heart sounds or any abnormal rhythms. His lungs sound nice and clear.
Good job, Choo Choo.
Overall, he looks like a healthy dog.
Great.
However, because he is a small breed dog and there's susceptible to joint issues sometimes, I'd like to recommend a joint health supplement called Cosaquin. It can help support and maintain healthy joints.
Okay.
Healthy joints allow a dog to run, jump, and play. Let me grab that for you. For his size, he would get 1 chew daily for 4 to 6 weeks as we build up the levels, and then he would be on 1 every other day for maintenance.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Is he okay to drink?
Absolutely.
Thanks, Dr. Evelyn.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Talk to your veterinarian before providing any health supplements to your pet. Back at the ranch, Choo Choo gets a fresh start with a nice warm bath. Like every lucky dog, Choo Choo is outfitted with some hardware, a bronze training double.
Okay. Alright. There we go. There we go. Alright, Choo Choo. You ready? Alright, let's go. Let's go.
Eric brings him into the empty training yard where he explores his new digs.
Look at all this space.
Then he meets a new friend.
Sam Smidge. There we go. Alright.
Choo Choo is also introduced to Rashi.
Choo Choo.
Oh.
As well as the rest of the ranch residents.
Come on, guys.
Hi.
Oh.
Love his ears.
Yeah.
You are so cute.
Choo Choo receives a warm welcome and begins to let his guard down and play. He has the perfect combination of energy and affection that one couple in Los Angeles, California is looking for.
I'm Sarah. I'm married to DC. We've been together for about 4 years now.
I met Sarah in Korea, and then we married, and we decided to move to LA.
Back in Korea, DC worked as a professional K-pop dancer.
I go on stage, the audience make me screaming all the time. Feels like I'm a famous star, something like that. That was fun.
But now he makes his living as a personal trainer and martial artist.
I train sword fighting, and I train kickboxing, and I do namchuk.
Sarah is an aspiring fashion designer who currently works in retail.
I work at a company that helps retailers reduce returns.
The couple enjoys hiking, swimming, dancing, exercising, and going to the beach. They both had dogs growing up, and the pandemic has reminded them how much they miss having that company. But before Eric can determine if the couple is a good match for Choo Choo, he'll have to do an assessment.
Today I'm going to be assessing Choo Choo's knowledge of the 6 classic cues, which are sit, stay, down, come, leave it, and loose leash walking.
Eric begins with the sit cue.
Oh, almost.
But Choo Choo has other ideas.
Choo Choo. Choo Choo, let's just say, doesn't know much.
Try some leash walking? We're going to need to work on that. It's okay. I'm not even going to try that stay cue. I think we're going to need to work on everything, okay?
It's expected. He's a really young dog, and I am just excited to kind of mold him into this awesome dog.
Coming up, Eric and Rashi receive an unusual training request.
If dog can train with me, dog can watch me when I push up and walk, and then move to push up and
Eric recently rescued 6-month-old Choo Choo from the shelter. He's been giving the little dachshund terrier mix time to acclimate to the ranch. And Rashi has been searching for a potential family for him.
I just had the best phone call with a couple that is looking for a dog just like Choo Choo.
Okay.
Sarah and DC, they recently lived in Korea. I could tell how important it was for them to get a dog. I really couldn't think of a better match.
Oh, okay.
Yay, Choo Choo!
The next day, Eric and Rashi sit down to video chat with Sarah and DC.
Hi guys! Hey! We're just really excited to get to know you both. Can you tell me more about your home?
We actually live in a big apartment complex. It's very accommodating to pets. There's a dog park, there's even like a dog washing station.
When you guys aren't working, what do you like to do in your spare time?
We like to do hiking, going to the beach, to do dancing. DC used to be a professional dancer.
We want to hear more about the dancing.
In Korea, I worked entertainment industry 25 years. I worked with that 90s K-pop girl.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
I love it. All right. Dance off.
Bye.
No one can beat these moves. So, what type of dog are you looking for?
We're looking for a fairly like a smaller dog, maybe 10 to 20 pounds that we can take everywhere.
If dog can train with me, it'll be great. Dog can watch me when I do push-up and bark. And then I do push-up and bark.
I don't expect Choo Choo on that iron anytime soon, but you can certainly watch.
DC loves to cook, so the couple's ideal dog will need good kitchen manners. DC also cleans and vacuums every day.
DC is the husband I will never be, but I think I can get some brownie points if I start to vacuum around the house and acclimate Choo Choo to it.
So I know you guys mentioned that you both grew up with animals. Was there one in particular that you bonded really well with?
I would say it would be my Pogo, Coco. I've had her for about 8 years and we grew together, really.
I had dogs most of my life.
Growing up, DC had a German Shepherd that he was really close with.
I still miss him. He's a good dog. He's really great and smart and strong.
After speaking with DC and Sarah, I really felt their need for a companion. I'm really excited to help them.
We actually just rescued a dog that could be a really good fit for you guys. We're still assessing the temperament, but can I keep you guys posted on how it's going?
Oh yeah, we can't wait to meet him.
Thank you so much.
Our pleasure.
As possible.
All right. Bye, guys.
Talk to you soon.
Yeah.
Coming up, Choo Choo's training goes off the rails.
When getting Choo Choo out into our side yard, I noticed that he was very timid and almost skittish.
If you are 18 or older looking to adopt a dog in the LA area and want to be on the show, write to us at cbsluckydog@gmail.com. Tell us why, and you might. 6-month-old Choo Choo has been chugging along at the ranch. He's become acclimated to his new surroundings, thanks to several bonding sessions with Eric. He's also received his joint health supplements along the way.
Good job. Let's go. Today I'm going to be working with Choo Choo in our indoor training space on sit and down. I have a bed, lure him onto the bed, lure over the top of his head, and he was able to sit back. Yes. The only problem is every time he got a treat, he would just pop right back up. So I started to load him up after I got him into a sit, and I'm just treating rapid fire. I was also able to lure him into a down position. Yes.
Once Choo Choo shows progress on the sit and down cues, Eric moves on to the come cue.
Now, when getting Choo Choo out into our side yard, I noticed that he was very timid and almost skittish. So right now, I just want to get him to come to me and be rewarded for that. And I'm just treating him as he comes around me. It's a great way to build trust for a dog.
As Choo Choo gains confidence, Eric starts to move around.
I'll walk around, okay?
After playing follow the leader for a while, Choo Choo begins to target Eric's fingertips.
Yes. Good targeting. That's great.
During a training break, Eric and Rashi review photos of Sarah and DC's apartment.
There's a nice little balcony area. You can see Choo Choo hanging out.
There's a little bed.
Yeah. There's the gym area.
Yeah.
Bedroom. Nice and spacious. This is the office area. And here's your living space.
Wow. It's nice and cozy.
Yeah.
Choo Choo.
A good size for Choo Choo.
Yeah. David.
Once the prospective adopter's home receives a green light from Eric and Rashi, Choo Choo's training continues. Okay, Choo-Choo. And the young pup soon masters all 6 classic cues. Choo-Choo's hard work earns him some new hardware, a silver medal.
There we go. Yeah. All right, Choo-Choo, ready? Let's go.
Coming up next, Choo-Choo hits a few speed bumps during training.
Choo-Choo did back away a little bit.
All right, Choo-Choo. It's nice and clean.
Lucky Dog is presented by Cosequin Joint Health Supplements. Choo-Choo flew through basic training. Now that he's mastered the 6 classic cues, it's time to work on skills that will prepare him for life with Sarah and DC.
That's it. Today I'm going to be working with Choo-Choo on his puppy push-ups. DC has mentioned to me that he would love it if his new dog could partake in his exercise. All we're doing is getting a dog to sit, and I go to a down, yes, and then back up to a sit, and then back to a down. Sit. And what it does is it creates kind of a push-up motion.
Good job.
And he's doing great with this. So I'm just really excited now to perfect it and show DC what Choo-Choo's capable of.
Oh, so good.
Next, Eric takes Choo-Choo's training inside.
DC loves to clean the home often. And in this case, because I'm going to be acclimating Choo-Choo to a vacuum, Rashi gets some free services.
What is this?
First thing I want to do with Choo-Choo is get him used to just the vacuum being in the environment. The next thing I want to do is just turn it on really quick and then turn it off. I noticed that Choo-Choo did back away a little bit, which is why I only turn it on for a second and then turn it off. Yes, and then we're treating as this happens.
Good boy.
And I start to load him up with treats as the vacuum stays on for longer periods of time. This is where a dog will typically become reactive, and so it's really important to treat heavily during this point in the exercise, just to make sure that you have their focus on you rather than the vacuum.
All right, Choo-Choo. It's nice and clean for Rashi. He'll be very happy with us.
I start to add movement with the vacuum. Choo-Choo's doing great. He doesn't seem to be bothered by it at all.
All right, Choo-Choo. Let's go tell Rashi what we did, okay? Okay. She's gonna be so happy. Come on, let's go.
Since DC loves to cook, Eric trains Choo-Choo to stay in a bed while meals are being prepared.
Leave it.
He also works on an advanced leave it cue.
Yes.
So that Choo-Choo knows not to go after any food that is dropped on the floor.
Good job.
And he did great. He actually left the cheese and he had a reward.
Finally, since DC and Sarah are very active, Eric acclimates Choo-Choo to hiking and going to the beach. It's been a long uphill haul, but Choo-Choo has chugged along and shown Eric that he's ready for his final destination, a new forever home.
You ready? All right. Let's go.
Coming up, Choo-Choo's adoption is right on track, but it could get derailed by some friendly competition.
These moves will be forever.
Lucky Dog is presented by Cosequin Joint Health Supplements. Choo-Choo has proven himself to be the little dog that could. He's mastered his training, and he's ready to roll onto his new home. But before he can leave the station, Rashi has to say goodbye.
Sweet. He's such a great dog, and I think DC and Sarah are going to make such amazing parents, and I know he's going to have a great life.
All right, Choo-Choo.
You're a great home, buddy.
Today is a big day for Choo-Choo. He gets to meet Sarah and DC, and they are going to be his forever family.
Sarah, I decided I want to go to the park this morning, then I show up with Choo-Choo. I wasn't that expecting. I was really surprised. Look at you! Here's your dog.
He's so cute. When I first saw him, he just had this angelic face, so I just fell in love with him. Love at first sight.
I like Choo-Choo's eyes. His eyes is something he's thinking. Oh, even you, my son, okay? We train together, work out together, eat together. He's very special. I can tell, I can feel it. He's special dog.
After giving DC and Sarah some time to get acquainted with their new dog, Eric demonstrates Choo-Choo's basic obedience skills.
This will be sit. Yes, sit. And then when he's in his sit, you go down. Yes.
I was really impressed that this little puppy can take all those cues really well. I can see that he's like really smart.
can't wait to continue that training at home with him. Sit you down?
Yes. So then you'll say yes and then reward with the treat.
Next, it's time for some push-ups.
Ready? Down, sit. And then back up. There we go. And down. Juju and me, I think we're going to train together. We sit. It's going to be fun. Go up. Okay. And enough. I don't know if DC was ready for those push-ups, but Choo-Choo was just up and down. And I think he could have gone all day.
Eric and DC have one last piece of business to address. A dance-off, judged by Choo-Choo.
DC, I think, is a little bit better. These moves will be forever.
After evaluating their dance moves, Choo-Choo picks a winner.
So, well played, DC.
I think DC went very light on him, but this was my favorite part.
But the ultimate winner today is Choo-Choo, who has earned himself a gold graduation medal.
Alright. Here we go, Choo-Choo. Good job, time.
When Eric gave Choo-Choo the gold medal, I felt like a proud mama. I mean, I couldn't be more happier and proud for my little new boy.
Well, it's all yours.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
My pleasure. Bye, Choo-Choo. Bye.
Bye.
Choo-Choo is now the conductor of his own life, and he has a loving family, and I couldn't be happier for him.
Now that we're a family, we're going to hang out with him, we're going to watch movies with him, we'll dance with him, and we will just be a great family together.
When I saw Choo-Choo's eyes, I didn't make tears, but just, something emotional.
From hopeless to a home. That's our mission. One dog at a time.
Today on Lucky Dog, a 6-month-old Beagle Terrier mix is jumping at the chance to have a family.
Thank you. Best puppy kisses.
He might be exactly what a couple is looking for after a year marred by tragedy.
My mother passed away from cancer. My dad died 6 months later, and then a few months later, my cousin stepped up.
But their hobbies could stand in the way of the safe placement of an energetic young puppy.
Even. I'm Eric Eason, and this is my wife, Rashi. And we've dedicated our lives to saving the lonely, unwanted dogs that are living without hope. Our mission is to make sure that these amazing animals find a purpose, a family, and a place to call home. Today, one dog will be saved, and one family will have a new best friend. This is Lucky Dog.
Presented by Cosequin Joint Health Supplements. Today, Eric and Rashi are in Tampa, Florida, visiting with Air Force veteran Ryan Lodge and his service dog, Bradley.
So I was in service for 27 years. One particular deployment to Iraq, we ended up having an attack, and a rocket ended up hitting close proximity to me. That rocket that hit ended up blowing me down to the ground, ended up perforating my eardrum. Someone in my chain of command, which I'm thankful for, said, "You need to go to the doc." So they did some brain scans, and they were able to tell me that I had some damage.
Ryan now has mobility issues, which Bradley helps him with.
Brad is able to reach him in a way nobody else can. He doesn't have to talk to Bradley. He can just love on him.
Bradley can retrieve a lot of items for me, everything from keys, remote, water out of the refrigerator, he can open doors, close doors. If I'm sitting on the floor over a low stance, I can put almost all my body weight on his back and I can get up.
Bradley also helps Ryan with his post-traumatic stress disorder. Whenever Ryan displays anxiety, such as wringing his hands or bouncing his knee, a simple nudge from Bradley helps him refocus his thoughts.
Bradley changed my life by always being by my side. I look at him pretty much 3 or 4 times a week, if not more, and still can't believe I have him.
Ryan received Bradley from Valor Service Dogs, a nonprofit organization that places service dogs with wounded veterans and first responders.
All of the dogs go through 1.5 to 2 years of training where they learn things like opening and closing doors, getting water out of a refrigerator, recognizing signs of anxiety. Some dogs can learn
wheelchairs, retrieve items if somebody has dropped something.
Learning more about Valor service dogs, I have even more respect for what these trainers do, getting these dogs ready for people that are in absolute need of this help.
The program is possible because of donors, volunteers, and sponsors like Nutramax Laboratories.
Nutramax donates joint health supplements to each of our dogs, and they support us financially by sponsoring a dog a year. We put a lot of strain on a mobility dog, and so it's imperative that we keep them as healthy as possible in their joints so that they can work for 10 or 11 years.
They are doing a lot of complicated activities with their handlers. They have to have very healthy muscles and joints to be able to perform those tasks for the lifetime of their service.
Joint health issues can make them less willing to do their job or make them slower in reacting to commands, and we really need them to be on top of their game.
After spending the day with Ryan and Bradley, Eric and Rashi say their goodbyes. Then, as they head out, they receive a text message from the shelter.
They have a dog that's available. His name is Marley. They think he's around 6 months or younger. It's a 17-pound Eagle Terrier mix, a male. This is a picture. They're running out of space at the shelter, so they really need someone right now.
Alright, well, when we get back to LA, let's,
Okay. The next afternoon, Eric heads to the shelter to rescue Marley.
Is it Marley? Hey. I think you're Marley. Alright. Come in. Hold on. Oh, it's good to meet you. Yeah. Oh. You're the biggest puppy in the world? Yeah. Do we get out of here? Okay. Let me get on these.
6-month-old Marley can barely contain his excitement. He doesn't have to wait long before he's on his way out of the shelter. Back at the ranch, Marley is treated to a nice, warm bath.
good job, Marley.
Once the puppy is clean and dry, Eric gives him his bronze training medal.
There we go.
Good job, Marley. Let's get to work.
Marley receives a tour of the ranch, starting with the empty training yard.
Yeah. What do we got?
Once Marley seems comfortable, Eric brings in another dog.
What is that?
And then another human, Rashi. He's a puppy.
Let's just, you gotta get space, man.
So sweet.
Marley seems to get along with both humans and dogs, so Eric introduces him to the rest of the ranch residents, one at a time. Marley is a social butterfly, and Eric and Rashi note that he'll do well in a home where he can receive a lot of attention. Eric spends additional time bonding with Marley, and Rashi gets to work looking for a potential home for him. Before long, she comes across a couple in Southern California looking to rescue a dog.
I'm Cindy, and I live in Santa Barbara with my husband Michael.
We met like most people do nowadays online. It was like pretty much love at first sight.
Michael and Cindy are an active couple. They enjoy hiking, riding bicycles, and walking along the beach. Cindy is very creative and loves playing the guitar and making mosaics. Michael is a retired contractor and keeps busy with home improvement projects. The past couple of years have been tough. It started when the wellness retreat that Cindy works at was destroyed by a mudslide.
The year after the mud flow, my mom passed away from cancer in January, and then my dad had dementia, and 6 months later he passed away. In November, my cousin Steph passed away. She had been struggling with cancer that went away, came back.
After all of the heartbreak, Michael and Cindy are ready to experience the love and joy that a dog brings.
It's going to get us out of the house. I'm really looking forward to going on walks with the dog and go to the beach, go to the park, and just full on playtime.
Before Eric can determine if Michael and Cindy are a good match for Marley, he'll have to do an assessment.
Oh, wow, you are hyper. Today I'm going to be assessing Marley's knowledge of the 6 classic cues, which are sit, stay, down, come, leave it, and loose leash walk. What about a sit? Do you have enough patience for a sit? That's a no. What about a down? A little bit. Not quite. Not quite. Alright. think so. Marley's a puppy. Marley knows absolutely nothing. It's going to be really fun to see how he retains the information that we're going to be giving him and to mold him into the puppy that we'd like him to be.
Coming up, an adopter's hobby presents a unique challenge.
I want to make sure that if these little pieces fall on the ground, that he knows to leave them. Leave it.
Here's a health and wellness moment from Cosequin. Large breed dogs like labs and shepherds that are frequently used as service dogs require healthy joints to perform their duties effectively. Because of this, it's important that their handlers pay special attention to potential signs of joint issues, including stiff and swollen joints, limping, slowness in getting up after lying down, and difficulty climbing stairs. It's also important that owners of large breed dogs manage their dog's joint health by providing them with a healthy diet, watching their weight, and making sure that they get plenty of daily exercise. At the first sign of a joint issue, schedule a visit with your veterinarian to help diagnose any medical conditions and determine an appropriate treatment plan for your dog. It hasn't taken long for 6-month-old Marley to fit right in at the ranch. Eric has spent a lot of time playing and bonding with him, and Rashi has been working on finding him a family.
I just got off the phone with a couple that I think will be perfect for Marley. They are looking for a puppy and they have time to spend with the boat to a puppy.
Okay, great. Did you hear that, Marley? Maybe his family has a lot of patience.
The next day, Eric and Rashi sit down to chat with Michael and Cindy.
Hey, guys.
Hi. How are you?
Good. We're really excited to get to know you guys more. Tell us more about what you do for a living.
Well, I'm actually a retired contractor. I've been retired for a couple of years.
I'm the director of a retreat center, which is in Montecito, California.
Cindy, can you give me a little bit more detail about your last couple of years?
In 2018, there was a mud flood in Montecito, and the retreat center lost 9 of the 16 buildings. 15 acres of our property, so we're in the process of rebuilding. And then following that, my mother passed away from cancer, and then my dad died 6 months later, and then a few months later, my cousin stepfather.
It's like I never thought I'd be able to handle the loss of my mom and my dad. And then my cousin too, who I adored my cousin.
Given all the lost case experience, I can understand the need for a companion and a dog.
There's a beautiful picture behind you guys. Are you into art?
I am. We are. That's more I do mosaic tiling. As a matter of fact, Michael made the board for it.
So Cindy, can you tell me a little bit more about your home?
It's a relatively small house. It's all one story, 2-bedroom house. We have a very tall hedge that surrounds most of the property, and it's all fenced in with the main road.
Can you tell me what type of dog you're looking for?
No, ideally, I think we would like a puppy less than a year old. I really wanted like an outdoor kind of dog that I could go for a walk on the beach.
We did rescue a dog recently, and I think that he may be a good fit for you. We're still going to assess his temperament and make sure that we're going in the right direction, but we'll keep you posted. How does that sound?
Sounds great. Fabulous. Very excited.
I was so excited when I heard Eric and Rashi might have found a dog.
All right, guys. Well, it was a pleasure speaking with you. I hope to talk to you really soon and keep you posted, okay?
Yeah, sounds great. Thanks.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Coming up next, Eric has his work cut out for him.
I noticed when I was trying to lure a treat over his head, he didn't really want to sit on to the grass.
If you are 18 or older looking to adopt a dog in the LA area and want to be on the show, write to us at cbsluckydog@gmail.com. Tell us why, and you might be selected. Marley, a 6-month-old Beagle Terrier mix, has brought a lot of fun energy to the ranch. Eric has spent several days playing and bonding with him.
Thank you.
Best puppy kisses.
Eric now thinks the pup is ready to begin training on the 6 classic cues.
Today I'm working with Marley on sit. I noticed when I was trying to lure a treat over his head, he didn't really want to sit on to the grass. So I brought a big plush bed out, which makes it a little easier. Look at this. They'll sit on this cushioned bed, and when you do lure the treat, they get a little off balance, and to get themselves back on balance, they'll sit back. Yes. And I would mark with yes, and then treat. He was very consistently sitting back, and then took the insert of the bed out just to make it a little less cushioned. Yes. Then I worked my way down to actually sit back on this mat. Yes.
Over the next few days, Eric continues to work with Marley on the sit cue.
And eventually, I'm able to morph that lure into a hand signal for sit. Yes. Good. Once he's consistently doing that, I'm actually able to introduce the words he said. Yes. And he's doing great. I'm really proud of him.
Eric then transitions into the down cue.
As his belly and chest touch the ground, I say yes and reward. Yes. Good job. Yes. And now he's a smart enough dog where he starts to anticipate. So as soon as my hand goes up, he starts to go down. Down? Yes.
Good job, Marley.
Now it's just going to be consistency. Down? Yes.
Good job, Marley.
During a training break, Eric and Rashi head to Santa Barbara to tour Michael and Cindy's home to make sure it's a safe place for a dog.
How are you? Come on in.
Cindy was kind enough to show us around the house. All in all, the environment seems great. I'm just really excited for Marley to come into this type of circumstance.
Over the next few weeks, Eric continues training.
Come.
Marley is eager to learn.
Leave it.
And soon masters the other cues.
Yes.
To mark his achievement of passing basic training, Marley is awarded a silver medal.
Hey. Good job, Marley.
Coming up, Marley faces a whole new set of training challenges. Here's a health and wellness tip from Cosequin. Just like humans, dogs can experience boredom. So to make sure that your furry friend stays mentally stimulated, increase the amount of daily exercise that your dog gets. Provide your pet with fun, challenging, and healthy treat-filled toys. Take more frequent trips to the dog park, or arrange play dates for your dog. And consider enrolling your best friend in a dog agility class. Lucky Dog is presented by Cosequin Joint Health Supplements. 6-month-old Marley has used his boundless energy to master all 6 classic cues. He's now ready to move on to more advanced training. Since his potential adopters, Michael and Cindy, love to hike, Eric conditions Marley to hiking. Michael and Cindy also live 5 minutes from the ocean, so Eric introduces Marley to beach life. Next, one of Cindy's hobbies inspires Eric to work with Marley on an advanced leave-it cue.
Cindy has mentioned that she loves to create mosaic artwork. I want to make sure that if these little pieces fall on the ground, that he knows to leave them. Leave it. As soon as the little pieces touch the ground, I'm saying leave it. Yes. And as soon as he turns his head, he gets a yes and a reward. You put it down on the piece. Leave it. Yes. And as time goes on, it's like clockwork. Piece hits the ground, he turns, he gets a reward. Yes. All right, he's got it.
And since Michael works with a lot of power tools, Eric acclimates Marley to a variety of them.
I want him to associate these new sounds with something rewarding. So eventually when he hears these sounds, he gets good feelings and just making different noises while Rashi treats. He just was focused on Rashi, waiting for his next treat, and started to associate the sound with that treat. And I'm really excited over the next couple of weeks to see him grow from that and eventually go into his forever home and not really care at all that he hears these louder sounds.
All right, that's what we were looking for. Nice and calm.
Great job.
For a puppy, that's amazing.
Coming up,
Oh my gosh.
Here's the puppy.
Eric surprises Michael and Cindy with their new family member.
Look who it is.
Lucky Dog is presented by Cosequin Joint Health Supplements. Marley has grown up a lot during his time at the ranch. He's completed his basic training and is ready to go home, which means that it's time for Rashi to say goodbye.
I'm gonna see, buddy. Be a good boy, okay? Marley is a very sweet, special puppy. I can't wait for him to be able to bond with his new forever parents and just have a happy life.
Today I'm going to be taking Marley to Santa Barbara to meet his forever family, Cindy and Michael Swain.
Michael and I were just sitting outside and relaxing, and all of a sudden Eric walked in with Marley.
Oh my gosh. Hi. Eric, so good to see you.
Good to see you guys too. Here's the puppy.
Look who it is. Marley.
I was so cutest thing ever.
The first minute that we put our eyes on Marley, we just immediately fell in love with him.
You are so adorable. Oh my gosh.
So Cindy, I know you mentioned this is your first dog, right?
It is.
All right. Well, how about we take a little stroll and I'll show you how to handle it.
Great.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the rest of the afternoon, Eric shows Cindy and Michael how they can continue young Marley's training.
I was very impressed with Eric when he handled Marley and what he's already taught him.
We're very excited that Eric taught the dog these specific cues so that we can reinforce them by doing them over and over again.
I got to show them how to handle bicycles, skateboards, and how to make sure that we're not overwhelming him in certain circumstances, especially for a puppy. All right, guys. Well, you think you can take it from here?
Yeah.
I think so. All right. Well, I have one more thing to give him because he's now yours. I'm going to give him his gold graduation medal, okay? There we go.
What a handsome boy.
There we go.
Now that Marley's adoption is official, it's time for Eric to say goodbye.
I know, thank you. Thank you for the kiss.
All right, guys. It's all yours.
Thank you, Eric.
Thanks so much, Eric.
Oh, my pleasure. I guess.
Thanks, Eric.
About a month and a half ago, Marley had no clue what it was to learn basic obedience and our 6 classic cues, and now I couldn't pick a better future for him.
I just think it's a great fit, and I'm thoroughly convinced that Marlon's going to have a great life.
I want to thank Eric and Rashi so much for helping to train my little baby, and I know that we're going to have a wonderful life with him.
From hopeless to a home, that's our mission. One dog at a time.
Today on Lucky Dog, a young terrier mix is alone in the shelter and displaying anxiety.
She's really timid and shy. I can only imagine how scared she is.
She might be just what the doctor ordered for a man coping with his own anxiety.
Being hit really hard with the pandemic, my anxiety has been through the roof.
Keeps getting around.
The wheels are in motion for her adoption.
Good job, Paris.
But first, she'll have to learn to leave her worries behind.
I just want to make sure that these guys have the best life possible. I'm Eric Weesey, and this is my wife, Rashi. And we've dedicated our lives to saving the lonely, unwanted dogs that are living without hope. Our mission is to make sure that these amazing animals find a purpose, a family, and a place to call home. Today, one dog will be saved, and one family will have a new best friend. This is Lucky Dog.
Presented by Coast Quinn Joint Health Supplements. It's a nice Southern California day, so Eric and Rashi head outside to take advantage of the weather.
Rashi and I have decided to take Winston and Stell on a little hike just to get our dogs out of the house and get into nature.
Good job, big guy.
Stella really enjoys just sitting on my back and enjoying the view. Winston really enjoys walking with us. And while we were on our hike, I got a text from the shelter. The shelter just texted about a puppy they found as a stray. It's a 10-month-old puppy. Her name is Paris. They mentioned she's really timid and shy. I can only imagine how scared she is being only 10 months old. What do you think?
Guys, what do you think? Let's go get her, okay? All right, let's go. Let's go.
Eric heads to the shelter, where he quickly finds Paris.
Hey. Hey, Paris. How you doing? You look like you're ready to come out. What do you think? Can I come in?
The 10-month-old terrier mix is happy to have a visitor.
Oh, thank you. Kiss.
Eric can see that she's anxious to be in the shelter, so he doesn't waste time in getting her out.
All right, you ready to go? Let's go. Let's go.
To make sure there's no underlying health condition causing her anxiety, Eric schedules a vet visit.
Today, Eric is bringing in Paris, a female terrier mix. I did notice she was a little bit shy and nervous as well. Hey, Eric, this is Paris.
This is Paris.
Oh, sweet little girl. What is she in for today?
Well, I just picked her up from the shelter, and they did mention that she's having bouts of separation anxiety, so yeah, just a little
Oh, okay. So I will go ahead and examine her, make sure she's nice and healthy, and give you some recommendations.
Great.
We'll start off looking at her head. We'll check her ears to make sure she doesn't have any kind of ear infection, inflammation, any debris in there. Those look nice and clean. I'm checking her little eyes and make sure that they look nice and clear. No discharge, redness, or squinting. All of that looks nice and normal. So the teeth, we're checking for tartar buildup, any sores, inflammation. She does have quite a bit of tartar.
Yeah.
And can definitely use a professional dental cleaning in the future. All of that feels normal, no signs of inflammation or anything like that. She's a beautiful little coat. We'll check her joints as well and make sure that there's no abnormalities there. Girl. I'm going to feel her belly just to make sure there's no pain or discomfort. She's being very good. Last thing we do is listen to her. Good girl. That sounds nice and healthy. No abnormal rhythm or any heart murmurs. Lungs sound clear. So overall, she appears to be in very good health.
Great.
All in all, Paris is a healthy dog, but because she's been living in a shelter that can be stressful to dogs, I recommended a behavioral supplement called Solquin. Solquin can help support balanced behavior and relaxation. And it comes in the form of a chew. Based on her size, she would get 1 chew per day.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions?
Is she ready to drink?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr.
You're very welcome. You guys take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Talk to your veterinarian before providing any health supplements to your pet. Back at the ranch, Paris begins her fresh start with a warm bath. Followed by a new uniform, a bronze medal that she'll wear throughout her basic training.
Oh, there we go. All right.
To help Paris acclimate to her new environment, Eric first introduces her to the empty training yard. Once she's settled, he brings in another dog.
Make a good match.
And then he brings in another human, Rashi.
Hi, Paris.
Yeah, she's adorable.
Paris is introduced to additional ranch residents. She gets along well with her new friends, but she seems particularly attached to humans.
He's one we held on.
He's already attached.
Eric and Rashi make note that she'll do well with an adopter who is looking for a constant companion. While Eric continues bonding with Paris, Rashi uses her background in social work to look for a potential adopter. And a young man living in Los Angeles, California, looks like a good match.
I'm Bradley. I'm from Blue Springs, Missouri. I grew up with 2 brothers, my mom, my stepdad, and we had 2 loving dogs. We had Gracie and Coco. Coco was a beagle, Gracie was a mixed breed, and they were the best dogs ever.
Gracie and Coco passed away a few years ago, and Bradley misses them every day.
It was really hard to say goodbye to your best friends growing up. You miss those cuddles and those kisses and those hikes and walks and playing.
Bradley moved to Southern California 5 years ago.
I live in downtown Los Angeles, and before the pandemic, I was a restaurant server.
The past year has been difficult for him. Being alone in quarantine and dealing with the uncertainty around COVID and his job has led Bradley to have anxiety and panic attacks.
I didn't know what to do. I did go see a doctor, and they recommended the emotional support animal.
Bradley hopes that a dog will give him companionship and help him get outside and be active again.
I really love a dog that's just ready to go out there and go on an adventure and enjoy life.
Before Eric can determine if Bradley and Paris are a good fit, he'll have to do an assessment.
Today we're going to be assessing Paris's knowledge of the 6 classic cues, which are sit, stay, down, come, leave it, and loose leash walk. What about a sit? Alright, we'll work on that sit. What about a down? Let's see if we got a down. It's okay, we'll work on that down. How about a leave it? How's your impulse control? Non-existent, it's okay, that's a treat.
Although Paris doesn't know any of the cues, she shows promise on the stay cue.
Yes, not bad. We are going to have a lot of work to do with Paris. It's going to be fun though, because she just wants to learn and please, and I think we're going to have a lot of good times. Let's go.
Coming up, Eric and Rashi talk with a potential adopter and learn how a new dog could help him.
My anxiety has been through the roof, and I really think the dog will...
10-month-old Paris was found on the streets as a stray. first met her, she seemed rather anxious, so he has focused on bonding with the dog in an effort to earn her trust. Rashi has been working hard as well, trying to find Paris a good home.
I just got off the phone with someone that I think is going to be a great fit. He in particular is looking for an emotional support animal, and I just know she just wants to be in your arms and in your lap. I think it's really going to help him, and I think she's going to really love the attention.
Okay, well, I'm excited to meet him.
The next day, Eric and Rashi sit down to chat with Bradley.
Hey Bradley, how's it going?
I'm great. How are you?
Doing well. We're very excited to learn more about you. What do you do for a living?
I am a restaurant server right around the corner from my apartment. It's a very convenient walk to work, so that's been great.
Tell us more about your apartment.
The unit itself is a studio apartment with a kitchenette, elevator, fifth floor. Not very large, but it's quaint and affordable for me.
You mentioned you're a restaurant server. That must be tough during this time.
Yeah, early March was when we kind of got the news that we were let go.
Why is now a good time for you to get a dog?
I think being hit really hard with the pandemic and losing my job, my anxiety has been through the roof. Little fits of panic attacks have happened. I remember learning that I had lost my job, not having an income. I did freak out and have a panic attack. I didn't know what to do. I broke. I did go see a medical professional, and they thought that it would be a good idea to get an emotional support animal to help those negative feelings and anxiety.
I am all for emotional support animals for people. ESAs can do wonders for the mindset, and it gives you a task. You know, you're taking care of something, so it gives you purpose.
I grew up with dogs, and I've loved them my whole life. I had two growing up, Coco and Gracie. Unfortunately, Gracie and Coco both passed away a couple of years ago. Living by yourself, you miss those cuddles and those kisses, and it's been hard with that transition without them.
Living by yourself in a time where you can't really socialize or even really see family, I do see the need for an animal that can give you some companionship. What kind of dog are you looking for?
Because my apartment is a little smaller, I really want a smaller dog. Great personality, loving, of course.
What are your hobbies?
Before the pandemic, I was more active with going to the gym. I was taking ballet, tap, jazz. I bought a bike. I bought rollerblades.
Bradley mentioned that he loves to travel down to San Diego or Palm Springs, and then he'll also go back to Missouri, Kansas City area and fly. So I need to make sure that he's able to travel with his new dog. We recently rescued a dog. We're still getting to know her, but I think it may be a good fit. But can you keep me posted on progress?
Yeah, of course.
Awesome.
I'm really excited for this. You know, there's hope. You know, there's light at the end of this tunnel.
Coming up next,
Ready for this?
Eric puts Paris's impulse control to the test.
Leave it.
If you are 18 or older looking to adopt a dog in the LA area,
potty? You gotta go potty? Whoa, whoa, whoa! Watch out! Watch out! You almost took out the bird. You almost took out the bird. Hey. Hey, you runner. Hey. Hey, you were whining last night. Why are you whining? Why were you whining? What? What? You want up here? Are you gonna be nice? You gonna be nice? What are you doing? What are you doing up there? I swear, if you jump, Rocket! Why would you do that? Rocket, why would you do that? Why would you do that? I know you're gonna run away. Come here. Come here. Okay, I gotta sit you down. I'm gonna feed you soon, but there's a few things I gotta do. are you doing? Come here. Come here. Come here. Rocket, not you. No, 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 no. Here you go. Here you go. Can you eat? There you go. Rocket, this is not for you. No. Don't jump on her. Do not jump on her. Okay, everyone, say bye, Birdie. Say see you tomorrow. Bye.